Good afternoon and welcome to Kirtland High School for the 2022 CVC Fall Sports Media Day Central Edition. On Sunday, we were out in Independence for the Western version, trying to get those Western schools. Since the CVC is 22 schools spanning 5 counties, it's kind of hard to get them all together in one place. So we've done it geographically over the past couple of seasons, and it's worked pretty well. So today we are here at Kirtland, and kicking off our event are the Kirtland Hornets girls soccer team, head coach Ed Braddock, all the way to our right. Coach Braddock, welcome. I appreciate you being here and for allowing us to use your air-conditioned room today. That's always a plus. But go ahead and introduce the girls that you brought with us, and then give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Hornets this year?
So I brought my 4 seniors, and that's what we have this year. Bella Piazza is to my right, then Norah Sherman. We have Corinne Greenlee, and we have Liz Aranevich. Again, first let me start with the 4 of them. I always say this, but I truly mean it. Our kids come from good stock. They're really great kids. These are 4 tremendous young women, and they're going to lead us to me, the same places we've been. I have that same confidence. They'll have that same confidence as we move through this season. The elevator pitch, brand new year. It's nothing new. I think, and I'll continue to say this, our goal every year is to get out of our district. And that's what we look to do. We try to play the teams that are going to give us the best competition through the course of the season, and that hopefully helps us as we progress and try to get as deep into the tournament as we possibly can.
I've known you a long time now. You are not one that likes to look back. You don't. Last year was last year. 2020 was 2020. But I would be remiss, and I would do the entire soccer community a disservice if we didn't talk about that one player you can't replace. And Erica Chippa just obviously graduated, now is in Florida playing Division I soccer down there. Incredible career for her. You're not going to replace her, but what did she do for this program and the 4 girls to your right and the girls that are down the hallway waiting to get on the bus to go to Cuyahoga Heights?
I think, and again, I'm not an individual, right? And I think over the years we've had, I can go through the list, whether it's Maddie Zuberer, whether it's Hannah Boak, whether it's Ashley Clement. We've had some amazing girls come through this program. And every year the same question comes up. What are you going to do? Erica Chippa graduated. What we do is we look to the girls that we've had in our program. They've had the luxury of playing with her for 4 years, so they've learned from her as well. Granted, she is the best player that will ever come through here. But our choice is we can sit and we can think about that, or we can focus on these 4 and the other, 29 girls on our team, because we're a group of 33, and it's nothing new for me to graduate players, and then it's harder for everyone else. I think I'm just used to it year after year, watching these great kids come through. And again, I don't even mention Maya Zalko. I don't even mention Lydia Roden. I mean, I could go on, and I'm leaving people out, which is insulting to them. So.
It is, and there's a long list of that. I do the same thing when I talk about Kirtland girls, just going back 12 years ago, and some of the girls that were part of your coaching staff over the past few years, and just the long list of players that helped develop this program into the one that's feared now, that makes it so difficult for you to schedule games even after Erica Chippa has graduated.
Correct.
So it's been a great program, and you built quite a squad there. So all right, let's start with Bella. I'll slide over there. Bella, grab that microphone. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
All right, my name is Bella Piazza. I'm going into my senior year, and position, I like for the best. I think I do the best on the right mid, outside mid. But Mr. Braddock has crazy plans for me this year, and he wants to put me in the back, so we'll see how that goes.
Mr. Braddock with crazy plans. That's
always
something new, right?
I know.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
What's the difference this year? I mean, obviously you're losing Erica Chippa, a bunch of other seniors that had contributed, made a big mark on the program. What's different with this squad? What are you guys going to bring to the table?
I mean, this is just going on for years, but I know everyone has their motto. Every team has their motto, but when we say we're family, it's something we mean more than other people do, because we've been through everything. I mean, us three, we've been state champs 2020. We went through so much last year, barely having Coach Braddock, and then now we're here as seniors, and all we have is each other. So I just feel that's what's different. We just have each other. So.
What is your response when people say, "Oh, well, Kirtland doesn't have Erica Chippa anymore"?
My response is, like Braddock, we don't look back. It doesn't matter. Our past doesn't matter. It made us who we are, but we're going to come back even stronger this year, yeah.
What do you see as the team's strengths this year?
Team strengths. Like I said before, I mean, our bond, I think it's just something that's like irreplaceable. Not any other team could have anything like it. I mean, that's about it.
You know, 4 years ago, you were a freshman, sophomore, junior. Coming up, you had a lot of great players that were showing you how to prepare and develop and you know, get ready and play a game. You're a senior now. How are you passing that on to the younger girls?
Okay, so I remember my freshman year, I came in and I was terrified. I mean, I went to my sister for everything because she was a senior at the time, and I remember looking up to her grade. I thought they were so old, they were so intelligent, like everything. They had everything I wanted, and I feel like every year I got closer and closer to that. And I think having like such good role models helped me get there, and I think all of us get there. So that's what I think. I think we bring, you know, leadership, and it's just hard to like wrap my head around that we're like the leaders now. We're the people that everyone looks up to. So
Goes fast, doesn't
yeah.
it? Mm-hmm. All right, and last for you is just individual and team goals for this year.
Individual, I mean, it'd be hard if I'm in the back, but I definitely want to score some goals. I want to help everyone. I like leading. I like telling people what to do. I like helping people know when they do good and, you know, positive attitude. So I think that's about it, positive attitude.
Sounds good. All right,
Yep.
good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Nora, on to you. Grab one of those microphones. Make sure that black switch is up and you're ready to go. Just go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
Hi, I'm Norah Sherman. I play center back, and I'm a senior this year.
Nora, over the last 11 years that I've covered Kirtland, the names change, the expectations don't. How ready are you to step into that and just say, I'm a senior and I'm ready to carry on that legacy?
I'm ready, and I'm excited for this season, and I think we're going to go farther than we did last year.
What do you see as a strength to this team so far here in the preseason?
As a strength, I think our seniors, we're so like all connected, and we think the same, and I think we all bring something different to the table, and we lead the team well.
Everybody remembers Erica Chippa. Everybody remembers Lydia Roden, Maya Zavko, all those great goal scorers. But the strength of Kirtland soccer, and I think Coach Braddock will agree, has always been defense.
Yes.
And how ready are you to step up
I'm
and
ready.
keep that going? What's it going to take this year to keep that going?
I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it, and I think we'll be strong in the back, and we'll do good.
I believe there's a goalkeeper change. I don't know if that's a secret. Did I just let the cat out of the bag? But you're going to have a younger goalkeeper, a little bit less experience, so there's a little bit more pressure on you. How's the communication with that goalie, and what are you guys going to do to kind of protect her?
It's strong, our communication. We definitely have to talk more in the field and figure out like when she gets it and when the defense gets it. But we're pretty strong back there.
What do you see as the biggest challenge you guys are going to face this year, and how are you going to work to overcome that?
The biggest challenge I think this year is not having that scorer up top, not having anyone to take the lead and score a goal when we need it the most. But I think over time we'll soon figure that out and become unstoppable up there.
What does it mean to you just to be a part of this program and what it's accomplished over the last decade or so?
It means a lot to me. I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited that this is my senior year and I'm here with them.
All right, and last one for you, individual and team goals. What do you hope to accomplish?
Individually, I want to be more vocal on the field and speak to my other defenders so they can be stronger too.
All right, let's pass that over. The face looks familiar. I just don't know her. She doesn't play any other sports, right? She's just new to the school, something like that. Corinne Greenlee, obviously one of the most talented athletes here at the school, whether it's soccer, basketball, track, and flag football, which is now a national powerhouse after being on TV the other night at the Hall of Fame game. What was that like?
Oh,
We'll talk about the oblong football for a minute.
You know, I got to step on that field, and then I ran off. I didn't really get to do much in a short time, but it was fun.
Yeah, what you
Good
said it was, what,
experience.
6.5 minutes?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty quick. And they get you in and out. It's like
Yeah.
to the second. I
Yeah.
try to do that here, but I talk too much, and I never can keep to a schedule. And then I have to go to the bathroom like the other day, and I was way behind schedule. But
It's all right.
but
yeah,
that-
they were on top of it, but it was fun. It was a good experience.
I have to imagine that's probably the biggest crowd you've ever performed in front of, too. I mean, looked like it was a pretty packed house.
Yeah.
So now you're ready for the season. Nothing can
yeah.
shake your nerves,
It's
right?
like nothing now. Yeah.
All right. So now back to the round soccer ball or football. 4 years ago, you were a little wide-eyed freshman, just kind of come in. You had all these great players ahead of you. Well, now it's your turn. How ready are you
Yeah.
for that to be the guy? You're it.
Yeah, I'm ready, especially with all the people I've had ahead of me, and they've guided me along the way, and I definitely feel like now that it's my time, and I'm ready.
Offensively, how's it all going to come together?
I think it's going to come together well. Obviously, with Erica not being here, we don't have that one person to focus on, but we have a whole group to focus on now, and we're going to connect, and we're going to do good things up there.
And that's one thing people forget. Everyone remembers, oh, Erica did all this, she did that. You had a lot of young kids that came up last year that showed a lot of promise, and hopefully with that year of experience and more confidence, and you can mention some names if you want to, but I don't want to give away other secrets too. I don't want to give away your game plan and let people know who to mark up. But there were some girls last year that were freshmen. Another one that transferred back from another school that they were exciting players for me to watch. So I know you guys have that potential. Have you seen it coming together so far in the preseason?
Yeah, especially moving up to center mid, seeing, working with, like Stephanie Drzetic in the middle, or obviously Claire, it's torn ACL, but all these younger girls that were kind of.
Oh, see, that's news to me. Even Mr. Braddock didn't share that with me.
Yeah.
You keep secrets from me. I didn't realize that, Mr. Braddock. You're off my Christmas card list.
Yeah, it's upsetting, but she's strong. She's gonna get through it. But yeah, I guess that last year, and even in years past, it's people were kind of in Erica's shadow, but it's you don't even realize all the good stuff that they do, but they really do good stuff. So.
And for your entire life, you've had your sister by your side. This might be the first year you aren't gonna play with her. How different is that gonna be?
It's gonna be different. But it's going to be okay. There's definitely some people to try and fill her void, and I'm comfortable playing with the people I'm around, so that's going to be good.
All right, same last question for you, individual and team goals.
Individually, I don't know, I just kind of want to make a name for myself.
I think you've done that already.
I know, but.
And she's humble.
No. But, I just want to show people what I can do and that I'm confident in my abilities. And then as a team, I want to have people show that, people have been doubting us. I know that they have, and I want to just show them that they're wrong, basically.
Outstanding. All right, Liz, down to you, and then we'll head back to Mr. Braddock to close it out. But Liz, go ahead, introduce yourself. Liz was my tour guide a few moments ago. We had a last-minute internet issue, and she had to guide me through the school because I get lost pretty easily. I'm not good with directions, and so she got me there. We got the internet set up, and we're all good to go now. Liz, thank you for that. But go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position?
I'm Liz Aranevich. I'll be a senior, and I play center mid.
Center mid. So you're going to get to do a lot of the distribution and find those offensive outlets. So big role for you. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Yeah. What's it going to take for you to be successful?
Definitely teamwork, and I think that'll be pretty easy with Corinne and maybe Stephanie in the middle, because all of these girls have been saying, we just have a really strong bond, and it really takes knowing each other and playing with each other to know, oh, I have to run here, I'll pass it here. She wants it in front of her. She wants it at feet. So I think it'll be really good this year. Yeah.
What do you see as a strength so far in the preseason?
One of our strengths, I know it's sounding so redundant, but we really play as a unit. I feel like that's just one of our things throughout history at Kirtland, is we just play together. And with defense, you defend as 11. That's one of our sayings. And you attack as 11, and you're a team. And we have been saying, without Erica, obviously it's harder without that one person who you can count on scoring. But I think it'll really let that ability to shine through of us, where we all push forward, we all drop back. So
Over the past 5, 6, 7 years, each senior class has kind of had its own, this is our legacy. A few years ago they had the first district title. Then it was, we made it to the regional final, then the state semis, then the state championship game, and then obviously in 2020, oh gosh, I just got the chills. That was unbelievable. What is your legacy going to be?
The goal for the season in soccer sense would be obviously to go far in the tournament. But for me personally, I just want it to be a fun season and just have soccer be a fun sport to play in high school and have every single girl on that team want to show up.
since you already talked about goals, you stole my last question for you. I'm going to give you another one. What do you hope the younger girls learn from you so that they carry on that from, in the future?
I think I want them to learn that it's okay to make mistakes and that your team is there to lift you up, not tear you down at all. So just have fun, enjoy every moment, because it really does go by fast.
All right. Good luck to you. Coach Braddock, any final words of wisdom? The one thing that I like to hear from the girls is obviously everyone's going to say, oh, Erica Chippa's gone, Kirtland's not going to be the same. They don't buy into that. I think they know that they're still going to be a strong team. How does that make you feel as their coach?
I just think it's part of the tradition that we've created over the last, Julie and myself over the last 19 years. It's hard to say that. I use this example, nobody knows a Maria Bavanda because there's girls in front of her, but when Maria Bavanda steps on as a senior, people are like, oh my gosh, where has this kid been? I think that's what happens. They're going to be given their opportunity to show, and I like what Corinne had mentioned. I want people to see who we are and what we're capable of, and that's what excites me for them. And I've talked about this often. We play in a tremendous conference, and I know you've quoted this, other times, but whether it's Chagrin Falls, Kirtland, Hawken, West Geauga, just to mention a few, in Berkshire, teams that are getting out of our district and into the regional, and then also making it to Columbus, whether it's the Final Four or the state finals. I think we play in one of the hardest conferences in the league, and my joke is it's easier for me to win a state title than it is for me to win the conference. And that's okay. We know who we are, we know what we're capable of, and we couldn't be happier.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you being here and hosting today, and again, helping me set up the room. So,
make sure you apologize to Mrs. Waski because we're late.
Sorry, Christy. Well, I did tell the girls in the hallway that Cuyahoga Heights was talking smack the other night. They really weren't, but whatever it takes to get them fired up. Good luck in your scrimmage, and I'll see you there. I believe opening night when you start out. All right, that was the Kirtland girls soccer team kicking off our CVC Fall Sports Media Day event here out at Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the defending Valley Division champion volleyball team, the Kirtland Hornets, again here on their home court or home classroom, whatever you want to call it. Got the whole gang. Appreciate you ladies being here. Coach Newcomer couldn't be here. She is in Florida for a weird Tuesday wedding. Who gets married on a Tuesday? Right? Ladies, there's a little black switch on your microphone, so when it's your turn to talk, just make sure you flip that up and flip it down when you're done. But who wants to start? We'll start, Natalie, you're going to start since you're on the end, and we'll go that way. Natalie Glow, just go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
Hi, I'm Natalie Glow. I'm currently a senior on the Kirtland volleyball team, and I'm an outside.
Outside, all right. So last year, 10-0 in conference. You won the division, went down, won a district title, went to regionals. How do you top that?
I don't know. It's going to be difficult this year. I'm very excited and eager to see how the season plays out. Past few years, we've gotten stuck at the same game, same loss, same emotional feelings after the game, but I'm extremely excited to see what happens this year, hoping to make it past that game we keep getting stuck at the past few seasons, but really eager.
And it's tough because it was a conference opponent, even though they're in a different division. But just like the girls' soccer team was just talking about, they play Chagrin Falls, they play West Geauga. Those are two teams that were in a regional final. So Coach Braddock was just saying it's harder to win the conference than it is to win the state title. And you guys are kind of in the same boat. You might win your conference, but you can't get past that regional thing, and Independence has been there in the state final for 4 straight years, so you might see them again. But the big news is that team down the road is now down from Division II. They're now Division III, Lake Catholic.
Yeah.
So that's going to be. Do you guys play them in the regular season? Are you going to see that? Oh, so
yeah.
Okay, so you get to play them in the regular season, so that'll be a good test. Talk a little bit about the team as a whole. I think you guys brought back almost everybody, right?
Yeah, that's completely insane. I remember sitting here in an interview maybe 2 years ago where you're like, this is such a young team. We maybe had 2 or 3 seniors. I remember one of the years we didn't have any seniors. That's crazy. But, looking back on the interviews we've had, you saying it's such a young team, now you can't really say that because there's so many seniors. I mean, I know half of us up here have been on varsity all 4 years. It's been a big key of the team, and other two have been 3. So, I mean, we've carried this team, like these group of girls, like the experience of like having the JO and then just the 4 years of varsity and 3 years of varsity on top of that. It's really crazy. I think our teams come together really well. I think we have 2 or 3 maybe new people, but our team is pretty much the same as it was last year, which is kind of good. We've all really connected. I think we all have the same goals this year. We've talked about them as a team. Definitely, working hard, making this the best season ever, making Kirtland history.
10-0 in conference last year. You return almost everybody, so you got a big target on your back. Everybody's gunning for you guys. You didn't have that pressure last year. Last year you got to play loose and free, and you just went out and did your thing. This year they're coming for you. How ready are you?
I think we're extremely ready. We're in the gym, 3 hours a day, lifting, practicing, working hard. We all work our butts off in practice. We hold each other accountable. I think it's important to have that in a team, not just be like, oh, that was a good play or whatever. Like, how can we make that better? How can we make that good play great? And I think that's a really good part of our team is doing that.
The sense that I get from the couple of years that I know Coach Newcomer, she's intense.
She's very intense.
How has that changed the way you guys play?
So Arlena came in when I was a freshman, so I've always had her. But looking back on other Kirtland volleyball, there's such a different sense in the gym. Like, she really pushes this team. She knows what we're capable of. She's not okay with just the normal volleyball, or what we would call normal. She wants us to really excel. She knows all of our abilities, and she knows that we can play at a higher level, and she makes sure to hold us accountable of that. Again, like, along with teammates, she also is the biggest person that holds us accountable. She really pushes us in the gym, and I mean, I'm thankful for that. I think we've gotten a lot better because of her. She really is a key to this amazing team.
Well, the program is certainly taken off, so whatever she's doing, it's working, and obviously you guys have been a big part of that, so you guys have bought into the system, and that's important. And it's sometimes hard when there's coaching changes. You don't like the way that they do things, but you guys all seem to have bought in, and it works. So I'll let you talk a little bit some about the other girls, well, not the ones that are at the table, since they're going to get a chance to talk about themselves, but who are some of the other girls that have impressed you so far?
Impressed me? Mm-hmm. I think everyone has shown up. Like, this year, the ability level between last year and this year, huge improvements. Like, we had a scrimmage, didn't do so well, but I think that was a really amazing opportunity to see what we needed to work on. I know there's some people who are getting a chance on varsity this year. That's impressive. Like, the jump that they made, I like seeing that. The different positions, we do have some on the fence, like this position or that position. I think it's cool how there's other people looking to play elsewhere positions. It's cool how we had that adaptability in the middle of a game to say, oh, maybe this person needs to be stronger on this side, or outside between right side, or stuff like that. And I think it's really cool.
Cool. What's the biggest challenge for this team this year?
So far, I would say our communication. Our communication could use a little bit of work, just because we are trying out so many different things in different lineups. I know we have a new defense this year that we just introduced maybe a day ago in practice or so. So talking is definitely going to be a big one for us.
All right, and then just last question for you. Individual and team goals. What do you hope to accomplish this year?
My individual goal is to be vocal and a team leader. A team goal really just to get past that game and continue our
that game.
That game. It's always that one. It's just that one this past 2 years. Obviously conference again. I think Kirtland's doing a really good job of that. I think that's the first time that we've ever won it 2 years in a row.
Back to back, yes.
Yeah, that's insane.
And it was a long time. It was 2012 the last time you had won the conference, so it'd been a long time.
That's crazy. Yep. And it really shows you how much this program has grown with this group of girls and this coach and just this collective Kirtland volleyball as a whole. But team goal is definitely that game. Hard work. I really want this team to work hard, make this the best season ever, make Kirtland history. That's my goal.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you this year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Marissa, go ahead. Grab that microphone. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
All right. Hello, I'm Marissa Carmesino, and I'm also a senior, and I'm a middle hitter.
Marissa, what has it been like over the past couple of years, just the way that this program has taken off?
It's really been amazing. just how Natalie said, the team growing. We have the majority of the girls coming back from last year, which is very special. We've been together almost 2 years, maybe 3. So we've had like the past years to really know what works for us and to find new ways, which will be beneficial for us in the future.
Conference champs last year, back-to-back title, coming, going to winning district titles. Coming in this year, you're a senior. It flies by, right? I mean,
It
from
really does,
freshman
yeah.
year to now, you're going into your senior year, and pretty soon it's going to be like, oh gosh, it's our last match, or could be our last match, whatever. How are you handling that, along with all the pressure of going out and wanting to compete and win and do well?
Yeah, it's really been a lot. Like the past few practices, we're all kind of like getting to ourselves. We're really sad. It's like our senior year, but we've all 4 of us have talked about how we're just gonna put our all in everything we do, because it's our last year. Like you said, you never really know when the season can end, but I feel like we're all capable of putting our all in everything we do, and even improving upon what we achieved last year. So yeah, I'm really excited. We have great coaches, great team, and I'm just really excited to make more memories and accomplish new things as a team.
You didn't lose many seniors, but one of them was a middle, right? Wasn't Stella was a middle, and she had a great career. So how do you guys replace her?
Just working super hard. I know we have me as a middle, Keely Young, and Norah Withrow, as middle. So we've been working super hard at practice.
Who are some of the younger girls that are getting an opportunity this year, and what have they done to impress you so far?
I know Alexis Schaefer is stepping up as our second setter, Katie Reynolds. And yeah, they've been working super hard in practice, I've noticed, and I've seen a lot of confidence change in them, how they really want to be a part of the team. So yeah, I've noticed it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have noticed it. So it's really amazing to see that when we leave, still be a great team.
Offensively, you guys have really developed into a power hitting team. I mean, you have Natalie. The middle has always been strong, and you're in there as well. How can you guys take that next step just to get even better?
I feel like just pushing ourselves. When challenges come and it gets super hard, we all know what we're capable of, and if someone's having a bad day or practice, like, we're always there for each other to like critique them or find new ways which will help them to be better. So just lifting each other up, we're super capable of becoming a lot better, yeah.
All the great teams that I've seen, they've got at least 1 or 2 girls that when things aren't going well, you can look to them and there they are picking everybody up. Who is that on your team?
Probably like us 4 seniors. We do a really good job. I feel like we've done an amazing job at stepping up and being great leaders and setting a good example for the whole team, especially even the younger incoming freshmen, just to boost their confidence and to really show that. So I feel like, yeah, definitely us 4. So
What is it going to take for you guys to do what you did last year, win the conference, defend your title, win another district title, and then take that next step that Natalie was talking about?
Just like I said before, just being there for each other, not giving up, always putting our all in everything we do, even when times get hard. So yeah, and just believing in ourselves, and we'll definitely get there.
What are your individual and team goals for this year?
So an individual of mine is to get my name out there, just to show people like that I've been working super hard in what I can do. Also just to be a good leader and set good examples for the whole team. And team goal I have, just work hard every day to get better, because improvement comes, yeah.
And then just who's going to be the breakout player, whether they're at the table or somebody else? Who's going to have a breakout year?
Man, that's a tough question.
Everybody.
Yeah,
You hope.
everyone. I know like 2 of our key hitters who are a grade below us, Georgia DeJohn and Nina Lonkar. They've been working super hard, and they're very talented. So Probably them, yeah.
They're ready to do it. All right. Let's see. Let's pass that down. Ava, the defending Valley Division Player of the Year as a junior. So you get the rare opportunity to repeat as a Conference Player of the Year. Are you feeling any pressure?
I don't know that pressure is the right word. Excitement, like just going in and knowing that, like, I go into that gym and I work hard every day and just helping my teammates and working with them and them pushing me and me pushing them. It's really an exciting time for us.
And you're still libero?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
libero. Talk about your role there. Now, I mean, obviously, after the year you had last year, I'm sure Coach is expecting a little bit more out of you. What does she want you to do on the court?
Not as much. Arlena is not necessarily, I mean, obviously expecting me to perform skill-wise, improving from last year, but really I think she wants me to step up as a leader more, being like that sound person, just getting the team, helping the team with our emotions when we're going through have a tough game. Really, she wants me to step up and help bring everyone together, let us take a deep breath, and get our heads back into the game.
So that question I asked Marissa is, who's that player going to be when things are going tough? Who's everyone going to look to? Is that you?
I mean, I would like.
You want to be that person.
Yeah, I want to be that person. That would be a cool experience to be that person for my team, so I could help them out and them look up to me. And then since I know that they all have my back, just knowing that I have their back would be an amazing feeling.
When I look back 4 years ago at your freshman year, you two saw a lot of playing time. When things were going well, when they were going well, everyone was excited. When they weren't going well, you could see it on your face. Last year, it was different. What changed?
I think it was kind of just, especially for Natalie and I, like getting those freshman nerves out of our system and having that year of experience behind us. So we knew what it looked like and we knew how to change our attitude and just kind of set an example for all of the other girls, because that was our sophomore year. Natalie and I were the only two returning varsity players, so everyone else was either a freshman or Marissa and Tessa. So just setting an example for those girls really helped us succeed that year.
What has been the key to your growth as a player from freshman year to now? Aside from the nerves, I mean, everyone goes through that, but you've developed as a player. You know, it's not just being more confident. Your skill has improved.
Just my drive and my love for the game. Volleyball really is. It's my favorite thing. I wake up every day looking forward to coming to practice, and it's what I want to do all the time. I never have a day where I'm like, don't want to go to practice today. So it's my love for the game and my drive to get better and succeed.
I know when I started covering Kirtland, the volleyball team had 2-3 girls that played JO. How many played now?
All four of us sitting at the table, and I think all of our juniors, the whole varsity team played last season, and even majority of our JV. So there's maybe 1 or 2 girls from sophomore to senior who don't play club.
So, I mean, obviously there's a big difference when you get girls that are playing almost year-round, getting that game experience, learning different styles from different coaches and developing their game.
Yeah, after, especially from, our sophomore year to our junior year, that was when, you really could see the improvement, because, a lot of people, the 3 of us all played, but Marissa didn't start playing club until we convinced her to play, and you could see when she came back, it was amazing. There was a huge difference in her playing, and just knowing that when you come back the next year, everyone's going to be better because everyone played club. So
that's great. Every team has a weakness. You don't have to give me yours. We don't want to give away any secrets here. But what are you guys doing to minimize weaknesses? How do you kind of hide those things?
Really working on our mental toughness. That's going to be a key thing for us, just making sure that when we make those mistakes, we're just okay, and give me the ball again. Let me show you how I'm going to fix that and how I'm going to better the ball this time.
I think that's where Arlena comes in with that mental toughness.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not, you're going to develop some mental toughness.
For sure.
Who are some of the girls that have impressed you so far in the preseason?
Definitely Nina Longcar. She actually stepped up and set for us in our scrimmage because Katie couldn't be there. So seeing her grow as a player, as a hitter, and just an all-around player, and has been really cool to watch. Nina Alfieri as well. She really has strengthened our defense. And Sophia Warner, I think our defense is going to be pretty solid this year because the four of us we really work well together, and just seeing how we all go in the gym, work hard. It's gonna be cool to see.
In the past, Kirtland was always hunting. They always were going after the better teams, hoping to get to that level. You guys are now top of the pecking order, at least in the Valley Division, and even in the district, you're up there. How are you guys ready to handle that pressure?
We have a tough schedule this year, and we're excited because we know that when we go into those games, like playing those tough teams, I mean, personally, I'd rather play one of the best teams and give our all and have a good game and lose, because, I mean, if we lose and we still played hard and we still learn and saw our weaknesses, then we're still growing as a team. So with that tough schedule, it's just we're excited to see and work hard and really push ourselves and see. I think we're going to find ourselves winning games that not everyone believed that we could win.
All right, and then last one for you, just individual and team goals. What are you hoping to accomplish?
Individual goals is just stepping up as a leader for my team. Like I said before, having all of my girls' backs, everyone at this table and everyone else on the team. And then team goal, getting that regional title this year, because we've lost in regional semis 2 years in a row, and I don't just want to win that game. I want to win regionals.
If you get there, you might as well win it all, right?
Yes.
Why take that long bus trip to Barberton just to come home sad?
Exactly.
All right, let's pass that mic down. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position do you play?
I am Tessa Gordon. I am a senior this year, and I am a DS.
Tessa, you saw some varsity action as a freshman, right? Just a little.
I just a little bit, but I started on varsity my sophomore year.
Sophomore year, and then so 3-year starter. How have you developed as a player?
I feel like I've definitely developed a lot as a player. From getting that varsity experience freshman year has definitely brought on my grit and drive to start all 3 years past.
And when you look, you've got the 3 seniors to your left. 2 of them are 4-year starters. So how much have they helped you grow into your role?
Oh, they have definitely helped me. Ava being the libero freshman year for varsity was definitely a big inspiration for me to work harder and get to that level. You
got your big mashers over here. You got your libero. You're the quarterback of the defense. Talk a little bit about that. How's that group coming together? That back row.
This group, the defensive
Yep.
group, the 4 of us, so Nina Alfieri, Sophia Warner, and Ava and I have definitely grown together over the past 2 years because Nina and Sophia have been on varsity for the past 2 years as well. So it's been crazy to watch all 4 of us grow together. You had
Stella taking up a lot of the blocks. She's gone. Who's going to fill her role, and how does that change what you have to do as the defensive? I don't want to call it like a sweeper. You got to sweep the floor when those the tips and things like that.
Yeah, well, I think Marissa has done a very good job of filling Stella's role. I mean, she's definitely stepped up and been a big leader for this team, and I mean, defensive-wise, I think it's very similar to how Stella's played because she's definitely very talented. So it's very similar to how Stella.
And since we've talked about mental toughness, I remember watching you as that little squeaky freshman and sophomore, kind of quiet on the court. How has Coach Newcomer helped you come out of your shell?
Oh, she's definitely helped me for sure. I remember being a freshman and being terrified to play on varsity, absolutely terrified. And that's definitely changed. So I'm not nervous anymore to go play varsity, which is great. And these girls have definitely helped me to calm my nerves a little bit. So
one of the things that I wish I would have mentioned with some of the other girls is you guys are now seniors. You already have made a mark on the program, so you already have a legacy that mm-hmm. I think there was one other team in Kirtland history that went to regionals, right? So you guys have already set the standard here at Kirtland Volleyball, and obviously you want to do a little bit more, but what does it mean to you to be a part of that senior class that has accomplished so much already?
It's awesome to be a part of that. I mean, it's just amazing to be one of the only teams that has gone to regionals, and we're going to get it this year. I can feel it. We're going to get it this year for sure.
Looking at the preseason, one scrimmage, two scrimmages, one.
One.
What have you seen so far out of some of the girls? Who are the girls that have surprised you a little bit?
Alexis Schaefer has definitely stepped up from being on JV last year to being the varsity setter this year. She's definitely done well. And again, Nina Lonkar has definitely shown up from setting the last scrimmage to just all around being just a great player.
What is it going to take for you guys? Obviously, you want to, like everyone has said, you want to win that regional semi, win a regional title, do all that. Aside from all that, just for success, what is it going to take for you guys to be successful? I mean, not everyone can achieve all of their goals, but you can still have a successful season. So.
Well, it's going to take us coming together as a team and just having grit and having that drive to beat all of those teams and just having, again, that mental toughness to get there.
And then for you individually, what are you hoping to accomplish for yourself and for your team?
Individually, I'm hoping to be a good leader for the freshmen and for the underclassmen to make sure that they feel included in the program and all that stuff. And then as a team, obviously, regionals is a big one. I know everyone else has said that. It's definitely getting redundant, but it's true.
It's never redundant, ever. I've done these media days now for 3 years, and every team, it's like, okay, everyone wants to win a state title. Not everyone can do it. You have to have other goals, too, and you have to also understand that, gee, if we don't win that state title, it doesn't mean we weren't successful, and I think you guys understand that. And the legacy that you guys are leaving behind already, I hope you've inspired those younger girls to get out and play JO and improve their skills and build off what you guys have already accomplished. So, great. All right, well, I appreciate you all making the long trip out here to your home school for Media Day. Best of luck to you this season. I do hope you achieve all of your goals, but what you've accomplished already is pretty remarkable, and having covered Kirtland volleyball for 11 years now, it's been fun to watch you guys over the past few, so it's great to see, and best of luck to you this season. Thank you. All right. That was the Kirtland Hornets volleyball team, the defending Valley Division champions, a district champion 2 years in a row. Just ran into a buzzsaw of Independence in the regional semifinals last year, and this year the road gets a little bit harder with state Final Four Lake Catholic dropping down from Division II to Division III, so it'll be an interesting season for sure. All right, and then moving along, we've got the Cardinal cross-country teams coming up here in a couple of minutes. I see the coaches here. You have runners coming? Just you? Oh, all right, hop on in then. All right, so Coach Facchetti here representing both the boys and girls cross-country teams from Cardinal. You can sit anywhere you like, Coach. Probably somewhere in the middle is best. And we've got, you've got 2 slots, so we got a lot of time to talk. So I hope you have a lot to say. You grab your little microphone there. There's a little black switch. Flip that up to start talking, and we're ready to roll. So, Coach, obviously a new season. This is your 3rd year, I believe?
Yeah.
How much growth have you seen out of the program? I know you've got a really good runner we'll talk about in a moment, but numbers have been low. Is that improving?
Yeah, so this year we currently have a full varsity boys team and a full varsity girls team, 5 or more, both sides. So I'm really excited about that. Our middle school program, we're working on building. Both the middle school coach and I work in the middle school, so we're trying to
that helps.
Those numbers so that we can build those varsity numbers.
Yeah, I mean, just having the numbers, for you, it's got to be a relief just so you can score. I know last year you had 2 or 3 boys, so you weren't ever really able to score. I think even the girls, you were short.
We had 5 girls, however, one was had a back injury for most of the season, so we were down and out last season.
We'll start with the boys. Low numbers last year, but 2 of them were honorable mention all conference, and both of them, at least grade-wise, return. I don't know if they're still out, but
yeah, I have just one of my varsity members is returning, and I have 4 boys coming up from the middle school that had exceptional seasons. So I'm very excited about that, and I've added a new junior who I've been after for a few years to run for me. So. Good. We're building that numbers.
So you've got, obviously, the middle school kids are freshmen, and then you have the junior, and then the returning all-conference junior or sophomore?
Junior. He's
Junior.
a junior.
So
yeah.
2 juniors and a handful of freshmen.
Yes.
So in the juniors, one of them has a little bit of experience, the other's a new runner. So you don't have a whole lot of upperclassmen
Yeah.
leadership. How are you getting that group to kind of come together?
So far, it's done really well. My upperclassman junior is on vacation until the 14th, so I don't know how he's going to fit into this equation, but he wrestles. So my returning junior is a wrestler as well, so they kind of already have that chemistry together. And then my middle school boys, they just kind of, they're so go with the flow, and they gel well with my upperclassman returner. So they're already taking hits at each other and, typical boy sarcasm, and they do really well. And in terms of running, they really have a way of pushing each other and doing it in a way that is conducive and positive and, just really setting the expectation for everybody else there to pull their weight.
I know with the juniors that are both wrestlers, I know Coach Ziegler pushes them, so
Yeah.
so I know you can push those kids a little bit harder. But how about like the freshmen? How do you work them into the training regimen?
So they're great, actually. They were super close to winning middle school CVC. Independence, I think it was, came out of nowhere because we hadn't raced them all year. We didn't know what to expect, and we were working on beating Beechwood because that's who we knew we needed to beat for the CVC championship, and didn't factor Independence into that. So my leader of the group, Samuel, is working super hard. He had an outstanding track season in middle school, so he's doing a great job of figuring out the difference between middle school and high school cross country, because that extra mile sometimes can really throw kids for a loop.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I see it a lot, covering it. And coaches tell me all the time, it's like the 8th graders coming up that are freshmen, they're like, well, I, ran so hard for my little 2 miles.
Yeah.
It's so easy. And then all of a sudden, it's like, hey, where are they at?
Yeah.
They seem to forget that extra mile. It's a little bit harder, but... So you've got this young squad. It's nice and it's not. Obviously, you want experienced runners to go for the competitive side of it. But at least when they're young, you get to mold them the way you want to.
Right.
And so, how are you taking advantage of that?
So we did a lot of summer open runs, just kind of getting them into shape so that when we start cross country season, we can start harder. And I'm not worried about getting somebody up to that couple miles. So most of them are already doing 6-mile runs. That's kind of an easy long day for them. That's not our longest day yet. So getting the mileage up, but also working on tempos. Because they have the endurance, I want to work on speed. I want to get them their times down and get them to where I'm hoping they should be when they make that cross between that. This team has a great mindset. They're really good about just not letting the mental blocks in running happen. They push through it. They keep going. Something hurts. Is it an injury or is it just a nuisance? And just keep pushing it.
Yeah. The established teams, typically you have your number 1 guy, your number 2, and you have that nice pack.
Yeah.
Do you focus on those kids trying to run in a pack, or how do you want them to go out since they're so young?
Since they're so young, I really just kind of want them to be focused as an individual right now. My lead runner will be my freshman, Sam. He just continues to blow me away with his speed. At the end of the track season, he really wanted to break the middle school mile record. It didn't happen, and I can see it in him that he is out to break records and push boundaries.
It's always good to have a kid
Yeah.
like that
Yeah.
because that kind of spills over to the other kids. And,
Yes. Yeah.
And that's one thing that's often overlooked in cross country where, yes, obviously you need these kids that can run and
Mm-hmm.
have that mental toughness, but you also need them to gel together so that
Yes.
they run with each other and
Yeah.
understand and do
Yeah.
that. And do you do team building stuff so that they can develop that kind of rapport?
So we do a lot of team building. Some of it is kind of very subconscious. Like some of it is subconscious, but some of it is very intentional. We do a lot of fun things just to kind of build that camaraderie with each other. Like we're blessed that in Middlefield we have that little splash park. So we do some runs to there and let them play around and
Those are the fun days.
be kids, yeah. And we've got the subdivision right behind the middle school. We'll do a water run. I'll invite all the neighbors to set out sprinklers and squirt guns and
That's
it's
awesome.
hot. It's terrible. We've done things in the past where we've done our own little color run. We've got color bombs that we'll hide in the woods and toss them at the kids.
Oh, that's great.
We do zombie runs, so they got to run through the woods, and it's later, it's darker. They've got glow in the dark stuff on, and
we'll bleep that out later.
yeah, thanks. And just keep it fun for them, and
That is awesome.
both the kids have known each other, so I really don't have any new members to bring in. But we talk about goal setting and things that they want to accomplish and how their teammates can help them accomplish these goals. So once we get into it, I do foresee trying to get pack runners and trying to get them to stick with each other.
That is, I love
yeah.
that's creative. That is awesome.
Yeah.
But and my gosh, I hope you do that in your middle school too, because that's how you could
Yeah.
recruit some more runners too.
Yeah.
Gosh, I hope the coaches at home are listening and steal this idea. That's great.
No, nobody's stealing.
Oh, that's fantastic. But and then another nice thing in Geauga County, as far as cross country training, is we've got a lot of hills.
Yeah.
I live in Clarendon,
Yeah.
so there's hills all over. Do you take
Yeah.
advantage of that?
Yeah, we do. With having such a young team, I am confined to parent transportation. So we've got a couple of hills in Middlefield that we use, but we like to go out to East Branch, out in Clarendon.
Right.
And that path, the dirt path,
The
it
Buckeye
is
Trail.
no joke.
Yeah.
And
I ride
know
my bike
Chardon
there, yeah.
trains on it.
Yep.
So it's a great path to kind of work on those hills, especially since our first one is War on the Shore. So we'll go out to Swine Creek and do some hill workouts in that park too, to kind of get them ready for that steep hill that they've got to charge up.
Yeah, what I like to do is I go out there. I'll do the Buckeye Trail out, and then I'll go along the grass on
Yeah.
Mayfield Road,
Yeah.
and then I take the flat part of the trail back. It's so
Yeah.
much easier. I used to do it the other way. It'd be straight, and then coming back, it's like, oh yeah, and then I'm like, yeah, no, I want the easier part on the way back. But
Yeah.
good stuff. All right, well, let's turn to the girls, and that's where you're almost like Jekyll and Hyde when you talk about your cross country teams. The
Yeah.
boys, you have to kind of take a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But now in the girls, you have a runner you're ready. You can push her a little
Yeah,
bit.
right.
Lily Air, she was a junior, first team all conference. You have two other girls that were all conference, so you've got a little bit more leeway there to kind of push them a little harder.
Yeah, the girls is really exciting, because I'm also going to mention that my middle school girls that are coming up, freshmen, they were MVPs and MVP runner-up of the CVC. So I'm bringing these two girls in to already Lily's, push for placing, really. And so I'm excited, and I've got two more girls who you can see how much they've worked this summer, and they're ready to go at it too. This is just going to be an exciting season of pushing them.
Yeah, it's been a few years since you've had that kind of competition. I
Yeah.
remember Megan Maddox, her senior year, she had a great year, and then I think 2 years before that, there were a couple good runners that were, up there, upper echelon
Yeah.
in the CVC. So it's been a while. So it's nice that you have that competition.
It's been a long time coming, I think, for Cardinal. I graduated with Des and Sarah, who both were state athletes, and and the team, we had a full JV team a couple years after I left, and it's kind of like, okay, you have this great program, and then, unfortunately, pay to play comes, and it's
it hurts.
It hurt. So we're working, we're trying to get them there. It's a small school. It's hard to get these kids to come out. So this team right now is very exciting, and I kind of want to put them through a 5K like right now just to see where we're at. But then again, I kind of want to wait and like be excited and surprised for when we go to War on the Shore and see what's happening. Because then the next race is Riverside, and that's a flat course.
And so that's the night one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and everybody loves that one, so
that's
we're
fun.
excited for that.
So when you have like Lily, she's ready to take that next step. How do you push her while at the same time taking some of the younger kids and making sure you're training them appropriately?
Yeah, so for Lily, we usually keep somebody on a bike just to keep her pacing up. I work more with tempo with her. It's not about endurance because she's got the endurance. I'm not worried about that. So keeping her tempo, keeping her speed, working in those speed days, because that's really what I want to focus on. I mean, she had an outstanding indoor track season and an outstanding track season, and taking that 800 and putting it into her 3-mile work.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that track. Didn't they set a school record or something like that? I can't remember now. It was only a couple months ago.
Yeah, right.
But I remember being out there at Cuyahoga Heights, and they were celebrating. I can't remember if it was a school record or a district thing, but I know they were pretty excited about that. But so just from her going from her freshman year to last year, big jump. What was the difference?
Big jump. With her work with Coach Cicero, really working on her pacing, and that's a lot what we worked on last year is doing 4s and 8s. What's your pace for the 4? What's your pace for the 8 in cross country, so that pace, she finds it, she stays at it. And trying to stay away from the mental game that running brings, because sometimes you can be too strategic. You can overthink something, and trying to just run. Don't think about this, don't think about that. And especially with our conference meets, knowing who she should be chasing and staying after that person. So with her, she does have a little bit of a different workout. We are looking at how to push her a little bit differently, because she's at that next level where we've got some of them, we are still trying to get them to be in the low 20 runners.
And like for her, you said, you want her to know who she should be chasing. Well, this year, I think a lot of people are going to be chasing her.
Yes. How
is she going to handle that mental side of it, where there aren't going to be as many girls in front of her as there has been in the past?
She's a super tough girl, and she's been running since she was really little. So this is, just second nature to her. So for her, it's going to be about, where do you want to be at this mile, and really just working on form, and when you get tired, not losing that form, and that mental game. We've got to work on a way to keep her mentally into it. Not letting herself psych herself out.
Who are the other girls that are, she's going to inspire to run a little bit faster and harder and to kind of push her as well?
Yeah. So Eve Kaminsky is an incoming freshman. She was my number one runner for most of the races last year. She is going to be some good competition for her, making sure that, she stays on her heels. Another one is Aubrey Kitzmiller. She's a returner. As most kids do, you got to figure out where you fit into that 3 miles. So she eventually worked down a little bit into her times, and we need to just keep pushing her. So if I can get those 3 right there to stick and run together, or at least pretty close, it'll be exciting to see.
Obviously, you want kids to get to state, regionals, that kind of thing.
Right.
But how are you going to define success for your squad? And I think you have to tailor that to each different runner too. But what are you looking for out of the runners this year?
I'm looking for really those individual PRs for them, to build some of the confidence in my new runners. But then in my experienced runners, just to push themselves past what they thought they could do. So like I said before, we're gonna do some goal setting, some personal goals, and maybe not even timed goals, because it's not always about time. Sometimes it's about, taking a hill and charging at it and not letting it affect you. And just looking at different ways that we can work with them individually to get them where they want to be and not just where I think they should be.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And then just, you're now in your third year and you're trying to grow the program. So far successful. You've got one of those elite runners coming up.
Yep.
That's great to see.
Yeah.
What's the long-term plan? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Long term, I want to build this back to one of those programs that people know about. We've talked, I have an assistant coach, Vita, who's coming to us from Berkshire, but she is a Cardinal grad.
I remember Vita from Berkshire.
Yeah.
Yep.
She, I was a senior and she was an 8th grader, so we did some running together when we were in school. And just talking about maybe even building a youth program or a youth camp so that we can start exciting these kids. They can see what's happening. Trying to just really get running out there, that it's not a scary thing. It's not everybody has to do the mile in gym and oh my gosh,
Right.
It's so terrible. It's not it's not, running is not something you just go out and do. You train for it. You put in the work, you put in the effort, and then it happens. And
I don't think there are many things more satisfying than completing a long run with a time that you were trying to accomplish. I mean, it sucks while you're doing it. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It isn't a fun thing. It's not like you're out there playing football. Hey, this is great.
Right,
You're
right.
running and it hurts and you're struggling. But when you're done, that sense of accomplishment, there's not much that can match that.
No, there's absolutely not. The endorphins you get from that kind of run.
So you're using big words.
Oh,
I don't know those big words.
Just the accomplishment and the sense of pride that you get from being able to do this. I try hard for my kids to recognize every win, some part of success of the run that they were able to do, and I put it into the announcements at school because I want kids to know, hey, they're putting in work. This is a great thing.
That matters more than you know. And when kids hear their name on the announcements and their friends hear, and that's good. I love what you're doing. I mean, the stuff that we talked about earlier, just the way that you make your practices fun, that's amazing. That's good stuff. And now you need, when you get to October, have a haunted run, do it through the neighborhood, have people run out and scare the kid. That'd be awesome. Let me know and I'll come out and we'll film that and we'll make a video. But that's some cool stuff. I like what you're doing. That's good. That's good.
Awesome.
Program building. It's hard work, especially given the circumstances.
Yeah.
Small school, pay to play, and it's hard. So that you're definitely running uphill, but you're getting there.
We're trying here.
All right, sounds good. Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming out, talking about your squads. You guys are you have your invitational, and then you also, I think you're hosting CVC again.
Yep. Yeah.
All
we
right.
are.
So I'll see you a couple of times this year. So good. Great to see you today. I'm glad you can make it out, and good luck to you and your team.
Thank you.
All right, that was Jennifer Facchetti, the head coach of the Cardinal cross-country teams out here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day, the Central Edition. We are live here from Kirtland High School. We've got a couple of minutes before our next team comes in. That will be the Chagrin Falls girls volleyball team at 2:29, followed by the Chagrin boys soccer team, Orange girls volleyball, and then we've just got, I think we've got 10 or 11 teams in a row before I get a short break. But I am going to take advantage of this couple of minutes that I have now to take a quick break. Unless that's Chagrin Falls behind my banner, I can't see them. Is that Chagrin Falls? Are you guys here? Oh, come on in. Yeah, anyway, have a seat. Okay. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We had a couple teams that didn't bring as many players, so I thought I was going to get a little break. You guys were hiding behind my banner. I didn't see you. You guys came in that door then, right? Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think I missed you sneaking in that door. But All right. So we got Coach Kelly Holtz and the Chagrin Falls Tigers. You guys hosted last year, so I appreciate that. This year you had to travel to us, but I appreciate you making the trip out here to Kirtland. So, Coach, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce the girls you brought with you, and then just give us, again, your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Tigers this season? Your microphones have little black switches on them, so once you flip it up, and there you go.
Well, thank you for having us. We've got our new junior captain, Clara Ives. We have our 2 senior captains, Kendall Getty and Madeline Rodriguez. Clara is one of our outside hitters, and both our senior captains happen to be setters.
So they're going to fight for some playing time, unless you're going to have 6-2.
We'll be doing a 6-2
Okay.
until they prove otherwise, but they've been very consistent in running that all last year, and they've done a really nice job. So they have nice leadership skills on and off the court.
Okay. And what can we expect out of your team this year?
A lot of depth. We have been growing leaps and bounds. This will be my 3rd season with the team, and we've really laid a foundation, and all the girls have bought in. We've got a very competitive roster. We're still trying to figure out who's going to get to cross the line and be on the court. It's a good problem to have.
It's definitely a good problem.
And they're embracing it and competing every day in practice and enjoying the growth that they see in themselves. So it's exciting.
Obviously, last year, I think 6-14 in conference. You bring 3 all-conference returners back. So obviously, you want to improve in conference play. What's that going to take? What's the key there?
The key is that we were out of our 71 sets that we had last year that we played. 47 of them were actually in the 20s. So we're not that far away from the W. Just we weren't able to secure it. So we're really focusing on the things in our play that are going to get us those additional points and tip the scales in our favor. So we're really working on our attacking and our serving, the things that we have within our control, and our out-of-system play.
Are you an analytics nerd like I am? I love doing stuff like that.
I'm married to an engineer.
There you go.
He does the numbers. I'm more a feelies person.
Okay.
But I'm understanding with coaching, I really do need to understand these things.
So he crunches the numbers and tells you, and it's starting to dawn on you that.
No, we don't need to let him do that.
What are the biggest challenges you're going to face as a team?
Just competing, learning how to compete against each other, and then taking that and then competing against our opponent. If we don't self-destruct first, I think we have a really good shot of putting some really good performances on the court. And so I think but we're having a lot of dialogue on what that is to compete and be okay with the fact that maybe this week you're not the top 4 hitters, and you need to understand that, and that's fine. And we really are looking towards, we don't call it bench anymore, we're calling it our game changers, because that's really what you are. You're waiting in the wings to see how you can help change the game for your team. And you need to understand that that's a very vital role that you play, and because of our depth, we have a lot of athletes that are going to be sitting there waiting for their chance to make a change.
You make a really good point, because you're not going to win with just 6 girls on the court. Everyone's going to have to step in, do their part, and if somebody's hanging their head because they're on the bench and they go in and they're not playing at full capacity, so I like your approach. That's good. How are the girls buying into that?
Oh, you'll have to ask them.
All right, well, let's do that. Let's pass that. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position do you play?
I'm Clara. I am a junior, and I play outside hitter and a little bit of middle hitting. I'd say this philosophy has been really helpful for our team to keep our energy up and bring us closer as a team, so that it's not just these people are the starters and these people start on the bench. We're all working together to make this team stronger and to focus on what we can do to pull the game together.
What have you seen so far in this preseason that gives you the impression that you guys are going to be successful this year?
We work together as a team a lot, and we use each other's feedback to improve our play and to point out what we need to focus on, to work on, and it's in a way that it's positive and useful to all the players on the team instead of just being negative or focusing on one person in particular.
Talk about yourself. What do you bring to the court?
I'd say I bring a lot of energy to the court. I play the sport for fun, and I really enjoy bringing my teammates up and keeping our energy at a high level so that we don't really get bogged down or anything.
When you look at the season you're going to have this year, what are you hoping to accomplish?
I'm hoping that we can really pull things together and be able to finish points and finish rallies, because I think our team is really resilient and we're really good at picking up like drop balls and picking up any errors, but we really need to focus our energy on like finishing rallies.
What is different from last year to this year that is a positive in your opinion?
I would say this year we have a lot more well-rounded players. We have players that are really willing to play any position. We have players who believe in their abilities and like how they can be moved around through the court and aren't just dead set on like, I'm a hitter, I'm a passer, I'm a setter. We have more well-rounded.
We're going to talk to the girls to your right, so you don't mention them, but who are some of the girls that have impressed you so far in practice?
I'd say Peyton Pierce has really showed her, as I said, like well-roundedness. She's showed up to any position that our coaches have told her to fill in for, and it's really cool to see how like somebody can translate their skills so broadly through the court.
You can look at your record from last year and you can say, we weren't all that good, but then coach throws out those numbers that, hey, we were right there. How does that impact you when you hear that, we're only a point or two away from flipping our record?
This kind of feeds back into what I was talking about us being really resilient, but not quite managing to finish like points or pull through to get the win. We're really good at keeping up with teams, and I think something we need to bring this year is like the energy to put a ball down. Your
front row player, so talk a little bit about the offense. How do you guys try to generate that and mix it up and keep the blockers off their mark and put the ball down?
We just try to be really loud and keep like the energy up. A lot of times it's helpful to like have everyone be in the play kind of, so that the front row on the other side doesn't really know where the ball's going before anything happens. So you can kind of keep like a step ahead of the game if you keep players in, keep everyone like yelling and calling for the ball kind of.
I don't often ask offensive players about defense because you guys don't see them. You're looking this way, they're behind you. But how confident are you that your defense is going to be there for you?
I'm so impressed by them. Like anytime we run like plays in games and in practice, I'll be like blocking, and then by the time I'm back, like the ball's already like in an amazing pass up to the front row, even after like a really good hit.
And then just last for you, individual and team goals. What are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I'm really hoping that I can really hone in my skills as an outside, and that I can put more of my focus on like spots and really hitting ball hard down. That's something that I'm really focusing on. And for my team, I suppose I just want us to pull together and be able to lean on each other to make it through.
All right, well, good luck to you this season. We'll pass that down, or you can grab that mic right in front of you there. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position do you play? That's it. Okay. You're good.
I'm Kendall Gutty, and I am a setter, and I'm going into my senior year.
All right. So, Kendall, you've got a setter next to you as well.
I do.
So how's that working with two senior setters? Are you guys working together, or do you go? Are you going to go out in the parking lot and throw down a little bit to see who's going to be the starting setter?
The throwdowns happen freshman and sophomore year for sure. I think we're over that by now.
That's great.
We played together last year and ran a 6-2. We're really good friends personally, so we're really excited to be setting up the offense this year. We're really looking forward to seeing some very offensive sets thrown out, some very interesting hits and everything like that. I think we're going to do a really good job making a very cohesive and versatile team pull through for the offense.
For the folks at home, and I say that because I don't really know the difference totally either, but I don't want to admit that. Tell us the difference between a 5-1 and a 6-2.
All right, so 5-1 is with one setter. So setter goes all the way around the court, so they play all 6 spots, but they set out of each of them. So they set through the back row, and then once they're in the front row, you lose a hitter in the front row, and you set from right side most of the time. So that turns into a 2-person offense with a setter in the front row. A 6-2 runs with 2 setters, and the setter sets through the 3 positions of the back row. So we're doing that so that we can have a 3-person offense at all points in time, which we think is really beneficial because that 3-person offense is going to get us more versatile sets up and give every hitter the potential to hit really solid and leave less hitters on the bench.
Well, thanks for that explanation. I'm going to save my next question on that for the other setter because it's only fair to let her explain it too. Not yet. We'll get to you. But so this year, senior year, obviously you want to go out with a bang. What are you hoping to accomplish?
I really want to bring that leadership role that I've seen some people in the past bring. I really have appreciated a leader on my team. When I came in as a sophomore on varsity, I really looked up to the leaders on the team, and it's very exciting to be that spot for the whole program. And I really do want to be that leader for everybody that everybody can come to and that can pull the team together. So that's my personal goal for the team, is to just lead us as best as I can and make the team really strong and cohesive again, because I really just want us all to work really well together, and I think that leadership role will help him with that.
Think back to freshman year. What did you learn then in sophomore and junior year that's making you a better player this year?
Well, for freshman and sophomore year, I was definitely in a very submissive role. I was scared to touch the ball, scared to play. It was all very intimidating, and that's another goal that I have. I don't want anybody to feel like that, the way that I felt freshman and sophomore year, because it was very stressful, and it gives you a lot of anxiety to be playing with these older girls that you look up to, but you also are very fearful of, and I want nobody to be in that position because it really is a rough spot to be in. So I want to make it very open for anybody to be playing, because you also play down when you do that because you're beating yourself up. So I want everybody to be able to play up to what they feel they can really do and to not feel like they aren't good enough to be on.
Offensively, you're the quarterback as the setter. Is that a fair comparison to say you're the quarterback of the offense?
I'd say so. I mean, it's difficult. I mean, I've been setting for the whole time that I've been in high school, and I think that I've definitely grown wiser through playing as a setter for all these years, because you really think more about where you're setting to. Like, you analyze the players that you have. Before every single play, you look at your front row. You say, who's on, who's off, who's hitting really well, who's hitting not so well. And it varies day by day just because it just does. That's how it works with playing with other people. So that wisdom is really important, to know who to set, and that comes with age as well. And to know, even look across the court and see on the other side who's doing well, who's doing worse, who's good at finding spots. Like, all of that sort of stuff is very important, and I feel like that's something that I've gained after playing for a while. So I think, quarterback would be a good name for a setter, because they really do help to control the offense.
And here's your opportunity. Give a shout out to your hitters. Who's going to have a big year for you?
Can I grow it out? Oh, yeah.
I like that you brought the list so you don't forget anyone, because I always try to do things off the top of my head, and I always leave somebody out, and I feel bad. So.
We really do have a lot of opportunities for hitting. We have a lot of hitters up to bat that are new to varsity. I'm very excited about our returning hitters, which would be Clara and Isabel, who are both hitting outside, possibly middle. I'm very excited to see them hit again. I set them last year, and I already think they've grown leaps and bounds from last year, and I'm very excited to set with some serious offensive. They're going to be serious offensive threats. Grace Savetti, I've also seen a lot of improvement from, and I'm very excited to see her smack some down as well. I think she's going to do great. We also have some people that are new to varsity this year. We have Kayla Link, possibly Peyton Pierce. Gigi Calabrese, she's a freshman that's coming in. I'm very excited to see. There's a lot of different possibilities, and I think getting that solid lineup is going to be really important to getting the correct chemistry on the court, and I'm really excited to be setting that up in the next few weeks.
All right, sounds good. Well, if you communicate on the court the way you do here at Media Day, you guys are going to be in good shape.
Appreciate that.
All right, let's pass that down. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and obviously you're the second setter.
Yes, so my name is Madeline Rodriguez. I'm a senior, and I also set. This year, I'm really excited sorry.
That's okay.
To work with all these new people that have made it to varsity, and I think we're going to have really interesting chemistry on the team. Having new players has really deepened our knowledge and experience for specifically our hitters this year. So that's something I'm really excited to work with new hitters.
So my question on the 5'1", 6'2" for you is, what's the benefit of one or the other?
Well, for the 6'2", it's great because when you're running a 5'1", you only have two people hitting in the front row, which would usually be our outside and our middle. And so the disadvantage of running the 5'1" is that you are missing the right side hitter, and pin hitters are really, really important for when we are trying to play out of system balls. So that's a disadvantage of having a 5'1". And then the 6'2", of course, it's different because if you have one more reliable setter, then you would want them to play all the way around. And that's the benefit to that, is that you don't have to worry about switching setters and confusion. So that's the main two differences.
And then how different is it for you as a setter to set from the front row compared to the back row?
So from the back row, you have to play defense, which makes it more difficult because you have to stay back before your play, and you don't want to be late when you're releasing to the net. So that makes it a little more difficult sometimes when you're trying to be passing really difficult hits. So that would be a negative. And then from the front row, you don't have to release, but you also have to block. So that means that you have less time you have to transition off the net to be able to get these passes up.
Do you have a preference between a 5'1" and a 6'2"? I mean, obviously this year, since you've got
Yeah.
two setters, your preference is a 6'2", but in a normal situation where there might be only one setter?
So I'm not particularly good at blocking. So I think the 6'2" is good for me because I like playing defense. So that's a benefit for me, is that I get to stay back and play defense. So, yeah.
All right. Talk about some of your teammates that have impressed you in the preseason. Who do you think is going to have a big breakout year for the Tigers?
Well, so as we already mentioned, Peyton Pierce is a really versatile player. And, I mean, she has so many options. She could be passing, hitting. I mean, she even sets in some of our drills when we don't have enough setters. So, I mean, I'm really excited to see what she can do for this team because she can really fill in any spot. And, yeah, she's really impressed me. She's gotten so much better in the last year. It's great what she can do for the team. I think she adds a lot. Another person I would say is Alexa LeConte. So last year we had Lily Reaney, who graduated. And Alexa's a returning varsity player, and she's going up for either libero or DS. And I think she's going to be really influential in the year in determining just our success. She's going to be a main back row player. So I think I'm really excited to be playing with her.
Good. Yeah. And then now I have a weird question. And I don't want to steal the thunder from the volleyball team, but I'm going to talk about the Chagrin Falls girls soccer team for a minute. They won a state title, and we're sitting here at Kirtland. And the reason I bring this up is because I ask Kirtland teams all the time. Obviously, the Kirtland football team's success has kind of trickled down. Other kids started to believe, hey, our friends can win state titles, maybe we can too. And then the girls soccer team went and won a state title. Now the girls volleyball team has won back-to-back district titles, and we talked to them a little bit ago, and they're talking about trying to get to the next step, winning a regional title. And so when you see your friends, girls that you go to school with, like other kids at other schools, they win state titles, you don't know those kids. They're superheroes. You don't know anything about them. But now you see your friends, the kids you go to school with, you grew up with, you played on the playground with, girls you've seen, chew gum and trip. It's like, hey, if they can do it, we can do it too. Does that dawn on you that, hey, our friends just won a state title, maybe we can do something like that too?
Yeah, of course. Chagrin is a smaller school, and I think having teams from our school shows us that
we can do it, and like we can really make a big impression, because the Chagrin girls soccer team was very successful last season, and we even had a ride home with them on the bus after they won a game last year, and it really like affects your energy and stuff, and like you think like, wow, I can do that if they can too.
And that's what it is. And once people start to believe that, and everyone starts to buy in, good things can happen. So great. All right. Well, good luck to you, Coach. Back to you for a wrap up here. You got to hear what a couple of your seniors said. Your junior. How confident are you that this team is prepared mentally and then physically to take on the challenge that you throw in front of them this year?
I can't be more excited about this fall. And just think about every moment of the day how to help support them, because they've put in the work, they understand. I mean, just even the way they're speaking now, we wouldn't have had this volleyball IQ, being able to converse about the game, about rotations and whatnot. They really understand the game. They're excited to play it. They feel uplifted by their teammates. It's a really healthy environment. I think this is our turning year, and I'm really just can't wait to see what they do with it. We have a fantastic culture in Chagrin. We have great support all the way around from athletic department. We have not just the soccer team, but the girls lacrosse team did really well last year. We have a lot of standout athletes, and they are excited about cheering each other on and understanding what it takes to be successful. These kids have a lot of wonderful opportunities given to them, and they really take a hold of a lot of them, academically, personally, athletically, and then because of that and because of that culture and that environment at Chagrin Falls, it's nice to see how they support each other. And if you can't go out tonight because you've got a game tomorrow, respect, I get that, and we'll just ask you the next go around. We'll see how it goes. So I just think we're sitting in a really good place, coming post-COVID, and just because of our growth in the past few years, I'm really, really excited. You guys excited? Okay, good.
And the divisions, West Geauga's won it back-to-back years, but you said it yourself. You're right there, couple points
right
either
there.
way.
Yeah, so, we're going to just not only close that gap, I think we're going to blow by it. That's my prediction. So,
all right.
And they're proving it every day and every moment just within this past week alone. So.
And once that success starts, volleyball's a game of runs, but so is the season. You start to win a few, and they come together like that. So good luck to you. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all making the trip here, and best of luck to you. I hope to see you on the court, and hopefully you can achieve all your goals this year.
Great. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. That was the Chagrin Falls Tigers volleyball team here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day. We are live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we have the Chagrin Falls boys soccer team. Should be rolling in here any second. They aren't here yet? Okay, so I'm going to now take my break, so they should be coming in momentarily. But I am going to take a quick break. I want to mention our sponsor for CVC TV, which is always Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. They are great partners to the Chagrin Valley Conference. Glad to have them on board again as our title sponsor for CVC TV this year. And I'm going to take a quick break here as we wait for the Tigers boys soccer. Oh, they're here already? Oh, yeah, no, they can come in. I'm ready for them. I was just going to take a break as I waited. Oh, yeah, you can send them in, and they can just kind of sit in and, yeah. Hey, Coach.
We are actually trying to have a bus departure at 3:30 over down at the Chagrin High School.
Oh, so we got to be quick with you then. All right, so Chagrin Falls boys soccer team settling in here. We'll get them on the clock. All right, Coach Brian McKenna, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce the gentleman you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Tigers this season?
Thank you, Steve, for including us with this media days. And with us today are our three senior captains. We have Evan Johnson, Carter Clare, and Kenny Clark. And for us at Chagrin, we return a number of players, but we do have an influx of some young freshmen joining us on varsity, some fully, some in a swing capacity. Last year, we were a 500 team, but we were plagued by injuries, and a very challenging schedule against some of the top teams in the state. We are coming back now, knock on wood, healthy. We had a good summer competing in some friendlies and recently at the Adidas Showcase over in Strongsville. And just had our first scrimmage against Lake Catholic and felt very good with how things are coming along. We still have to determine which formation we settle in on or if we're going to go with a couple different formations. And fortunately, our veteran players are used to playing a variety of roles, and they will this season to provide us the best success given our competition.
All right, and I was going to mention, last year, I don't want to say an uncharacteristic year, but, normally you're on the other side of 500. So, and injuries obviously explain that. You lost a few kids this year. You've got, I think the bulk of your roster coming back. So obviously things are looking brighter this year?
We hope so. Last year we had 3 of the teams ranked that were on our schedule, and with Bay and Revere and Ontario, and they were terrific competition for us. But now we're going to be healthy, and we think we're going to work out some of the kinks.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that anytime you mention Chagrin Falls, whether it's a winning record, a losing record, a 500, the schedule plays a big part in that. So, so folks at home, they may have been 500, but they weren't playing the bad teams out there. They always play a challenging schedule, and that just gets you ready for the postseason, and it's always why you're competitive. So, all right, we'll slide down. Go ahead and grab a microphone there. Make sure you flip that black switch up and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
Hello, my name is Kenny, and I'm a senior, and I play center back, too.
Kenny, what's been different this year so far in the preseason than last year?
I feel like we have, more people, coming to, all the practices, in the summer, too. Just a lot more people playing in the games, too.
When you look at last year and the injuries, obviously when things start to go poorly like that, it hits the mind a little bit. It's a mental game. How are you guys overcoming that, just knowing that, hey, last year wasn't our best season, but we know what happened. It wasn't a shortcoming on our part, but, now this year you're developing that mental toughness and overcoming those challenges you're going to face.
Mm-hmm. I feel like with
Carter on that one?
Yeah.
well, I'll ask Carter that question.
Yeah.
I'll give you another one. Just defensively, talk about some of the guys on that back line and how you guys are going to prevent other teams from scoring.
We just gotta communicate all together, and we gotta push up and on the forwards, and that's
all right. And then just for you, goals as a senior, what are you hoping to accomplish individually and as a team?
Individually, just score a couple goals maybe during the season. And
I'm hoping it's more than a couple.
Yeah.
Kenny is be very deadly with the set pieces, and also when he moves up with the ball and keeps in the action, he can be also very effective, and that's what we're expecting from him. Also in that back line, we got Jack Gibbs and Charlie Reeder. Those will also be a big help to him. And we also have Jason Edwards. But a number of these guys are playing both the roles on both the back line and at midfield.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to work them as chess pieces.
All right. Carter, let's slide on down to you. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you play.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carter Clare, and I'm a senior, and I play forward for Chagrin.
All right. So obviously you're also going to be counted on to score a few goals this year.
Yeah.
How ready are you for that challenge?
I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling ready, and I'm feeling good. So.
Obviously, last year, again, down year for Chagrin. I know nobody on the sideline wanted, something like that to happen. It's not your expectation. What are you guys doing to change that this year? How are you changing the expectations to get things back to the way they're supposed to be?
So we're practicing really hard. We've shortened our practices to almost an hour and 30 minutes, but we're increasing the intensity a lot in our practices. So it's less opportunity for injury, but the intensity in practices is very high. And I think that'll help us this year with, getting the ball in the back of the net and winning games.
Offensively, what's the key? Now, obviously you want to score some goals, but you're going to get man marked. You're going to draw some defenders. What's the key to getting other people involved and keeping the scoreboard, putting some crooked numbers up there?
Yeah, I would say just moving around a lot up top. Checking back to the ball is going to be an important key in putting the ball in the back of the net. But through balls are definitely going to be a big thing this year too. We're looking to play a lot of through balls, so I can run onto them. Just moving the ball in the midfield is also going to be a big role, big key. We have to win the midfield to be able to score, so that'll be big.
Who is a player that maybe people don't know about right now, but in a few weeks everybody's going to know?
This guy right here is
All
the big player. Also, Kenny in the back. If he moves up and just even when he's playing defense can step up a little bit, that'll be step up and help win the midfield a little bit. It'll be a big help, and Evan over here will be very crucial. Just winning the midfield is going to be key.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Carter. Let's go to Evan. Evan, go ahead and introduce yourself. Obviously, your name's Evan. Great, and what position do you play?
Going into senior year, and I'm obviously, as Carter said, a center mid. So
all right.
At midfield.
So the expectations from your teammates are pretty high for you. Are you ready for that challenge?
Yes, I'm ready to challenge them with the through balls and see if he chases the balls I feed him.
What's going to be the key for Chagrin to find success this year?
I think there's going to be a lot of space for players to step up and fill the gaps that were left by the seniors that graduated. And we're seeing a lot of younger faces step into those spots. And as soon as those younger faces start getting used to the high school level, I think we'll really thrive.
From a player's perspective, I talked about it with the volleyball team that was here just a moment ago. The Chagrin girls, the run they had to win the state title last year, how did that impact you guys? Just knowing that, hey, these are kids we go to school with, they just won a state title, we can do it too. How did it impact you?
It was just some extra motivation to see that somebody that all the kids we go to class with and all of the ones we know were able to do it, and it shows that maybe we could do it as well.
What is Chagrin's key to success this year to achieve whatever goals you have set for yourself?
In the end, soccer is all about scoring more goals. So I feel like the main goal we're going to have is just score more goals than our opponent.
Sounds good. Coach, I'm going to flip it back to you one more time. We got, I put 10 minutes on the clock, and we got 55 seconds. So trying to get you in to get that bus. So, just hearing from your guys, obviously they sound like they're up for the challenge. Are you pleased with what you've seen so far?
So far, yes. And one of the things is we have a senior class that is very tight-knit. They get along. They hang out outside of the soccer field. So I think that's going to carry us well on the field. We are working on our tactical awareness and being proactive rather than reactive. And if we key in on those items, we feel that we're going to have more success. And we have a significant challenge this evening with a scrimmage at CVCA, always a tough team. And we'll see how it works for them today. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to share with everyone what the Chagrin boys soccer team will be up to this year.
And just one last one for you as my clock's going off, and now I don't even know how to turn it off, but there we go. Your schedule, just how does that, these guys, whether they're coming up from playing travel ball or middle school soccer, whatever, you come to the high school level, and there's not a night off. You guys are just every game you're pushed and challenged. How does that just grow the program and help you guys play at such a competitive level every year?
Well, it is an eye-opener, and that's where hopefully they get some experience at the junior varsity level. This year we included our middle schoolers in the Adidas Showcase to give them a little bit more of a taste of the level of competition that they're going to be facing come high school. So we hopefully will see that transfer into more success in the future.
All right, sounds good. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming out. Quick turnaround here to get to your bus, but good luck in your scrimmage and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. All right, next up, we've got the Orange Girls Volleyball team. I believe they are here. They are here. All right, send them in. We will have the Orange Girls Volleyball team joining us here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day live from Kirtland High School. Once again, all of our CVC TV broadcasts are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. And so now we've got the Orange Lions volleyball team coming in with head coach Jen Gold. They finished 8-14 last year, obviously looking for some improvement this year. Give them a second to make their way into the room. Hey, Jen Gold, how are you? I'm doing well, thanks. Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Hello, ladies.
Am I being recorded right now?
You are. You are live. The whole world is watching you.
The whole world is watching. Hi, world.
I love Jen Gold. She's so fun. I've known Jen a long 20 some years at least. Yeah, it's good. But all right, well, I'm glad to have you here, Jen. You were here last year. Well, actually, we were at Chagrin last year, but got to see you guys play a couple years ago. Hope to see you this year. But I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce the girls you brought with you, and then just give us your quick overview. What can we expect out of the Lions this season? Grab your mic there. There's a little black switch. Flip that up, and you're all set.
Okay. Am I on?
You're on.
All right. Well, I have to start by saying that I am really, really proud of my entire team. These are two senior leaders sitting here with me. On the farther side is Peyton Katz, and she is going to be a very strong right side hitter this year. And this is my starting setter, Kennedy, Giles Watkins, and if I can say one thing about my team, or
you can say a few things about your team.
Okay, if I could say anything about these girls and this group this season, these two in particular have worked so hard over the off season, over the last year, and it's going to show out on the floor. They both are returning players from last year. She's got a twin sister that was going to come but wasn't able to make it. That she also
well, that's good because it would have confused me.
For sure. Oh yes, and they are identical, and they're the most adorable twins you've ever seen. But we have a very strong senior class that has worked really hard. They're positive. They're working on being as cohesive as they can, and I think that you are going to see. Out of my starting 6 on the floor, you're going to see 4 really improved players from last season who have put the effort and time in to become better athletes and better players.
Over the past few years, I've seen the win total kind of slowly ticking up there. So
creeping. Mm-hmm.
Is that a product of just more talent or just the development of the program?
I think it is a little bit of both. Well, first of all, as we're coming off the pandemic and the COVID years, these two, for example, didn't play during one of those years. They decided not to come out. So everybody in the program, in my program anyways, I suppose everywhere, they have missed some time during the pandemic. So with that being said, everyone's worked hard to come back and kind of make up that time. And I think that it's going to show on the floor this year. You're going to see, I think, a more energetic team, too, than you've ever seen. But in addition to that, these two are two in particular that have attributed a lot to our feeder programs. They help me with our little ones, our 3rd through 6th grade program. They help me with, work all of those feeder programs and really make the most of their experience and being true senior leaders and stuff like that.
And those little kids look at you as superheroes.
They do.
You
They
are
love
absolutely,
them.
and
They
that
love
helps
them.
build the program. So I love seeing the high school kids get involved at the youth levels, and it, like you said, it's the feeder program. And
Right.
in 10 years, those kids are going to take your place, and hopefully they'll give it back just like you guys are doing now. So.
But our team goal is we're coming after Coach Baker and West G. We want the CVC this year.
I like it. I like it. Throwing out the gauntlet now. I like it. Coach Baker will be here a little later. She might be watching now, but
She's watching. She's watching.
I'll be sure to pass the word. All right, Kennedy, let's go right on to you. Make sure you got a microphone and flip that black switch up. I believe Coach said you were both seniors. Yes. Okay, good. So that's the one thing I want to talk about. You're a senior. You're going into your senior year. This is it. You've got 22 high school volleyball matches, 22 plus whatever you do in the postseason left. What's that like, just knowing that, hey, your days are numbered as far as high school volleyball?
Well, I've been playing since, I think I did like the camps. The camps she was talking about, I was in the camps. So it's really different. I definitely think how I feel about the sport has changed a lot. And not necessarily like a bad way, but I like coming to freshman year, I'm like, oh, I'm going to miss this so much when I'm a senior. And then now when I'm just like playing and over the summer, even now before we actually have any games, instead of thinking about missing it, I'm just kind of focused on trying to make the most of it and just try to play with no regrets because, I mean, I'm probably not going to play anymore after this. So I think I don't really have anything to lose out there and just spend some time with my friends and whatnot.
A lot of seniors go into their senior year and they've got pressure of, oh, we won a district title last year, or we won a regional title, or everyone expects us to do this or that. Orange doesn't have all that pressure, but you're trying to get to that level, so you've got an opportunity to leave a mark and develop a legacy. What are you hoping people remember about your senior class?
I think what I want people to remember about our senior class is the things that we change within the program. Because I know, like, in years past, being an underclassman, it kind of is intimidating a bit because you see all these, like, tall girls and they can hit and they can dig and they can set. And I think what I want to do for not necessarily, like, I mean, yes, I want to win some games, obviously. We want to win the CVC. But my focus is more also changing the culture and having a positive impact on the Orange volleyball program.
You see Coach over there just excited. One of the things that I always talk about, and I didn't do it the other day in media day, haven't done it yet today, is culture. I love talking about culture, and you mentioned it, and Coach got all excited, and that's usually how I get when people talk about culture. I get all giddy, and it's because that's what, and we did kind of talk about it, that feeder program. It's a cycle, and, you know, those younger kids learn from you. They're going to grow up and they're going to teach the younger kids, and that's how you develop a team that goes out and wins a state title, like that banner hanging on the wall right there, is kids start to believe and they do it, and you guys have that opportunity as seniors to change that culture and develop a new culture at Orange to say, hey, we aren't the easy game in the CVC anymore. We're gonna test you. We're gonna make you work, and hopefully you guys can come out on top. So to do that, what's the key?
I think the key is definitely learning how to play as a team. And, you know, our assistant coach, Tarina, she always tells us it's we over me. And I think that it's easy to say that, but it's another thing incorporating it. Because I know it's not like we've had a lack of bad players. Like, each year through the high school, there's amazing girls who come through the program. I think it's, instead of being like, oh, this girl's good, oh, this girl's good, I think we need to be like, oh, we're all a good team. So I think it's not talent that's the issue. It's just the mindset.
Tarina Robinson? Is that?
Yes.
I like her.
She's been with us for a few years.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I covered her. She was at Beechwood, right? Yeah, okay, I remember her.
And she played at
Yeah, good.
Shout
All
out
right.
to T.
Yeah. Tell me about your hitters, aside from the one next to you, since we're going to talk to her. Talk about some of your hitters.
I think I'm really happy because, you know, being a setter, you really get the opportunity. Like, my biggest thing I focus on is trying to build a relationship with them. So I'm like, hey, is that too tight or is that too off? You want me to push them more out? Like, I really try to talk to them. So I think I know we have hitters off my head. I can think of Taylor Silverstein, Kiara Kerrigan, Lindy Lyken, and, of course, my friend Peyton. I think they're all really, really good. And I think it's not just their talent, it's just our ability to communicate with one another. I think it'll be, I don't know, I think we're definitely going to show out on the court this season.
as a setter, how do you, in the flow of the game, how do you determine which way you're going to set? I mean, do you have plays you're running, or is it just, oh, here's the ball, I got to go this way, and how do you know the hitters are going to be where they're supposed to be?
It's a combination of things. It's hard. You have a bunch of 5-5-5, like they're calling numbers, and you need to know where to go. You need to know like who to set to, like if they are in a good position to set, like if they have a weaker block on that side. I think I usually, I know Coach Gold, I go for the back set. That's where Peyton means.
That's to her, and it's pretty.
I really go for the back set if I'm like struggling or anything, but it's really just about, I don't know. Part of it can be like in a high press situation, okay, get the ball up. But it's really about thinking about where they are. They need to let me know where they are. Like, it's a big thing. Like, I talked about the relationship. And it's seeing if they're in the position to get it. So I think it's a lot of things that go into it. Because, they may want the ball, but if they're not going to, like, I can't set the same person every time. So even if they're like, I want the set, like, you have to really switch it up, which is what I'm, like, trying to learn how to do and build upon.
Give me 2 things that if those 2 things happen, you guys will achieve your goals.
Like 2 things that'll come out of it?
No. Two things that have to happen, and
Oh,
if they do,
okay,
you'll
I got it.
you'll
Sure.
achieve your goals.
I think one thing that has to happen is that we need to be louder, which is, it's communication is always a big thing in volleyball. And I think another thing we have to do is confidence level, because I think what you've, like you said, over the years, our reputation as a team has kind of changed. And I think that's kind of gotten to us a bit, because I feel like, I know when we're on the bus to games, like, oh, we're going to lose. I definitely think that confidence level is something that can change, because like I said, like the things I listed, it's not really talent things. Like, I can't say, oh, we need to get better players, because that's not true. I think what we need to do is fix a mental thing, because most of the game is about how you think about yourself.
Absolutely. Good deal. All right, Peyton, on to you. You're on the hot seat now. Peyton, you're a senior, and what position?
I play right side.
Right side.
Yeah.
All right. So obviously it seems like you have a really good rapport with your setter.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does that help as a hitter, just having that kind of a relationship with your setter?
It helps with, personally, timing. I know how she sets, where she sets. She knows where I can hit it better, where placement really, and that just helps get the ball down to the ground on the other side. It's great to have a friend who sets to me. It's just a better relationship all around.
Little known fact, I coached softball at Orange High School in 1999, 2000, 2001, and at that time the volleyball team was pretty good. Were you there at that? I was coaching middle school. Okay, so you remember. So it's been a while, and now you as a
91, 92.
99 to 01. Yeah.
I was coaching middle school.
Right. So you as a senior now, you have an opportunity to really take the program up a notch. What's it going to take?
I think a lot of it is just coming together as a team more. We were talking about it the other day in practice. It's not just a varsity team. It's not just a JV team or freshman team. We're all under the same program. We all have to have the same goals, want the same thing, because ultimately when we leave, it's going to be them coming up behind us and finishing or starting where we left off. So I think that's a big part of it.
We've mentioned culture. We've mentioned legacy. How important is it to you that when you're gone, people remember you?
I think us as a team, we need to be more cautious about how we want to be remembered. We don't want to be remembered as like a team who got down on ourselves after losing. We want to set the example for these upcoming players that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to lose as long as you learn from it, and so on.
Who are some of the girls, 1, 2, 3, however many you want to name, that people might not know right now, but in a few weeks, everybody's going to know them?
I think a lot of our defensive players, Camille, she's going to be a big part of our team defensively. Cameron Norton, an upcoming sophomore. Farai, I don't know Farai's last name. Yeah. They're all newer to varsity, and I think defensively are going to help our team a lot and help us win.
From an individual standpoint, what are your goals this year?
To not get injured. Injury is a big thing that we deal with. But yeah, I think just becoming a better all-around player, better teammate, and better person from volleyball.
All right, she's not listening, so give me the scouting report on your setter.
She's amazing. Like she said, she listens, she talks to our hitters, she wants to be better for our hitters. And that's something that I think we really need. So.
Sounds good. Yeah. All right, Coach, back to you. I know you wanted to jump in there, so go ahead. I'll let you grab your mic.
I just wanted to say one more thing to piggyback off of what Peyton just said. What part of the culture that she specifically has helped change for us in girls volleyball is our lifting program, because she has taken a huge lead in the weight room. And she is
the
tough
gun
as
show.
She is stronger than she's ever been, and it's showing up on the court. And she's even going one step further to fix part of her footwork on her approach for hitting, and that's coming too. And I have to me, coaching for 30 years, kids that have worked this hard to come back from, like what we said, the pandemic or injury or whatever, injury in the weight room, she's stronger than ever, so I'm really proud of them.
And last one for you is everybody dreams of winning the state title. You
Yeah.
guys have set the goal of winning the CVC. Whether that happens or not, how are you going to define success for your team this year?
Oh, I can answer that. I'm going to define success without a win-loss record, or putting the win-loss record aside, by our entire program, but especially the varsity, having a positive, gelling together kind of a season where we are going, no matter what the win-loss record is, they're going to remember it, they're going to make memories, they're going to remember it, and they're going to have fun for this season. But literally, I know that they work on, this is a group of girls. I've had lots of teams. I am fortunate that they're all good students. Most of them, I don't ever really have to worry about hounding them on their academics. That's huge. And so they've got all the pieces, parts, this group, and if they can just stay cohesive, they're going to do great.
Excellent.
So.
All right. Well, I wish you all the most success this year that you've ever had. I really
Thank
do.
you so much, Steve.
I know Coach Gold deserves it. So good luck to you, and thanks for making the trip out here. And I hope to see you on the court this fall. All right. Take care. That was the Orange Lions volleyball team here live from Kirtland High School at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day event. This is the central version after we had the west version out at Independence on Sunday. On Thursday, we'll be out at Perry for the east version of Media Day. And then we'll close out our Fall Sports Media Day events on Sunday back here at Kirtland for the Football Media Day event. Up next, we've got the West Geauga boys soccer team. I don't see them in the room yet. I saw our next group of Grand Valley Cross Country, but I did not see the West Geauga boys soccer team. So I am going to take a quick break while I go look for them. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with either the West Geauga boys soccer team or the Grand Valley Cross Country teams. We are here at the CVC Fall Sports. West Geauga's coming? No, Grand Valley. Okay. Is West Geauga boys soccer here? Oh, they were next. Well, then you guys come on in. All right, we're going to skip over West Geauga for a moment since they are not here yet. Grand Valley is up here next. So Grand Valley Cross Country, boys and girls, head coach Curtis Fisher. And he's got a couple of runners with him, 3 runners with him, maybe 4. All right. Yeah, bring them all in together. I think we got enough chairs for you. You might have to slide a chair in there, Curtis, and just bunch up together. All right, Grand Valley is in the house here at Kirtland. All right, head coach Curtis Fisher, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to let you kind of go ahead and introduce the runners you brought with you, and then just like last year, give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the squad this year?
All right, hello. We've got Ben Kozad, David Steinley, Anna Steinley, and Kylie Portzer.
Once again, it's easy. I mean, I could just say Steinley, and there's at least one or two in the crowd. It seems like it's been that way for 5 or 6 years.
It's been a little bit more than 5 or 6.
There's a bunch of them.
We've had, the family's been a part of the program for quite a while now. This year we're young, but we are really competitive. The boys, we've got 5 out this year. We're up to 3 girls this year. They're working hard every single day in practice, and they've got big goals for themselves. They want to be in a conversation for winning some titles and things of that nature. So we're excited about what we have going.
So numbers-wise, going up, that helps a little bit. How much does that change things when David's not out there running by himself? And Anna, last year, you were the only runner last year, right, Anna? Is it? Yeah, so, now they've got running partners.
It changes everything. It gives everybody somebody to chase, somebody to really work with and to try and pull each other along. There's a really strong team atmosphere this year in practice. They're running for each other and trying to have everybody be successful.
All right, I am normally I either start from one end to the other, but I am gonna start with David because, when you're the CVC champ, you get a little priority there. So, David, welcome. Glad you could make it. You were here at Media Day last year, and I think you talked about the goal of trying to win the CVC, and you accomplished that. And here you are now. I assume you're ready to go out and try and defend that title. Flip that black switch there. There you go.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to go out, try to win the CVC again, and just honestly compete every single race, try to win them.
Doing what you did last year, and I mean, obviously, from day one of your high school career, you were on the map. People knew who you were. You're one of the upper echelon runners in the conference and in the district, and you've just gotten better since. Talk a little bit about your development as a runner. I mean, are you satisfied with your progress?
Yeah, I would say I think it's been pretty good progress since freshman year. Just I think the biggest thing was from freshman year to senior year, I really learned how to race, and it's just something that every incoming freshman has to do, especially going from a 2-mile to a 3.1. It's really hard, and yeah, I just learned. I think last year is really when it peaked. I just got good at racing, and yeah, so.
Yeah, Cardinal's cross-country coach was in earlier, and we were talking about that. She's got a pretty big freshman squad that came up, and she said, the biggest challenge for them is, they ran hard for 2 miles, and they thought, ooh, this is easy, and now you kick in that extra 1.2, and it's like, hey, coach, something's not right here.
Yeah.
My times aren't where I thought they'd be, but, so obviously you've overcome that, and now you've developed that race strategy, but how do you take it to the next level? I mean, now you're a CVC champ, but there are some bigger podiums you want to climb.
Yeah, definitely. I want to, it starts with my personal goals of the times I want to hit, but then it goes on to, at state, I want to get a podium, I want to be All-Ohio, and that's just the goals going from here. Also, with the team, I want to push the team to really be the best version of itself because I feel like I can be a great leader with the experience I have, and yeah.
How have you adapted your training over time?
The training, it's not super different from freshman year to senior year. Obviously you run a little more mileage, but just faster times, more intervals, just that kind of stuff is really how it's changed for me from freshman to senior year.
I know you want to go get to state, get up on that podium, that kind of thing, but do you have a time in mind? Is there a target you're looking to hit?
Definitely low 16s. I just broke the 17 mark at the end of last year, but I definitely know I can achieve a much faster time than that. Just low 16s, under 16:10, under 16:20. That's my goals.
For you, you've been one of just a handful of kids on the cross-country team. The squad's growing. The bus is going to be a little bit more full this year. How nice is that for you, just to have some running buddies?
Yeah, it's great. Even just at meets, having those friends with you to just joke around with and stuff, it really alleviates some of the pressure. Takes it off a little bit, and you can take a deep breath, calm down, hang out with the guys, and then just get to business.
I have to assume that everybody on the team looks up to you as the leader. You're the guy. How do you handle that? Obviously, you have your own goals in mind, but now there's some expectations, and you've got to be able to show these other kids the right way to train and to prepare yourself for a race.
Yeah, well, a lot of people like to be vocal leaders and stuff, but I like to lead by example, and I hope by the time, like, some of these younger guys are my age, they'll be able to look back at what I did and say, hey, I was able to follow his example, and just get to where they want to be, and by just following my example.
Every runner right now wants to win a state title. Only one person's going to do it in Division III. But how are you going to define success? If you don't get on that top step, I mean, if you do, obviously, I know you were successful. But if you don't, how are you going to define success?
I would say success comes from hitting my personal goals, getting my times. Even if I don't win state, I can look back and say, hey, I dropped 20 seconds from my PR, or I won CVC, or I won this certain race I wanted to, or even making it to state is just a really hard thing to do, and that's a great achievement. So either way, achieving those goals, I think, would be successful.
Freshman year, you were hunting down the fastest guy in the CVC. Now you're the hunted. How different is it for you?
I like being chased. I like having the rest of the CVC watching my back, you know. They can come and get me. I'm ready for the challenge.
Boom. I love it. All right, let's slide that down. You can grab that microphone. I think it was Ben, right? Yeah. Ben, go ahead. What grade are you in, Ben?
Sophomore.
Sophomore. All right, so Ben, how long have you been running?
Since 7th grade.
All right, and how have you developed as a runner?
I guess I've been developed pretty well. I mostly try to run with David as much as I can. Try to, as he said, follow his example. So that way when he's gone, I can try and do the same.
What have you learned from him as far as race preparation and not even just race preparation, but just daily grind and doing those things that get you ready?
Well, I've learned it doesn't happen overnight. You got to really give it everything. Like, you can't just run during the season. It's got to be all year that you run. And so I try to do that as much as I can.
So you got to watch David last year win a CVC title and move on in the postseason. How did that inspire you to prepare in the off season?
Well, it really inspired me because it's kind of like if he can do it and I can be like just close to him, then maybe it can inspire also other teammates to come up and get there, and then leads to team success.
When you look at yourself as a runner this year, what are you trying to accomplish?
Trying to be a solid number 2 guy, a minute or two behind Dave maybe. Yeah.
And then just looking at the CVC, a lot of good teams, a lot of good individual runners. Is that helpful when you've got a pack of strong runners that you can stick with? How do you kind of key in on that and stick with them?
Yeah, it is helpful because kind of mindset just one by one, try and get them. And when you're even if it's a team pack, you're competing during the race, but also having fun at the same time.
Do you have a time you're trying to hit this year?
Like mid-18s.
Yeah. What's your PR now?
19:30.
So you got about a minute to knock off. What goes into? I mean, obviously you have to run faster. I mean, that's the obvious answer, but it's not quite as easy. But what goes into knocking off a minute from your time?
Really just giving it all I have in practice, because the more you give in practice, it'll show during the meets.
Coach, you got some homework. You don't have to grab a mic, but you have some homework. Go back and watch Coach Ficchetti's interview and listen to some of the things that she does on her practice runs. Incorporate some of that stuff. It was really cool. But we were just talking about practice, so I just wanted to throw that at him. But running's hard. It's not an easy sport. You know, meets can be fun. You know, you're going out and competing, but that daily grind of going out and, all right, guys, I don't know what you make them run, 6, 7, 8 miles a day, 10 miles on a long day, whatever. But how do you mentally get through that?
I think it's. Whenever I run, I just use it as a mental game. How strong can my mind be? And I don't know. Yeah, I guess I just use it as like a mind game and see, because I'm super competitive, so see if I can win the mind game.
I like that competitiveness. So, and then just last question for you is just, you know, how are you going to define success this year? What's it going to take for you to, you know, end of the year say, you know what, I did what I wanted to do?
I think I can be like a lot closer to Dave this year, like a minute or two behind him. I think I could call that success.
All right, well, good luck to you. Ann, I want you to grab that microphone in front of your brother there and make sure that black switch is up. And you are a sophomore this year, correct? Last year, freshman year, your first Media Day event, and so now you're a seasoned veteran here at Media Day. So you excited to be here?
Yeah.
Well, what was it like running as a freshman compared to this year? I mean, how different has it been?
Well, last year I was injured the whole year, so I didn't really get to run.
I saw you. She ran. I guess that was.
She did.
Well, yeah.
Was it okay? Okay, so healthy now? I hope?
I'm healthy.
All right, so now that lost year, you're ready to make up for all that lost time?
Yep.
What have you done to kind of prepare yourself for this season?
Well, I ran a lot in the summer and just tried to get my miles up and get into, like, good pace and stuff when I run my miles.
I know we talked last year at Media Day about, I think it was at Grand Valley, right? Yeah, you guys hosted last year. But obviously, coming from the Steinle family, there's some expectations. And, you know, you've got the brothers that have had some great careers. How do you handle that pressure as a young runner yourself, just kind of coming in and, you know, everybody's like, oh, Steinle, she's going to have to be good. How do you handle that?
I mean, it's pretty hard, but I just, like, run my best and just try to, like, run as good as my older brothers and sisters. Well,
and now you have a training partner and a partner in crime in meets. How nice is that to have somebody else wearing a blue singlet in a meet?
it's really nice. Nice to have a friend to talk to and, like, help get through my nerves and stuff.
Does that help in training just to have somebody? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously when you're running, you're alone most of the time, but, you know, sometimes you can pace yourself, or even just on those long runs, you have somebody to, hey, remember that math problem? You know what I mean? Have somebody to talk to kind of take your mind off the pain you're enduring.
Yeah, it's really nice. Just, like, chat too.
And we'll talk to her in a minute. Freshman? So you're the sophomore, you're the grizzled veteran to her freshman. Are you helping her along? I mean, what are you doing to help her break into her freshman year of running?
I don't know, just
Just being there.
yeah.
What are you looking to accomplish this year since you didn't get the run last year?
Well, I'm hoping to run around like an 18:30, and I try to go to state. So, pretty big goal.
Yeah, talk about just making a splash. Obviously, that's a goal, and you want to hit it. What's it going to take to get there? I mean, you know the cross country scene and Division III when you start talking about the Mapletons and all those. I mean, there's some really good runners. I mean, obviously you're going to have to be at the top of your game. What's it going to take for you to get to that level?
It's going to be a lot of hard work and just a lot of training. Got to push myself a lot.
Yeah. How close are you to that mid-18s?
I'm not totally sure.
Getting there, though. You want to be there. All right. And then just, when you look at the CVC, you're there from, I mean, I remember talking last year, the times that you said from middle school, she was kind of right up there. So you're going to be one of those top dogs in the Valley Division. And are you ready for that challenge with everybody kind of chasing you?
Yeah, I'm ready to. I'm going to try to win.
Like your brother, he said he likes being chased. You same way?
Yep.
Outstanding. And just to define success, what's it going to take for you to be happy with your season?
Well, mostly just to go to state. I really want to go to state this year because I couldn't last year because I was injured. So.
All right. Sounds good. Well, good luck to you. I'm glad to see you're healthy and ready to roll. All right, grab that mic. Kara? Kylie, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, Kylie, the freshman. Great to have another female runner at Grand Valley. And did you run in middle school?
Yeah.
All right. So what's it like now being at the high school level? The expectations are higher. The competition's greater.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
I guess like last year, like I really like started doing a little bit more to try to prepare for this year, kind of. So yeah.
So last year you get that 2 mile and you're thinking, this is what an easy sport. How different has it been running the 3 points? I don't even know if you've run a 5K yet, but I assume your training miles are a little bit more.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more. Trying to run consistently, like fast, is harder. Like for training, it's harder. Like after 2 miles to like keep a good pace.
It's like a coach. I'm at 2. I'm supposed to be done. What are you doing to kind of get your body prepared for all of that running? I mean, do you do anything outside of the running in the weight room, that kind of thing?
Like, well, this past summer, I've like did some like strength training stuff that like our school offered and stuff, so that really helped, I think. So
not every runner has an elite runner to learn from, so you've got David Steinley there that whether I don't know if the girls and boys are training together, and he's probably a little bit ahead of you anyway, but what do you learn from him about preparation and just getting yourself ready to compete?
I don't know, I guess just like following his example, following everybody's example, really, so yeah.
When you look at running cross country, it's like it's a mental game. You're running against the clock as opposed to football where you're playing the other team, or soccer. You've got another team you're competing against, even though you are running against other people. How do you manage that in a race to just say, okay, I've got to be able to, here's my goal, here's how I've got to achieve it. How do you manage all of that?
Well, like I guess like if like I ever like slow down or like I don't know, struggle at all or anything, I just like try to figure out why I'm running in general, and like just use that as motivation and stuff like that.
Have you developed a game plan yet, how you're going to run races?
Not yet.
So just kind of hang on Anna's hip for a little bit and
Pretty
see what you can do.
Yeah.
Good. All right. And what are your goals for freshman year?
Just to try to do the best I can do. I don't know, push myself as hard as I can, try to stay with Anna as much as I can. But
all right.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, thanks for being here, and good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back to you. Let's fill in some blanks. Anyone else you need to mention? Any other runners, or is this it?
We have sophomores, Wyatt Hamilton, who's coming along. He's made a big jump from freshman year to this year. We have junior, can't believe he's a junior, Ethan Hughes, who's made a huge jump as well, and sophomore Gavin Wykirk, who's coming along every day, getting better. A really good, positive feel with the boys at practice every day, pulling each other along and that. And then we have a first-time junior runner in Stephanie Hodgkin. She's coming out and running well, and just enjoying being a part of us, and is a nice addition to the team. And the boys and girls, I have them, obviously practice together, and they're really feeding off of each other's energy. And it's exciting this year as a coach just to see them, like even today, smiles after the workout we put in.
Oh, you made them run before coming in.
Oh, absolutely.
I would have just made them run home.
Run in the morning. They were pushing each other along, and just trying to make each other better and enjoy being together.
How do you manage? You've got an elite runner, you've got some young runners, you've got to train them all. How do you do that? You can't have them all do the same workout. It won't work too well.
No, we base everything off of their goal times and where they are. The general workout is the same. However, what I'm asking them to do inside that workout is tailored to each one of them. And we have really good training groups pushing each other along, and it allows them to almost some days overachieve, which is what we're looking for every day. We've really kind of got a good training program going here as of late. I think the kids' performances in meets and postseason is showing.
Obviously, you want to get everyone down to state,
That's
that kind of
always the
thing.
goal.
Right.
The goal is to, like I tell them every year, the goal is, start in the heat, end in the snow, and take a bus while we get there.
I like it.
That's our goal.
All right. And then when you look at, you've got varied abilities as well. So defining success for each of those kids. I mean, obviously, like you said, the goal is getting everyone down to state. Obviously, you'd like them all on the top of that podium, but for some, that's not going to happen. But how can you define success for those kids that might fall short of that ultimate goal?
To see them reach their potential, to see them achieve the goals that they have set for themselves, and to see them at the end of the year know that they gave their absolute best in whatever that last meet happens to be for the season, that they laid it out on the line for themselves, for their teammates, and that they gave it their best, and they can walk away from the season knowing that they did the best they could. That, to me, as a coach, is success.
Outstanding. All right. Well, I'm glad to see the numbers growing a little bit.
Me
I hope
too.
that
Me too.
trend continues. It'd be nice to see you guys scoring in both boys and girls.
Yes,
so that
absolutely.
That always
That's
makes
the goal.
meets. Yeah, it makes meets a little bit more fun. As
it
opposed to just going out and running as individuals. So hopefully that continues. But glad you can make the trip. I hope Coach doesn't make you run home, gives you a ride. But good luck to you this season.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. That was the Grand Valley Mustangs cross-country team here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. We are back on schedule now, actually 3 minutes ahead of schedule. So we've got the Wickliffe boys soccer team coming up here. They are coming up next, head coach Dom Severino and crew. So gentlemen, come on, take the seats at the hot table. I like when we're ahead of schedule. All right. Fellas, there's a little black switch on your microphones. When it's your turn to talk, just make sure that's up and flip it down when you're done. Coach, I'm going to start with you. Just go ahead, introduce the guys you brought with you, and then just a quick little overview of what we can expect out of the Blue Devils this year.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having us. Always fun. This stuff that you guys have been doing has been great. So,
hold that just a little bit higher. There you go. Perfect.
So, to answer your question first, we have 17 seniors, so to pick only 3 of them to come here today was a little bit of a fun time. So after everyone volunteered, we literally drew out of a hat to see who would.
I'm not even
come
sure
on
you guys
out,
had
so.
17 seniors in the whole school.
Yeah.
They all play soccer, apparently.
It's a big year. So we have Brady Pugh, Shane Williams, and AJ Levon came out with us today. So.
Wow, 17 seniors. So I've got to imagine that as far as expectations go, they've got to be pretty high.
Yeah, I think they're holding themselves to a higher standard this year, and the expectations are there. And as a coach, you try and every year is the same, but we'd be lying to ourselves if we didn't say that we've been kind of doing some things to get ready for this year specifically. And them personally, they've all been 13 or 14 of them have played since their freshman year, and then a few that have added on through the years. But they've been together a long time, and they've had some lofty goals, and we're just taking it one day at a time to try and see what we can do.
Last year, 1-3 in the conference, so not up to the expectations that at least I've known since covering the CVC for 15, 20 years. Wickliffe's always been in that upper echelon of the teams there, and so I imagine you guys are looking to correct that in a hurry.
Yeah, definitely. It's always the CVC at every level is tough in every sport. it seems like it never drops. It just goes in small waves, but on our side of things, it's always us, Independence, Beechwood, and Cuyahoga Heights. They'll have a good year here and there, so they're not an easy game, and then Trinity and Brooklyn are trying to get their programs back on the right track, and they got good coaches in there trying to do the right thing. So no day's easy.
I was waiting for you to mention Kirtland. I forget the divisions keep changing, and
they'll be there.
it confuses me every
Sure.
year. It takes me like till mid-season until I remember where everybody's at. But so you talk about the conference, and I mean, whether it's the Chagrin, the Metro, or the Valley, there's good teams all the way across. And you look, Chagrin's been there, West Geauga's been there. And you look at the Metro, Independence has been to district championships. The Valley, Kirtland's been to Final Fours. You guys have been to regionals. Who's the other one that just recently won a district? You just. I mean, it's a tough conference to play in. So when you look at a 1-3 year, it's a little bit deceiving. It's not like you weren't a bad team. You just came up a little bit short against some really good competition. So all right, let me start talking to the guys. We'll come up and we'll finish with you. But AJ, we'll start with you. You're all the way on the end there. I'm sorry, I thought we were going that way. But we'll start all the way with AJ on the end. AJ, give us a breakdown. You got 17 seniors. I mean, what is that like? Just having so many guys with so much experience on the squad this year.
It's nice. We have a lot more maturity on the team than we have in many years of people who can lead the team. It's usually we have 3 or 4 seniors, but 17 guys who all want to work, get to practice every day on time, even early, and just work as hard as we can, make everyone else better. It's just nice having everyone there.
There's 17 seniors. Only 11 guys can play at a time. I imagine there's some fights in the parking lot after practice. How are you guys kind of managing everybody wants to start. Everybody wants to get the minutes. How are you managing the dynamic there that, somebody's not going to get to play as much as somebody else?
It's just kind of everyone works hard. Everyone's going to get a shot. It's just whoever you just got to work as hard as you can. If you get your chance, you get to go in the game. Just take advantage of it. Whoever's in is in. Just do your best to play your best, pretty much.
And what's your role this year?
I'm not really sure what my role is, but I'd say that one of the leaders of the team for sure. Out of all 17 of us are. But I want to definitely hold myself to a higher standard than everyone else's to become more of someone who people look to on the team as more of a role model than anything.
How about position-wise? Where are you going to be slotted?
It's been a big argument kind of between me and Coach, but it's either midfield or center back this year.
Okay. So at some point you're going to be playing some defense, trying to keep the guys from scoring. So
Yeah.
You comfortable with that role?
Yeah, I played center back probably for the past 3 years for varsity, but I've always wanted to play midfield. It's where I play. I played in club this year. Everything. It's what I've always wanted to do. But it's whatever I got to do to help the team win, and whatever works best. If we're winning games with me playing center back, then it doesn't matter as long as we're winning. But it's something I still want to do.
And I have to imagine a guy your size playing on the defense, it makes it a little bit harder for, when you look at some of the forwards and the midfielders are doing a lot of the scoring, they're not the biggest guys on the field. So running into a guy your size, it probably bodes well for you.
Yeah, sometimes. There's some big people out there.
Yeah, there are, but
yeah.
not quite as many. You see, most of the big guys are on defense.
Yeah, that's true.
What's the key to success for Wickliffe this year?
Just working together, being a team, working as one unit, making the right decisions, doing the right things, and keeping calm heads, and just working through everything.
Without mentioning the 2 guys on your left, because we're going to talk to them, who are some of the guys that have been impressive in the preseason?
Obviously, Colin Casey is really good. He's our all-regional player that we had last year. Another guy who's eventually going to be all-regional, maybe even more, is Kurt Bogert. He's going into his sophomore year. He's an amazing player. He's just young. Once he gets older, more mature, more confidence, he's going to be like one of the best players to ever go to Wickliffe, in my opinion. And then Noah Tellisman, he played varsity last year. Anthony Shaw has really stepped up in goal for losing Gabe Stower last year. We really need someone to step up, and he's done a pretty good job. And there's still Logan Butler and Jimmy Nemeth who played, and just a bunch of other guys. Colby Humbert, all those names who have all worked really hard for many years with us that are going to get a lot of playing time and do a lot of things for us this year.
So having a new goalkeeper, what grade was he?
He's a junior.
He's a junior?
Yeah.
So I don't know how much experience he has, probably a little bit on JV or whatever, or behind Gabe. But
played JV for the past 2 years, but it's hard to play over Gabe. Gabe was, especially last year, he was phenomenal. So there's no way of playing over that. But getting taught every day in practice, Gabe is your mentor, all these things. You get a lot better from it. You got a lot more IQ. You learn many, many things from Gabe. He was amazing, and it's good for Shaw now because this is a year for us to really need someone who could step up, and he's done a really good job.
From a defensive standpoint, then I have to imagine you guys are working to protect the guy, protect him as he kind of settles into his varsity role and gets that confidence.
He surprisingly has had so much more confidence than I ever expected. It started at indoor. He was playing goalie with us, and we would pass him the ball. He wouldn't be frantic at all with it in goal. He would keep it. He'd look around, take his time. He just looked good with confidence right away, and he's kept it. He talks way more than I expected him to. Everything, he keeps it going.
Cool. What are your goals this year, individual and for your team?
Probably as a team, at least district finals, winning district finals, not just going. We went 2 years ago, my sophomore year, but I want to win it this year for sure. And then individual goal is probably just to know I went out giving everything I had in my final year of soccer, my favorite thing to do probably. So just giving everything I can for it.
Sounds good. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
All right, Shane, grab that microphone. Shane, I heard all about you all year long last year. I don't know if we had to pick a breakout player, you're definitely in that discussion. Obviously, you've got a little bit of skill with the ball at your feet. What are you hoping to do this year for an encore?
I'm more focused as a team for us to do more than we've done the last years. Some of the last years were kind of disappointing overall, like record-wise. We dropped games that we know we shouldn't have. We played down to teams that we thought we were better than. So as a team is more important. Individual goals this year really aren't something I'm focused on. Still, as like a more like forward playing player, it's always want to score as much as you possibly can, but that kind of just comes along. If I never score at all, I couldn't care if we're winning. So it's the winning part is the important part.
So you get Colin, you've got you. Who are the other guys that are going to be making a opposing goalie have nightmares?
Like you said, we got Noah Tellisman, Kevin Byrne, he's a senior this year as well. Brady's off on the side. We have a bunch of people, a lot of people with skill that can, if we pass, work as a team, so many different people on our team as forwards, if we work together and do everything right, anyone can score with the skill that we have all around the top and sides.
Some teams have one dynamic scorer. Everybody tries to get the ball to him so he can score. Other teams kind of have just some average guys. You guys seem to have a lot of upper echelon, elite type of scorers. How do you make it all work to spread the wealth and keep defenses guessing and keep them from locking on to any one particular guy?
I think the important part is one with our wings, stand wide, everyone being spread out and equally just moving the ball often, everyone moving when they don't have the ball. So defenders just have to keep checking on their side to see everyone is constantly making runs. Sometimes you'll make runs where you'll have days and games where you'll be offsides like multiple times in the same game, but you just got to keep doing it anyways just to keep them guessing no matter which way they could be. Someone can making a run on the left or on the right. With all the people, we have a lot of speed on the sides and on the top, so it just creates problems for a team. So you just got to keep passing around, giving it to different people.
What has to happen for Wickliffe to achieve its goals this year?
We have to stay a team on and off the field. No arguments, no disputes. Anything needs to be dropped pretty much like immediately, or any problems need to be solved, because to get as far as we want, every team is going to be good that we face past a certain point. It's just going to be whoever plays as a team that day and who does everything that they know they can on that day. So we need to stay as a team throughout the whole season and be friends on and off the field and just keep momentum going the whole time, never drop or play down or play worse than we know we can. So
nobody at the table, but give me a breakout player. Who is somebody that maybe isn't known right now, but in a couple weeks after a few games, everybody's going to know?
I think Kevin Byrne. I think this is soccer specifically is one of the most important things to him, and he puts in work. He's early to stuff. This is important to him. He's always talking. This means a lot to him. So I know every time he's out there, sometimes he'll get over energetic and want to talk to other teams and stuff like that. But I know it means a lot. He's gonna always put in work at practice on the field. So he could be playing forward. He could play pretty much all the positions. He'll play forward. He might play defense. Wherever he is on the field, he's gonna work. And so he might score a bunch of goals. He might prevent teams. He'll do whatever. So.
Sounds good. All right, Brady, on to you. Grab that microphone. What position you playing this year, Brady?
I am midfield, primarily left with a little bit of defense in the early scrimmages and just, midfield more of.
So you get to be one of the engineers to find out who's going to be who's got the hot foot, and you got a bunch of goal scorers at your disposal. How cool is that?
It's really nice because you don't always have to focus it to the up top, because we have people up top and just center mid, everyone who can score. So it's really nice to be able to not have to focus on one person, because you can kind of play it out and get it to the midfield and let them decide, because they more have the eye for it, and they have the better eye for who has the best option, rather than on the left side they have a more like open view. But it's just really helpful in general.
As a midfielder, what do you bring to the table?
I try to do my best in just trying to get the ball to really stay wide and to get the ball to all of our other players, including just showing support when I need to on defense and being up there also when I need to, because I know it's rough for the center midfielders to be everywhere. So I just kind of support them as much as I can and get the ball to them when I need to.
17 seniors, that's a rarity. I know there was a volleyball team, I think, last year that had, 11, but 17 is like one of the biggest senior classes I've ever heard of, other than in like football you might see it. But so you guys have a rare opportunity to create a unique legacy as 17 seniors. What do you hope to leave behind for other people to remember about the class of 2023?
Really just districts, because that's always been a main goal. Last year we got to district semis. 2 years ago we got to district finals, and we're hoping to obviously make it out of there, as with such a massive senior class that has so much talent and so many weapons to be able to use. Really just getting out of districts and kind of making our name there for that class is the most important thing for the team, and I think all of us can agree on that, obviously.
What's the key to make all that happen?
Really just being together, because being there 17 seniors, not all of us are, on the same page at the same time, but being able to click with each other and being able to, work as hard as we can and just be together as a team is probably the most important part, to just stick it out and get to districts and win it out.
What are your individual goals for the year and team goals? You already mentioned districts.
Team goals, districts. Individual goals is just trying to be the best player I can be at my position wherever I am, getting goals when I need to, and just kind of supporting the main cast, supporting the center mids and the forwards, and getting up to them and letting them do their work.
Outstanding. All right. Coach, back to you for a final one. 17 seniors. I'm still amazed by that, but I don't want to say these guys have an opportunity to change the culture. The culture's always been good at Wickliffe, at least as long as I've been following you. It's been a strong soccer program, but what can this class in particular do for the program?
Yeah, I think, it's always, I say it all the time, it's a curse and a benefit being at a small school that you have multi-sport athletes, because we don't have the, 7-8 starters that are playing soccer year-round, but it's funny, it's just year in, year out, something clicks when you become a senior for those kids that are playing, 2-3 sports, and we have a lot of them. We have a lot of athletes all over the field, and so for those seniors, it's starting to click, and I think they're just setting the bar really, really high. We've tried to raise it every year, just as far as stuff you can control, work ethic, character, all that stuff. And I don't know if it can go much higher than 17 guys setting it together. So just raising the standard of what we kind of expect, both on and off the field at Wickliffe, is a great thing. And I think these guys do a ton with the community, with everything. Everyone knows them in our city, so just kind of setting the role for a lot of youth stuff we've done in the summer, just make their name known. So it's exciting for us.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you guys making the trip out. Look forward to seeing you. I usually catch that Blue Devil Classic Independence Wickliffe game. I think it was at Independence last year, so it should be at your place this year. So should be out there. But good luck to you, man. 17 seniors. I can't get over. That's crazy. All right. That was the Wickliffe Blue Devils out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. Cruising right along here. We've got the Lutheran West girls soccer team scheduled next. Okay, we're missing our next team, so we should have either Geneva or West Geauga volleyball. One of them, Geneva's coming in. All right. I'm going to take a quick break as they get set up. So I'm going to run our little ad here to recognize our sponsor, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery, and we will be back momentarily with the Geneva Eagles volleyball team. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day. Oh my gosh, it's what time? 4 o'clock, and I'm already stumbling over my words. Fall Sports Media Day Central version. Up next are the Geneva Eagles volleyball team. We're going to start over there with head coach Anna Hazler. Coach, welcome. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad I finally got a break. Oh my gosh, it's been like one after the other. I started at 1:15, so we've been going almost 3 hours strong. But it's been fun. I enjoy it. So I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce the girls you brought with you, and then just kind of give us a little overview of what we can expect out of your squad this year. Grab your microphone and flip that black switch up. There you go.
Yes, I brought with me here our captains for this year. At the end here, we have Gianna DeLuca. She's a senior. She'll set for us and hit on the outside. And then Sydney Park, she's a junior, and she'll be in the middle for us this year. These are our team captains this year as well.
Okay. And how's the squad looking in the preseason?
Good. We have a solid group of 8 and 11 total on the varsity this year. We have lots of experience, and we're looking forward to start our matches for sure.
How different has this preseason been compared to last year?
Well, we went back to 2-a-days. We haven't had 2-a-days in a couple years from COVID, so we had our first full week of 2-a-days, and I think it went well. The girls came in prepared and conditioned, and all the way through from 9th grade all the way to 12th grade, I think this group has been the most prepared we've been in the last 2 years. So that's exciting.
I think that's kind of uncommon for a sport other than football to run 2-a-days, and I don't understand why.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think you always have to come out and do like 2 hard practices, but
yeah, we practice 8 to 1 with a lunch break, and there's all sorts of things involved in there. Lots of passing, some conditioning. We get some weightlifting in there, but it's a lot of bonding time as well. So time together is always good time.
That's exactly. You develop that rapport, the camaraderie, and that all pays off in season. So good. All right, Sydney, we're going to start right there in the middle. We'll move on over there. Go ahead and grab your mic. Make sure that black switch is up, and it's Sydney Park, but go ahead. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Sydney Park. I'm going to be a junior, and this year I am a middle.
Middle hitter. Okay, so talk about the squad this year. Last year you were a sophomore. This year you're one of the veterans now, and now expectations I have to assume are a little bit higher.
Yeah, they are this year. I feel like this year we're going to be a lot stronger. I feel like just all of us, we're going to bond more together and work harder. We just need to get there right now. I feel like we are working as a good individuals, but not together as a team yet. But I feel like we'll be able to change that soon, hopefully.
What's going to be the key to success this year? Where's the strength of the team?
Our strength, I really feel like our strength is when we work together. Our strength is really good then. When we don't really, it's kind of falls apart a little bit. But I feel like we just need to stick and not try to I would say we can't, once we make a mistake, we have to just forget about it and keep going. If we mess up, we need to just get back into it.
Offensively, you're going to be up there in the middle. A lot of the blocks, of course, from the defensive side, but you're going to do some hitting. Yeah. Talk about that offensive group. Where's all the scoring going to come from?
I think offensively we are the strongest there. Defense, we gotta keep working on it, but I think we've gotten a lot better since last year as well. But offense is definitely our strongest, I feel like, and this is my first year in the middle, but I feel like I could help us out there.
What did you play last year?
Outside.
How different has that transition been?
It's a lot. It's a lot more, I feel like, because I have to be everywhere kind of at the same time. I have to go from one side to the other and make sure I'm out of the way and make sure I get off and stuff. But I like it. It's pretty fun.
All right. Talk about some of the other hitters. Who are we going to learn about this year?
On our right sides, we have mostly Lily and Ava, and then outsides, Gianna and Carly, and then middles are mostly me and Brooke. So
offensively, what's your plan? What do you guys try to accomplish?
Offensively, I think just get the ball down, just score and as quick as we can, and just run something fast, pretty much.
If you looked at your team now, who are some of the girls that maybe we don't know about them now, but after a few matches, people are going to say, "Oh, who's it going to be?" Carly.
She's very strong outside, and she can put the ball down. So.
All right. And then when you look at yourself, what do you bring to the table as a player?
I think I bring really, what should I say? How should I say this? A strong energy, and I feel like once I'm up there, I can put the ball down fast and just like get that point for us. So.
What is the key to success for Geneva this year to move up the standings there in the Lake Division?
I say we should really try and win our conference. I think we can.
But what's the key to doing that? How's it going to happen?
Oh, practice hard like we've been. Just keep doing it every day.
All right. And do you have any individual goals set for yourself?
I really want to keep going strong in the middle. I want to make that one of my main spots. And defensively. I really love defense, so I hope I can keep improving on that as well.
All right, sounds good. Let's slide over there to Gianna. You got a mic there. Make sure your little black switch is up. Go ahead and introduce yourself, even though I just did, Gianna. But
Hi,
name,
I'm
grade,
Gianna.
and position.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm Gianna DeLuca. I'm a senior, and I play setter and outside hitter.
All right, so you can't play setter and outside hitter at the same time, right?
No.
So, is there a preference for you? What do you prefer?
I don't really have a preference. I like them both for different reasons, but for like club, I only play setter. So I really like when school comes around and I can get swinging. I like it a lot.
Okay. And how does Coach like to use you?
I think she likes me in the outside. I've gotten a lot stronger, and I feel like I've gotten better at outside. So I'm excited to see how that improvement shows in games.
Okay. And I asked Sydney kind of the flow of the offense, like what are you guys trying to accomplish? Do you have a set play you like to run, or how do they like to get you the ball?
Honestly, we just try to run like quicks. Like if we can, we try to run it quick. It just makes it like the other team, they don't have as much time to react, the block and the defense. So if anytime we can, that's our goal. But other than that, we just try to hit spots and mix it up. That's a thing as a setter that I try to do a lot. It's not just set one position. Just
okay. We got two front row players, so I don't know if you can answer the question or not, but let's talk defense. Do you know enough about your defenders to Yeah. All right, let's talk about them. Who is going to make some noise for you guys this year?
Our libero is Alex Nugent. She's really strong in the back row. She dives for every ball. She's really driven. And I think she does a really good job in the back row. So I think me and her, passing and setting, I think that we have a good, bond, and she does good in the back.
All right. And what do you think the key to success for Geneva is this year? What do you guys have to do well to be successful?
Like Sydney said, I think working together is our biggest thing right now, just trying to play as a team because we all have really strong skill-wise individually, but our big thing right now is working together. And
has it dawned on you yet that you're 22, 23, 24, 25 matches away from your high school career ending?
I'm trying not to think about it.
And I just reminded you. I'm such a terrible person.
I mean, I'm excited to lead the team, and I mean, obviously a lot of experience and a lot of people looking up to me, so it's nerve-wracking, but it's really exciting. And I don't know, I'm nervous, but I think it'll be fun. It'll be a fun season.
I hope it ends in the state championship match, but once it's all said and done, what do you hope the Eagles remember about you?
Honestly, I just hope they remember how I was as a team player, and I don't know, I hope the younger kids, the middle school and the freshmen remember me as a role model and look up to me.
Outstanding. All right, Coach, back to you. Let's fill in some blanks. Talk about some of the other players that are going to be key contributors for you this year. Obviously, you're going to need more than Sydney and Gianna to win some matches. What's it going to take?
We have Brooke Richmond in the middle. She's our other middle. She's comes in with a lot of experience. Setting-wise, she's our other setter. So we have some setters that have some unique skills, a setter on the outside and a setter in the middle, which you almost never see, right? Brooke's going to make some noise in the middle. We have Carly Berry on the outside, powerful. She played JV last year, but she's going to turn some heads this year. She puts the ball down. On the backside, we have our lefty, Lily Rhodes. She's a senior as well. Again, she's a power hitter. She swings hard. Whether she hits it in or not, she's going to hit that block and tool you either way. So she swings hard, and watch out for her. Ava is going to help us in the backside as well. And we have some defensive specialists with Lauren Caswell and Bailey Evangelista will help out there. And we have Hannah Costello and Ella Hazler that are going to fill in as reserve spots. So we have quite a well-rounded team with a lot of experience. Yeah.
Perry's been the top dog, and sometimes when you have a team that's been, at the top of the standings for so long, it's like a mental block. It's like, oh, we're playing Perry, and you already have that defeatist attitude. How do you get the girls to overcome that and just say, you know what, they put their spandex on, I was like your pants, but you don't wear pants in volleyball, so you put your spandex on one leg at a time too.
Well, I think it's a matter of playing each opponent the same. Like, you play your best no matter who you play. And I think we have a solid schedule to where we're going to see all different levels. And if we can play our game and not pay so much attention about who's on the other side, I think we're going to be successful no matter who we play.
Okay. And you brought up success, so my final question to you is, everybody wants to win a state title, conference title, district title, regional title. Not everyone can do it, but you can still have success without doing those things. For you, what is success going to mean for your team?
Success is a lot of things. I say this every year. We run a couple fundraisers. We're going to find success in that. I think success is the number of players that return, and we're a full load. We have a full freshman team. We have lots of numbers. And I think we're going to find success on the court on all three levels. I think the girls work hard, and they love the sport, and they love each other. I think that's success. But as far as record-wise, our success is going to come from our speed and our experience. I think we're fast in the middle, and I think these girls love each other enough and are connected enough that their, like setter-hitter connection is there. No matter what our record is, success is going to be there. So.
Outstanding. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you making the trip out here. I don't know why. Did you scrimmage on Thursday or something? Yeah, I was going to say, because we were going to be out at Perry, but you made the long trip out here. I appreciate that. Nice to talk to you, and good luck this season.
Yep,
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. That was the Geneva Eagles here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day event here at Kirtland High School. Up next, and I really wish I had the Michael Buffer voice to introduce the next team, the back-to-back defending Chagrin Division champion, West Geauga Wolverines. That was my best effort, Coach. I hope that worked. 9 out of 10. I'll take it. You did. Not necessarily called out. They're just coming for you, which that's what you want. You want everybody coming for you instead of saying, we're not worried about them. They want to come for you. So that is good news. So as I mentioned, we have the West Geauga Wolverines volleyball team here riding sky high after winning 2 conference titles in back-to-back years. The first 2 in school history. I hope you finally got that banner up.
We do.
I haven't been in the gym in a while, so I haven't seen it. So I hope it's there, but that's good news for you. I'm glad you're here. So, Coach, I'm going to start with you, Coach Amber Baker. Go ahead, introduce the girls you brought with you, and then what do you do for a encore after back-to-back conference titles?
All right, I'll introduce the girls first. We have Caitlin Danzig. She's a senior this year. She'll be hitting outside and playing back row for us. She's also our captain. We have Mallory Lear, our sparkling new freshman. She'll be setting for us this year. And Kayla Herbst coming back to hit middle for us again. She's a junior this year. So we're really excited, hoping to three-peat this year. We've been working really hard all summer long. Open gyms almost every day of the summer. Really just trying to get that quality time in, spending time together, building chemistry, and I think it's going to pay off in the end.
You mentioned the three-peat, and it's great that that's a goal. How do you get the girls to not focus too much on that, though? Because you start to think too much onto that, and then you forget about, we got to take care of this game, this match.
Right now, we're working one day at a time. Our motto kind of going into the season from tryouts is whatever it takes. So each day, we're just going to push harder and harder to improve. Even if it's 1%, that's still an improvement every single day. So we're working really hard on our defense. I have a lot of faith in our offense this year. Starting off with a new setter, I was spoiled. I've been here for 9 years now, and I've only had 3 setters the entire time. So we're starting off brand new, and I have nothing but faith in Mallory, and the girls really connected with her right away, and things are looking really good.
What's different about this team compared to the last 2?
So last year, I I had the seniors for a couple years. I mean, we really built a core defense. So I lose my libero, one of my solid DSs, my setter that I had for 4 years, and an outside hitter that I had for 2 years. So, that's a huge blow. And just the seniors last year, they really set the tone. They had goals in mind, and they were not going to let it, people not get on board. So it was really easy to coach last year. It was really, really fun. This year I'm excited because we get to kind of start over a little bit in the defense department, but we still have that really good core for offense. And we're just, like I said, we're grinding every single day, and we've seen improvements every day, so it's looking good.
Outstanding. All right, Caitlin, we're going to start with you. Go ahead and grab that mic and go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name's Caitlin Danzak. I'll be a senior this year, and I'm an outside hitter and a DS.
Caitlin, you're a senior. You've won 2 conference titles. Obviously, you want to win a third to close out your high school career. Where's the pressure coming from? If there's any.
Other teams, there's pressure from the other teams. Chagrin definitely and Hawken, I think, are our 2 biggest rivals this year. There's a lot of pressure to win from them because they've been talking a little bit of smack. So I think that's where the pressure's mostly coming from.
I didn't see you guys, when you leave, I'll look at the back of your shirt, but did you maybe put a bullseye on it?
No.
See, that's what you should do, is you put the bullseye. Oh, back to back. There you go. See, recognize. But you have a big bullseye on your back, Caitlin. Everybody, like I said, Orange was here. They want you. Chagrin Falls wants you. Hawken wants you. You guys are going to have to face everybody's best game. You've got some new faces in the lineup. You're a senior. How do you get everybody on that same page to say, you know what, we've been here before. We can get through this.
I think just teamwork in general. Communication, if communication's so high, we're all together. We're working together as a team. So that's where we can all be on the same level, same page with communication.
I don't want to live too far in the past, but how exciting was it just to be a part of that 2-year run to win those conference titles? After the school has had that donut hole up there on that volleyball banner. There wasn't even a banner, so yeah, no respect at all.
To have a banner put up in the gym with 2020 and 2021 is so amazing because I know I was there at the school and I helped be a part of that win.
And so now, obviously, your senior year, you get to write your own final chapter. What do you hope it ends with?
Repeat.
And from your perspective, obviously, you have to win it. You beat everybody else to do it. But what's it going to take to do that? I mean, nobody's going to hand it to you.
I think building good team bonding and team chemistry will help us do that again.
Coach talked about the setters. Now you have this freshman setter. You're a senior. She's a freshman. What are you doing to help her settle in and get over those freshman jitters as quickly as possible?
Well, when I was a freshman, I was pulled up to varsity, so I definitely know how it feels to be quiet, to be shy, and just to be like the new person on the team. So trying to help her be loud, call help. Just help her not be afraid.
All right, so we already know Mallory's going to play a big part in the team's success this year. But who else on the team that maybe people don't know about them right now, but you think they're going to have a breakout year?
Molly Widmar. That girl has an arm. She has the wrist. Cece also, she's such a good spot hitter. Ava Biken, she has a strong arm. Monica, Bella, they're very good at defense. Grace Laster, so athletic, so very quick. And same with Gigi in the middle, too. She's got an arm.
Nope, got them all.
And since you're a senior, I'll ask you this. When you think about West Geauga and girls sports, the girls soccer team, you know, everybody's been talking about them forever. You guys kind of stealing their thunder a little bit?
A little bit, but their soccer program's amazing, and all of us are very proud of them.
I think we're going to see them not too long, half an hour. Yeah, so I'll ask them the same question, see if they say the same thing. So, all right, Mallory, it's time. Freshman on the hot seat. Freshman setter stepping into a varsity role. Are you nervous?
A little bit. I was more at the beginning, but not so much anymore.
What helped you get over the jitters?
Just like bonding with my team, just being able to talk to them every day.
So for you as a setter, obviously you've got to distribute the ball to your hitters, quarterback the offense. What's your strategy there? I mean, are you looking for a particular hitter, or is it just the flow of the game?
No, I just try to see who's like on and who's off, and I'll set them if they're doing really well. But I like to try to mix it up a lot.
What kind of advice have you gotten from teammates? Give me the ball. Don't worry about hers.
Yeah. Just I don't really know. Not a lot. No, not negative things.
Right.
Yeah.
So, as an incoming freshman, you've got a team that's won back-to-back conference titles. Does that weigh on you at all? That I've got to, the bar's pretty high.
Not really.
No, you just do your thing. Yeah. I'll ask you the same question I asked her. Is someone on the team that you think's gonna have a breakout year?
Caitlin.
Caitlin.
She's really good on the outside.
But everybody already knows about her.
Everyone's good at their own position. We have our defense. It's getting really strong, and then we're really strong at the net too.
All right. And then what do you think the keys are to West Geauga's success this season?
I think just communicating and working our hardest.
All right. Let's grab that microphone. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Kayla Herbst. I am a middle, and I'm an upcoming junior.
An upcoming junior. So that's good. You got almost every level coming up. You don't want, Wickliffe Boys Soccer was here. They have 17 seniors. That's crazy. So you're a junior. You got to be a part of 2 conference titles. So you're in that position where you could win 4 as a high school player. Is that weighing on you at all?
It is. It's a lot of pressure, especially knowing that we have competition this year. We had competition last year, so definitely.
How do you handle that additional pressure knowing that everybody's gunning for you?
Effort, working hard, going hard in the gym every day. 110% effort. We're sweating so much in the gym. It's so hot in there. Everybody's shirts are so, you can just tell everyone's working so hard, and that's the biggest factor, is just hard work.
Brandon told me he was in there waving a towel to cool you guys out. That's not true?
No.
So freshman year, you come in, you guys were, it's West Geauga, and then you go on, you win the conference title. How different has your preparation been over the last 2 years since you guys have won that first conference title?
I think last year we had 5 seniors. They were just a spark on our team. Walking into the gym this year, I was just like, where are they? They were just such a light. They brought so much positivity and energy, and we need to bring that back this year. It's hard without them, but we can do it again.
What do you think the key to that is?
I think just positivity. Encouraging everyone, whether they do something good or bad. You just have to be positive. You have to turn it around. If they shank a ball, encourage them, say they have it next time.
Every team has a weakness. I don't want to know what yours is. We don't want to give away any secrets. But what are you guys doing to minimize those things?
Working together. Communication is a big one. Calling mine, got it, help. Calling spots on the court, like hitters. I know it's so helpful for me when back row is calling swing left, right, positions. It is very helpful.
Volleyball is a game of runs. Sometimes it's going your way, sometimes it's not. Who's going to be that player when things aren't going well that's going to be there to rally everybody, to pick them up and get things headed in the right direction?
I would love to be that person. I would love to be the spark to just bring everyone together. Because someone has to do it. You can't leave it up to just one person. Everyone has to be there for each other, and everyone, if someone's down, someone's not having a good day, you have to be that person to lift everyone up.
Outstanding. All right, Coach, back to you. Let's fill in some gaps here. Anyone we forgot? Is there anyone else we need to mention? Who's going to be the key to your success this year?
Obviously having Caitlin's great. She was the league MVP last year, leader in kills. Kayla was second in kills. So we're really going to push hard on our offense. Grace Laster, Bella Intorcio, and Monica Velasquez are really rounding out our defense. So we're really going to be leaning on them to, step up and really set the pace, get the ball in Mal's hands so we can pound away on offense. I'd like to stay, get stuck in a rotation where we can just pound away. And that's our goal, speed. We're going to just work really hard, get the ball in our hands. In my opinion, the most aggressive team sets the pace. They make the rules. So if we are pushing it down their throats, they're not going to know what to do. And that's our goal. So.
From a coach's perspective, every year you have fun, you have ups, downs. You've been around a long time, not that long, you're not that old, but how much fun has the last 2 years been?
Unbelievable. The amount of times that I just cried tears of joy with those teams. I mean, those moments are priceless. I'll never forget those. I mean, it was almost as good as playing myself, in those games. And, you turn from coach to fan, like, so fast because you're just watching it happen. And you've put so much time into it. And it's just such a great feeling. And I work so hard, and I wish that for us every single year. So we ran a camp this year, and there is so many girls playing volleyball now. It used to be primarily soccer, but we had over 36 graders at the camp. I mean, so it's really nice to see. We even had kindergarten through 3rd grade, and it was just so great to have these little kids in the gym that love volleyball in our area that, really want to continue the sport. So the future is bright.
Yeah, the girls at the table are superheroes right now to those little girls.
And we hope to continue that. Yeah. And I'm just really proud to be part of WestG.
Outstanding. Well, if there's a coach that deserves it, it's you. You're one of the good ones, and it's good to see you have that success. I hope you continue it, even though I have to be fair and hope everyone has the same success.
I know how you feel. We appreciate everything you do for us, too, Steve. Thanks
Great.
so much.
Well, I appreciate you being here, and good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Thanks. That was the West Geauga Wolverines here at Kirtland High School for the CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is the Central version. We did our West version out at Independence on Sunday, and now we are here at the Central, and on Thursday we will do our East version. Up next, we have the Hawken boys golf team. Head coach Bert Kovarik. They started their season yesterday, right? Was that your first one, the preseason tournament? And you played today, okay. Yeah, fresh off the course. You guys don't look dirty. Nobody was diving for loose balls or anything like that? Oh, wrong sport, sorry. Was it 3? Oh, wow. All right, so here we are, the Hawken Hawks boys golf team, always one of the powerhouses here, and not only in Northeast Ohio, but also in the state of Ohio. So the defending conference champions, and finished second yesterday at the preseason tournament, correct? All right, so today. All right, we'll talk about that. Grab your microphone there, Coach. Coach, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you. There's a little black switch on there. Flip that up when you're ready to talk. I'll let you introduce your guys, and then just give us a little overview. What can we expect out of your golfers this year?
These 3 fellas are 1, 2, and 3s this year. Next to me here is Matt McCormick. He's a senior this year. Jack Zide, this year's captain, one of this year's captains. He's a junior. Been on the varsity 4 years. And Vince Baumgartner, sorry, Vince. He's a senior also. He plays number 2. Coming back from last year where we were the CVC champs, sectional champs, 2nd in the district, and 6th in the state. We had a great year, but we lost 4 seniors, and Vince and Jack are back as 2 starters on the varsity, and now we're trying to fill in the other holes, and Matt's the beginning of, played real well today, in fact, so we're on our way again, I hope.
Well, at Hawken, you don't rebuild, you reload, so I imagine the future's bright. Yesterday, 2nd place in the preseason tournament. Today, you won the Garrettsville Invitational, so obviously strong start to the season. Still a lot of golf to play, and I know you're looking for some better scores, as everybody does, but how pleased are you with what you've seen out of your kids so far?
Well, we were a little disappointed on Monday. Chagrin's very, very good, and we're going to chase them all year because they are now in D2 this year for the first time in a long time. So they'll be in our sectional, and they have some very, very good golfers. But we also have some very good golfers, but we didn't play as well as we're capable of. But I was really proud of what they did today. We played it's rained from the beginning till I think they got in 9 holes, and it was a tough struggle. Greens were floaters, and but the kids endured, and I think we were wet head to toe, but I was able to hide in my cart and under a tree. They were out there the whole time, and beat 10 other schools, including Akron-Hoban, but we're not sure what team it was from Akron-Hoban.
Well, they have like 3 varsity teams?
Yeah, like Ignatius. They have 3 or 4 varsity teams.
It's ridiculous to have that kind of wealth and talent. But you guys aren't too far from it. You have enough. You have the quality. You may not have the quantity, but you definitely have the quality over the years. But
we've been to the state 5 in the last 6 years, and these guys are going to keep it rolling. You start out the season with mainly one goal, get to the state finals. And maybe if we win the Chagrin Conference along the way, that's good too.
Yeah. It's funny, talking to a lot of coaches, when it comes to girls soccer, tennis, and golf, coaches are always, it's harder to win the conference than it is to win the state title. And I think that's true in a lot of cases. I mean, there's some really good teams in our conference when it comes to those sports. So, yeah, you look at tennis, it was Orange and Chagrin Falls in the state finals 2 years in a row. Golf has always been that way. And we've a lot of talent in this conference. So, all right, let's start talking to the guys. Let's see, who is that? That's Matt over there to your left. Matt, grab a microphone. Make sure that black switch is up. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Matt. What grade are you in and name?
All right, so my name's Matthew McCormick. I'm going to be a rising senior, and yeah.
You the number one guy?
No, this guy is right here.
Okay, all right. So when you guys introduce yourself, say what you are. Now I know you're the one. What are you, the 2 or 3?
3.
You're the 3, so you're the 2. Now you don't have to tell me. Okay, so number 3, obviously you can't be too far from these two guys, though. I mean, at Hawken, everybody's right around that same area.
Mm-hmm.
How does that help you as a golfer? I mean, you're basically playing against your own score, but when you're competing with guys that are this good, how does it help your game?
Well, I mean, there's I think when you play with better golfers, you tend to play better. I'm pretty sure there's something along those lines. But I don't know. We're all, even though they're shooting really well, usually we're all still playing for each other. So there's a little bit of pressure on just sort of playing well for your teammates, essentially for your brothers. Yeah.
What is the strength of your game?
My game, I don't know. I'd say right now it varies. Some days some things are off. Some days some things are on. Today, I was getting off the tee really well, and short game was also going pretty well. As Coach said, it rained a lot, so putting was not the strong suit of my game. But yeah, I'd say it varies.
Sadly, my game is better in the rain. Tells you how bad it is when it's normal. But when you look at, you're a senior, obviously you're playing at Hawken. Expectations are high. Mm-hmm. Every year they get higher. Now, this year's senior year, you want to get back to state, maybe win a state title. But how do you handle that pressure along with just going out and playing golf, which isn't an easy sport to play?
Well, I mean, it's just take it one day at a time, each match is its own individual match, and during that time you focus on that, and as we continue to play better and better and better and continue to win more, it's just I wouldn't say the pressure, there definitely is pressure, but when you focus on it one day at a time and one match at a time and defeating each opponent individually, then it's it's not too bad. You
talked about your game kind of elevating when you play better kids. So, when you're in a CVC match against Chagrin, you're playing really good kids, and when you're playing in those dual matches or a tournament or whatever, you're bringing your A game. But at practice, you're competing against these guys. So, is it the same pressure at practice that you feel in a match, just because of the talent level you're practicing with?
I mean, no, there's definitely a lot more pressure when it comes to matches. You're playing with kids you either barely know, I mean, you might know them, but kids you normally don't know, and practice while you take it seriously, you don't really, it's not as, I mean, we probably should treat it as serious as a match, but it's not it's not the real deal, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get your point. When you look at the preseason tournament yesterday, you come up short against Chagrin Falls, but that's the start of the season. I mean, I can't imagine you guys were too down. You might be disappointed, but it's not something that's going to set you back. But how does it inspire you to say, you know what, now we got to beat them in the dual match. We got to come back in the postseason tournament and beat them. How do you kind of fix that? You missed it by a couple strokes yesterday.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, they kicked our ass yesterday.
I'll bleep that out later. Don't worry. Your parents won't hear it.
They played much better than us yesterday. So that definitely, at least for me, is telling me that tells me that I need to play better. And I mean, we definitely rebounded from yesterday. So we have what we got, or we have what it takes to beat them. Totally. We just have to all play our game and stick to what we know best.
All right, last one for you. Just what are your individual goals this year? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Qualify for states. Make it back to the state. I've actually not gone to the state tournament, so I would love to finish my high school years going to the state tournament. That'd be great with these 2 guys and 3 others.
All right, sounds good. Jack, go ahead, grab a microphone. And go ahead and introduce yourself, name and grade, and you're the number 1 guy.
So I'm Jack. I'm going to be a junior.
Any pressure with that, Jack? You're at Hawken as the number 1 golfer.
No, not really. There's no pressure. I just know if I stick to my game and, focus on every shot, 1 shot at a time, I'll shoot good scores.
How long have you played?
Yeah, I've been playing for about probably 6 or 7 years now, and competitively for about 5 years.
And I imagine you've been in some pretty big tournaments where pressure's a little bit more than, coming out here on a Tuesday, So you can handle that pressure. And you were at the state tournament last year?
I was at the state tournament last year.
When you get an experience like that where the pressure is high and every shot, there's so much rides on it, how does that help you for a Tuesday afternoon? Does it help just kind of relax you and settle in?
Definitely. It definitely puts things into perspective. At the state tournament, I didn't play that great. The pressure was on. But, now it's kind of brought things into perspective. Just, take things 1 shot at a time. There's a lot of things you can't control. Once you hit the shot, you hit the shot, you got to go hit the next shot and, forget about the last shot and, try to shoot as low as you can.
Looking at your game, what do you rely on? What's your you just know that shot's going to be there?
Yeah, exactly. I just kind of rely on the consistency of my game, knowing that, if I make a good swing, I know where the ball is going to go, and I know I can, get it in the hole from there.
And then when you look at Hawken and, just the success and the legacy that is there and the expectations, how do you manage all of that along with your own individual goals?
Well, it definitely motivates me to practice more because, I want to achieve more and I want to shoot lower scores and I want to do better in tournaments. So I'm always practicing. I'm always looking for a way to, take strokes off my game, always tracking stats, figuring out what I can do to optimize my scores essentially.
What's the one thing that you just know you need to work on to achieve that ultimate goal of winning a state title?
Well, I think for everyone, just taking it 1 shot at a time and, focusing on around the greens, putting and chipping, there's a lot of strokes that are lost there for us. And, if we can focus on getting on the green and 2 putting, and as least, amount of shots as possible, then I think we'll do well.
This is going to be a weird question, but it's like most of the really good golfers I know are also really good students, and I have to imagine at Hawken you guys are all really good students. What's the connection?
That's an interesting question, but I think, kind of all comes back to hard work and, you have to put in a lot of practice on the golf course and, you might as well do the same thing, for your education.
So that's my explanation why my golf game is so bad, huh? I knew there was a problem. But talk about your goals. I mean, you're just a junior, so you've got another year, obviously, but I'm sure you're eyeing that state tournament as well. What are you looking to accomplish?
Definitely get back to the state tournament. I think every junior golfer, that's, their goal is to make it to the state tournament, and not just make it to the state tournament, but, play well and give them a shot, give themselves a chance.
All right. Vince, up to you. Go ahead, grab a mic, and go ahead and introduce yourself and name and grade.
My name is Vince Vonberger, and I'm going to be a senior.
Vince, you've been around. What's it like playing golf at Hawken with such high expectations?
It's fun, It's a lot of pressure since we lost 4 seniors last year, so Matthew and I got to come up strong and, just stay happy and stay motivated.
What is practice like with you guys? Do you play on the same holes, or are you different groups, or how do you guys practice?
We usually split it up, so we play with each other and bond a little bit. So we just do what's fun and also try hard.
Any competitive banter among you?
I'd say so, You just play with one another and just try your hardest. And, it's always fun. They're always laughing, so. Yeah.
On the course, how do you turn that part of it off where you're having a little bit of fun, but now you have to get serious? How do you make that switch?
Just focus on your game. It can be difficult, but if you're playing bad, you just gotta focus in, take it more seriously. Yeah.
most of the time I ask seniors about, what kind of legacy they want to leave behind. At Hawken, there's already this legacy of Hawken golf, so you're not leaving your own legacy, but what do you hope to add to Hawken's legacy?
I would just say another trip to States. That's been our goal for the past 4 years that I've been here. And just to continue doing that would be great.
We've got 1, 2, 3 here. Who are some of the other guys that are contributing to the team this year?
We got this really good freshman this year, Kevin Dang. He's been a big help to us. He placed third in the individual scoring today, and he played really well, and I hope he continues to do that.
All right. Coach, back to you. Wrap it up. You got 3 of your top guys here. They mentioned another one. Anyone else that you're going to count on to help you get back and achieve your goals down there in Columbus?
Yeah, they mentioned Kevin Dang, and he's been a real surprise for us. He's a freshman. He's a very small individual, but he's a very good golfer. Also, Ethan Metz is going to be probably our 5th guy, and Breck DuPaul is going to be the guy that floats back and forth. But one of the things these guys didn't mention is, in practice, one of the things they do, and has been a tradition in Hawken, is they work with the younger guys. When Vince said we split them up, they take out the young guys that are just new to Hawken, get them out on the course, get them ready to play varsity, and try to keep up the good work that they've built. And as they said, we lost 4 seniors that were with me for three years, and they were very good players, ended up 6th in the state. And what was really nice is that they come back and help out when they can, when they're not in college and busy, and that's been a way at Hawken also. So
that's part of the legacy.
It's been a great run for me personally.
Outstanding. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you making the trip. Congrats on that tournament win today, and good luck for continued success this season. Thank you. That was the Hawken boys golf team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, the Central version, live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got another group of Hawks. This time it's the girls soccer team, making a resurgence of sorts after a couple of un-Hawken-like years. I think I'll ask Coach if it's safe to assume that the Hawks are back. We'll find out, I guess, a little bit later this fall. But Coach, go ahead and introduce yourself and the girls you brought with us, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your squad this year?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm Heidi Wilbrandt, and I brought my 3 senior captains with me today. So Carmen Cisterini, Kate Rourke, and Sydney Stusik. And I guess the elevator pitch really for us as a program overall is about support. So provided we're supporting each other on and off the field, that is the solid foundation for any good chemistry that we're looking at on the field. So, with our program, we don't have a middle school feeder program. It really is starting over at the varsity level. So we never know kind of what 9th graders are coming in and what's really going to support our squad. So we really take it one day at a time and just make sure that from day one, everyone feels a part of the team and they feel a part of the program.
As I said, last couple of years have been uncharacteristic for Hawken. You've always been one of those upper echelon teams. Are you getting back to that point?
Well, I mean, you mentioned it in the last, I think with the last group, but our conference is quite
brutal.
A challenge.
It's
yeah,
brutal.
Quite a challenge. So I honestly, I think it's easier for us to start, winning some state games and the tournament than
it's crazy, isn't it?
Getting into our CVC. So I think that just makes us stronger overall, though. We know that we always have a challenging schedule, and that helps prepare us mentally, that helps prepare us physically, but really thinking about kind of long term, it's a long season. And so if we're starting from day one and ready to rock, and the girls feel supported and they feel like they're supporting each other, then we're in a good place.
What is the key to success this year? I mean, like you said, you always have that turnover. You graduate kids, and you aren't quite sure about the freshmen that are coming in. So, it's kind of like you need name tags on the first day and, icebreakers and that kind of thing.
Exactly.
But what's going to be the key to everything coming together this season?
Yeah, I mean, I have a really great group of seniors, actually. So there's 5 seniors who have been with this program for a while, and really know kind of what we are about, and really hitting the reset after 2 wild years of kind of COVID and sorting out our game schedule. So I really rely on them as leaders to help let me know what's going on, but also help guide some of those incoming ninth graders. So it's going to be a good year. I really think it's going to be a good year.
All right, Carmen, we're going to start with you. Grab a mic. Make sure that little black switch is in the up position. Senior year, what position you playing?
I play forward up top.
Forward. So I'm going to ask you that same question. Couple down years for Hawken. You're a senior. How important is it to you to leave the program in better shape than you found it?
Very important. I think there were definitely, especially in my earlier years at Hawken, some great players that came before me, and just playing my best this year and kind of leaving that legacy and also empowering younger girls to come up and step up after I leave, I think is really what's getting me through the season.
Man, you just hit one of my favorite points, is empowering those younger kids. I always talk about culture and legacy and things like that, so I'm glad you hit that. That's so important in high school sports. But good. When you look at this squad this year, what's going to be the key? What is it about this team that's going to be different from the last couple years?
I think culture, we are very close and tight-knit. And
now you're just rubbing it in. You're just using my buzzwords. Come on.
Yeah, but it's true. I mean, I haven't seen, like, girls this close. I mean, we really kind of built it up as, like, a family. I mean, before we had a bunch of siblings together, so it was, like, literally we were like family. But we've really built this team from the ground up, and I'm really excited to see what we do in the season.
Obviously, you're a forward. Coach is going to expect you to go out and finish off some through balls and score some goals. What's it going to take for you to accomplish all of that?
I think support from my teammates mostly. It's not, I mean, there's 10 other girls on the field or 9 other, that are there to help and support me. Yeah, also kind of luck. Just
luck. Everyone needs luck, and I'm glad you said that. A lot of people don't say, well, there's a lot of luck that's involved, but I mean, winning a state title, it takes a lot of luck. I mean, winning games, there's so many little things that happen, and you can't control all of them. So it's always good to have a little bit of luck on your side. Talk about the other girls on the front end there. Who are some of the other girls that are going to help you score some goals and create some nightmares for opposing goalies?
I mean, this one right here, Kate Rourke, I felt like whenever she gets the chance to play up top, she's been really, we kind of finished together. But Evelyn Lally is a now sophomore who has been working especially off season, and I know she is definitely going to be a big part of that. Anya Stupica, who else? Allie Taylor. Josie. Well, Josie's defense, you know, she'll get up there, but there's a lot of girls who I think have a lot of talent and the ability to finish.
This team in particular, every team's going to have a weakness, and I don't want to know what's yours. We don't want any secrets here, but how are you going to minimize those things and turn weaknesses into strengths?
I think weakness just recognizing that and not taking that as a weakness but as a place of growth, and kind of taking that and in practice and in the game finding that weakness and actually doing something about it and being productive and turning that weakness into a strength.
You're either going to be a future coach or a politician.
Thank you.
I think so. What are your goals individually? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Individually, I mean, definitely score goals. I feel like that's just up there, but winning games and then building team culture again, just having fun.
Buzzword.
Yeah.
I need a little like siren.
But yeah, soccer's my main sport, so it's definitely going to be sad leaving it, but I'm really excited to make this a fun experience as my last kind of hurrah at Hawken.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you. All right, Kate, over to you. Make sure you got a microphone in hand. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Kate. I normally play, it depends, but I play all over the place. But forward and defense and also midfield.
Do you have a preference?
It depends club and high school, but generally I prefer forward, but it's honestly wherever the team needs me this year, just because we have a lot of seniors that graduated and we're trying to fill it in.
And so this year, what is it looking like you're going to play?
I'm guessing midfield. That's my guess, but we'll see. We haven't finalized it or anything, but I guess we'll find out.
So if you can play everywhere, it just sounds like you have some unique skills.
Yeah. I've played soccer my entire life, and it's really important to me. So I have a lot of experience playing, and one of my biggest strengths is being a versatile player. So I really value that as a part of who I am as a player.
When you look at this year, let's say you're on defense, you're going to do the best you can there. Midfield, same thing, forward. But when it all comes together, at the end of the day, is there a position that you're like, this is where I really think I'm at my best?
Forward for sure. Given that there's a strong difference between high school and club, I think that forward is a place that I can absolutely thrive. But again, my thriving isn't necessarily the team thriving. Scoring the most goals is great, but if we don't have a defense or a foundation in the midfield or anything like that, then scoring goals is nothing when the other team is getting them back. So it depends on what concept we're looking at, individual versus team, and to me the team is most important.
We talked about the Chagrin division and how it's a mini state tournament. How does that help? I mean, obviously it hurts the record a little bit sometimes unless you're that elite team that beats everybody else. But how does it just help you? I mean, you're going in West Geauga, the speed that they have and the technical skill. Chagrin Falls just won the state title. They're technically one of the best teams you'll see, and speed and aggressiveness. Kirtland and everything they've accomplished. It's got to help, right?
Yep. I've grown up playing with all of these girls. All of our opponents, I've played almost most of them with and against. So that's been my life, honestly, with soccer. So it kind of drives me because we've all came from the same place, and I'm still at the place with many other people still playing. So if I can see them help their team and lead their team into success, then I can see me and my captains doing the same thing. We've all come from competition, and I honestly think we have the talent that other teams have, but it's about putting it together with the culture that Carmen was saying and the team chemistry. And I think that's
siren's going off.
Yeah.
Give me a name nobody knows about right now, but after a few games, she's going to have a breakout campaign here.
Oh.
Oh, is that another secret? All right. You got some secret weapons?
Wait, so who's improved?
Yeah, just who you think is going to have a breakout year.
I think Anya Stupiga. I think so far in practice she's been excelling. She's been very strong on the ball, very aggressive, and really willing to get into it. And her drive is unlike one I've seen in the past, and something that I think is going to be very valuable for our team this year.
Which level do you think's the strength of the team? Front, midfield, back?
She plays forward.
I'm just saying from your perspective.
Okay.
Which level? Forwards, midfielders, defenders? Yours, the strength of the team.
Oh, okay. So I think right now we're a little light on defenders, for sure. We have Riley in the back, and we do have a few defenders, but it's honestly not our strong suit. I absolutely think forward is our best, which is why I don't often play forward, is because we have so many talented forwards that we need fillers in other places. But I think we're going to be great up top this year. We have a lot of talent, our upperclassmen especially. We have a lot of people that played last year that are coming back up top. So we lost a few players midfield and defensively, so we're going to be looking to cover that. But I think we'll be able to do that. We have good players and a good base.
All right, last one. Individual goals. What do you want to accomplish?
I want to have fun this year. I think having fun is an important way to play soccer, and I think having fun is a great way to lead to success. If we're playing together for each other and we have that community and have fun while we're doing it, I think that we're going to be really successful this year. So I guess that's my base for my goal.
All right. Good luck to you. All right, Sydney, last but certainly not least. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Sydney. I'm a rising senior, and I play midfield.
Midfield. No defenders. You didn't bring any defenders. We'll have to talk defense with you then. All right, Sydney, let's talk about the midfield. What's going to happen there?
We lost a couple seniors to our midfield, so we are kind of rebuilding there. But Evelyn in the middle, she's a big help in the middle, along with Riley, who can step up and play some midfield. So we're just looking to like keep that a strong core. Like Kate said, like our forwards are very strong, so we need to just have the midfield that can help them.
How do you guys try to push the ball up? I mean, a lot of teams like to kick the long balls. A lot of people are more methodical and move the ball around. What do you guys like to do?
We like to pass until we have an opening. We don't like to like just slot it through. Like Carmen is very speedy up top. Her nickname is Zoomy.
Zoomy, I like it.
But if we just, she can beat a lot of defenders, but just keep giving her the ball isn't going to help us all the time. So we like to find our wings and through balls. We like through balls. Dribbling or like crossing it to the middle, even like playing through the middle and then finding a winger or something is what we try to do.
All right. And individually, what are your strengths?
I think I'm good at like seeing the field, and I think I have a voice on the field. Like I talk a lot, I feel like, or I'm screaming things at others.
Positive stuff, I hope.
Positive stuff, yes, always positive. But just like seeing where people are, making runs, trying to find through balls, I feel like I'm good at that.
Cool. What do you think is going to be the key to your offensive success, since I'm going to talk defense with Coach? So.
Connecting, definitely. We, at practice, like our ideas are always there, and we just have like, we just need like that one more click. Like we need that one more second where we just like can get the ball, take a touch, and connect with each other, because I feel like we sometimes try to move a little too fast. So I feel like if we can slow it down, we'll just have a really good connection up top.
We've talked about culture and legacy. Oops, siren. But what does that mean to you? Just, how important is it to you to contribute to Hawken's long history of success? And
very important. We have a lot of incoming freshmen, so to teach them about our culture is big to me, because I feel like we've been here 3 years and we know what to expect from the team, and the freshmen don't really know yet. So like teaching them that and getting them on our culture, and also like Carmen said, like we're very tight this year, so keeping that and then putting that on the field and having it translate and show that, I feel like that's very important.
You get to write your last chapter of high school soccer. How does it end?
Fun. I just want to end it like knowing we had a good season, we won some good games, we fought hard, don't have any regrets, like leave it on the field, but just like knowing I had fun with my teammates.
All right. Well, good luck to you. All right, Coach, back to you. It sounds like your offense is in good shape, and let's talk defense. What's it going to take for that squad to develop and get to the point where you need them to be?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what we're doing in this summer work, even leading up to preseason, is just a lot of experimenting and seeing what clicks, right? So, we can turn players into defenders, but the harder piece is that chemistry piece, right? So, individually, I can have really great players, but I need a crew to really work together. So that's kind of what we're looking at. I have an amazing coaching staff, so. A lot of Hawken alums on it as well. So it's been really nice to kind of work with my staff and think about how do we get creative here with not just our defense, but with our team chemistry and with, the systems that we're looking to play.
Outstanding. And what are the key pieces that have to happen for you guys to be successful?
Well, there's at the end of the season, there's one really happy team.
That's it.
And everyone else is pretty bummed out. So I think for us, the magic is making sure that our girls are staying positive and staying connected throughout the season. Making sure that everyone understands their job and they are, what I like to say, doing a job and a half, right? So if I'm doing my job and half of somebody else's, then we're in good shape. And, win, lose, we have a really tough conference. We have a really tough, soccer state to compete in. But I trust my girls, and I think they're gonna leave it all out on the field for us.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you guys making the trip. Wish you a lot of luck this season, and no mean mugging West Geauga on the way out, since they're coming in next. But thanks for being here. That was the Hawken Hawks here at the 2022 CVC Fall Sports Media Day event out here live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the West Geauga Wolverines girls soccer team. As we continue to talk about that brutal Chagrin division, it is fun to watch that group play. So many good players. The teams are lights out. Hello, West Geauga. Have a seat. How's it going? I am well, thanks. I'm actually tired. But I had one break. I haven't even opened my M&Ms yet. All right, West Geauga up next here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Head coach Corey Chapek to our left. Coach, I'm going to let you introduce your girls that you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your squad this season?
Well, I'm going to correct you first because I'm now Corey Jessanova.
Oh, my gosh, you are, and I know that. I wrote it like for 2 years, right? It was 2 years ago you got married.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be 4 this
September.
Gosh. I know.
Why did I write it? You know what? I bet it's wrong in the Google Drive.
It's definitely wrong on the website just because I've been too lazy to change it.
Oh,
so
yeah, I've got to fix that.
I'll take the blame for it.
No, but I knew it. It should have caught it. But yes, thank you for the correction.
Well, thanks so much for having us out. I mean, as always, the start of a season, it's crazy, it's hectic, everybody's running around. I mean, these girls have been at work, and obviously since August 1, and just constantly. This heat has been fun. We've been handling it. We had our first scrimmage last night, which went very well. But I'm excited for these girls and for this season. So I have a senior and returning captain Frankie Flesher here to my left. I have another co-captain Megan McGinnis, and senior as well, and then another senior Ashlyn Dreher, been our starting goalkeeper for the past 4 years on varsity, and this is going to be our team that's going to take this team to new levels, a whole new world, so to speak, this year. So I'm really excited for these girls and the opportunity ahead of them. But really, I think this season we're just we're looking to improve on everything that we've done in the previous season. I don't think that we ever hit a season that we look to do worse than how we did, right? But this year, I think that all of the girls have been really talking about this season and preparing themselves physically, mentally, just for this season. And I think that we're going to see some really great things out of these girls and these seniors, especially.
On Sunday, we were out at Independence. I got to talk to Chagrin Falls, your defending state champions. This morning, talked to Kirtland's girls soccer team, just had Hawken. It's a brutal conference. And talking to Hawken, and I'm like, you guys have had kind of uncharacteristic Hawken years. And she's like, well, the conference has a lot to do with that. And she's right. And it's like, I mean, Ed Braddock will say it. It's harder to win a conference title than it is a state title. And I think you guys understand that too. And it's just like, but how does that help not only you guys elevate your game, but help you develop a program, just knowing you're playing high-level soccer at the high school level?
Well, I think, as in previous years, not only do we have such great competition, but we all respect each other's level of competition and what we bring every single day, every single game, every match that we play in. I don't think that there is a single schedule that any of the CVC teams play that you would consider to be a light or easy schedule. And, for us, that only just makes us better. It continues to make our conference better. And, to your point, it's sometimes harder to win a conference championship than it is to win a state championship, but that just prepares our team further for higher and, more aspirations and goals to work for. So, every year we set out goals for our team, and, we're going to be game planning our goals for this year and what we want to achieve as a team. And, typically one of the goals on there is a CVC championship. And that speaks a lot more volumes, especially in this conference with these teams. I mean, like I said, the respect that I have for the other coaches in this conference is just, it just goes to show that everybody here is wanting to compete, wanting to get better. And, it's all about these high school girls and about seeing them grow into themselves and grow over their 4 years.
When you look at what you're bringing back, you look at what Chagrin's bringing back, I'm assuming you guys are going to butt heads and it's going to be a dogfight again and just brutal. I have to imagine, though, that and not to open any old wounds, but that sour taste you have in your mouth from that regional final, how much did that drive the girls in the off season? And I'll address that with them too, but just from your perspective, is that something that has motivated them?
Well, I think that one of the things with a game like that is that especially in the CVC, that what you play in the regular season is not what happens in the postseason. And it just goes to show you that every single game you need to show up. You need to show up ready to play the game. And, we need to prepare. We had some things that we wanted to look at in that game, at that match, and we didn't execute. And Chagrin definitely executed. And so when you look at something like that, it's not necessarily to look at, we were terrible and everything else. We got to that point, and we played the best team in Division 2, for last year's season. So to be able to say that we are competing with them early in the season, and we most likely will see them in the postseason again this year. That's just something to look forward to, and I think, of course, it drives these girls every single day. I mean, they don't walk onto our field and not want to get better and don't have that memory in their mind, right? But it's also one of the things that we talk about all the time is just creating a standard. And when we approach the field every single day, it's about playing to our standards. And I think at that specific game, we didn't play to our standards. But, I think that's what's going to be set at the beginning of the season and continue to be grown upon throughout the season. And hopefully we don't press repeat for this year.
One of the things I talked with Joe Chuney about on Sunday, when you look at their postseason run, it was overtime, penalty kicks, and you don't get to practice that in the regular season. It's not like football and basketball where you have overtime, you get to settle it on the field. You guys just end in a tie and go home, and everybody gets ice cream and orange slices. But then in the postseason, you get thrown into that, and some of the girls, it might be their first time experiencing that, and they don't have that experience. But when you play those games in a regular season and you're in those moments, how much does that help? Even though they're not experiencing PKs with so much riding on it, but you're still in those intense moments.
Well, I think that most of the coaches, especially in the CVC, will know that, going into any postseason, you try to create those atmospheres in practice. In practice, we will practice our PKs. We will practice, goal up, goal down situations in order to be able to know how to react to those. And so, in a scenario of which we can set up to the best of our ability to kind of duplicate that, we do try to set those situations up. But nothing can mimic an actual game. Nothing can mimic your senior season for these girls out on the soccer field. I mean, the other day I just was talking to these girls and just knowing the experience of what they have in front of them right now for the next 3 months, and what they can be able to achieve, to put those shoes back on again. There are a lot of people that would do something different, that would approach it different, that would have a different mindset, that would look at, either downfalls or look at those types of things and get over those hurdles and get over those humps as fast as they can and find a way. And so I think that this year, one of our biggest, aspects, what we're going to be aiming at is finding a way, whatever it takes. And as we continue to approach the season, as we continue to, work towards that peak of playoffs, it's one game at a time. Learning from any mistakes. It's going to be looking at the good things that we do and trying to press repeat on those as well. But really, it's taking that one step at a time, at a time, growing together, and making sure that we can, just hit our peak and hit our rise at the right time of this season.
All right. Well, let's talk to the players. We'll go to Frankie first. Frankie needs no introduction. Actually, none of the three at the table need any introduction. They are powerhouse players here in Northeast Ohio. Frankie, one of the most ridiculous athletes you'll watch if you haven't seen her play. And honestly, if you haven't been to a CVC Chagrin Division girls soccer game, you're missing a lot because it's a ton of fun, and you're missing athletes like Frankie Flesher. Frankie, whether it's soccer or softball, you're impressive to watch, fun to watch. Did I hear you're headed to Penn State for soccer?
I am.
Outstanding. Congratulations.
Thank you.
When did that happen?
I committed March 17th.
Oh, and what went into that decision?
It started...
Other than we are.
Yeah. Well, the recruiting process started pretty early, but ultimately my decision came down to the coaching staff. Their loyalty to their program is insane. They've been there for 15 years, and the consistency within the Big Ten titles, Big Ten tournament titles, and NCAA playoffs, all of it. And then just the feeling I got on campus, I just felt like it'd be the best place for me to grow as a soccer player and a human being.
You've got the college decision out of the way. That's got to be a big relief. How much does that allow you to just kind of relax, take that burden off the shoulders, and focus on West Geauga and taking care of some unfinished business?
Yeah. Obviously, committing was a huge relief for me, knowing that I kind of have my future somewhat planned out. It's not as stressful anymore. I mean, still, I try to keep it in the back of my mind for motivation and stuff like that, but it ultimately allows me to focus more on helping my team in the best way possible instead of trying to figure out how I'm going to prove myself for college, like knowing that it's already set.
I'd like to say that your commitment to Penn State puts a bullseye on your back, but that bullseye has been there for the last 3 years. I mean, Everybody knows who you are. Everybody knows how dangerous you are. You've handled that pressure well. Is it any different going to your senior year?
I think committing adds a little bit more, puts me as like a target. I think people are just obviously had their eye on me before, but now are even more like looking at me under a microscope. So I mean, it adds a little bit more pressure, but I am trying to handle it as best as I can and hope to keep it and just play my game and not think about it. So
there's got to be something in the water along this little 306 corridor, because Erica Chippa, Delaney Matriano, who kind of off 306, but not too far up there. I mean, just the number of girls that have gone D1 just from this little area, it's impressive. And that's what I'm talking about when you're missing, you look at a girls' soccer game and mom and dad are there, maybe grandma and grandpa. It's so disappointing that the stands are not full the way they should be, and they're missing so much. And I'm fortunate because I have to be there, but I'm so glad I am, because it's fun to watch. And wow, that was 10 minutes already. I go to my break next, so I get all kinds of time with you guys. So we're not in a hurry, but good. But so this year, I mean, obviously unfinished business. How different was the off season, if it was different at all?
I think the last game that we played definitely has been like a huge motivational factor for us. Personally, the way I felt after that game, along with a lot of my other teammates, is not something that we want to feel again. So I think just the way we train as a team, like it's more intense. Because like we said, we don't want to feel like that ever again. So I think we're trying to bring the best out in everybody, whether that be going even harder at practice, helping people both on and off the field to try and just pull every good quality out of each other.
We've got 3 superstars at the table. You guys have been cornerstones of the West G program for going on 4 years now. Who else are we going to hear about this year?
I think we have a lot of people who can have the potential to have like a standout season. I think Bella Pollock and Kaylee Wolford are 2 huge pieces that definitely are going to help our game a lot, both in the defensive side and attacking side. So I think with their help, we can do pretty good things.
Obviously, you guys want to get back where you were and take that next step and finish it off. Whatever happens, happens. But what is it going to take for you guys to be successful?
I think that we need to play as a team at all times. I think we need to play our game and not go into any game trying to like do something that we don't know how to do just because like we panic or something. So I think as long as we stay true to what we know and what we practice, and if we play as a team and all have good attitudes and go in to every game like striving to do our best and striving to win, I think that we can go just as far or farther.
All right. Well, and then just from an individual perspective, you've already got your commitment out of the way. I know what your team goal is. What are your individual goals? What are you hoping to accomplish as a player?
I hope for myself I'm working on leadership skills, so I hope to be the best captain that I could be, like just for my team, just being there. And then obviously for self-validation, just matching stats is great, but ultimately if I'm able to help my team win, whether that be scoring or not. That's probably one of my biggest goals. But yeah, just growing as a soccer player and growing as a individual in order to prepare myself for the future.
All right. Well, great. Congrats on that commitment.
Thank
and
you.
Good luck this season and at Penn State, except if they play Notre Dame. I'm a Notre Dame fan.
Okay.
So. All right, Megan, on to you. Make sure you grab a mic. Make sure that black switch is up. And what position are you playing this year, Megan?
That's a good question. I think I can be a really versatile player. I mean, I've played center back, center mid, forward, outside. So really wherever coach needs me, I'll do my best.
From your perspective, where do you think you're needed?
I think in the center mid position would be the best opportunity for me. And not just like focusing on scoring or assisting, but really we want to focus on like moving the ball really well this year and just working it around as a whole team and getting everyone on the attack together.
When you've got Speedy Gonzalez over there, it doesn't take a whole lot to create some, once you get the ball through the middle, but what you're talking about is that like distribution in the middle and stuff. How important is that even when you have that outlet like Frankie there?
I think it's especially important, especially because you guys were talking about how Frankie has a big target on her back, and like if teams are going to send 4 men to her, like we have very capable players on our team other than Frankie too, so that kind of opens up space and time for them, and we can work it and get everyone involved.
Going back, again, not to open that wound, but what did you learn from that regional final?
Like Frankie said, I think that feeling was just really awful, and we all overanalyze ourselves, but like there were things we could do as a team, not just like we had a lot of goals scored on us from like crosses and like finishing. So like obviously marking our man in the box, or like, like me playing in center mid, we can like shut them down before they even get there. Like just big things, like big picture things.
You guys are good. You're good. You have the potential to get where you want to go. But now you're a senior. Last year it was different. It's like, okay, if it doesn't happen this year, we've got next year. This year, it's it. You've got, 16 regular season games and then whatever's left. How are you handling that pressure that, oh my gosh, this could be the last one?
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying because, like, who knows what comes after high school for me. But, yeah, it's like our last go-around with all my teammates. And, like, every year that us three have been in high school, we've gone further and further in the playoffs. So I think we want to go further. We want to go all the way this year. Yeah.
West Geauga's had a good soccer program for going back to when Corey played. I think you guys were actually an elite program back then, right? And then it kind of dipped a little. Now you guys are back up here. As a senior, what are you hoping like your legacy is? What do you want people to remember about your 4 years?
I think they want to look back and have it be one of the ups in like West G history. Like we want to be one of the like eras where like, oh, West G wasn't so good. Like this year, like, like in the conference or like in the state, like we just want to like set it straight that like this was a good year for West G soccer.
Looking at the team, nobody at the table, I already know who they are, but like give me a breakout player. Who you think's going to have a big year?
Kendall and Simpkins. She's a junior this year.
What does she bring into the table?
She's really versatile too. Like she can play defensive center mid, attacking, outside, like wherever we need her, she's straight to it and she'll do whatever it takes to help out the team.
If you were an opposing coach looking at West Geauga, what's number one on the scouting report?
Like in terms of players or like style?
Strategy, like we've got to do this to compete.
I think everyone's going to want to shut down Frankie individually, and I think we can take them by surprise by showing them that we have like a well-rounded team. Like we have 11 strong players and an entire bench that's just as good.
What are your individual goals this year?
Like Frankie said, obviously matching stats is good, scoring and assisting and winning games. But I really like don't care about myself as long as the team is like winning and like we're playing good and like having a good time and like wanting to be there and doing good.
Corey, I don't know how much you knew about her playing career. I know Chris Lillestrung has written about her quite a bit and mentioned her accolades. Is that something that has inspired your team? I mean, do you guys feed off of that? And a lot of people say like teams take on the persona of their coach. Do you see that out of your team?
Absolutely. I mean, Corey has been my coach since middle school travel soccer. I mean, I've known her forever. And ever since then, we all look up to Corey. She's like a strong woman role model for our team and like the legacy she left at West G Soccer. I mean, we walk by her jersey every time we walk in the school. So obviously
it's
she
a little
was good
intimidating,
enough.
huh?
Yeah. And like Penn State, I mean, we just went to Penn State camp and like seeing all of these like literally like famous coaches there, and they respect Corey so much. Like we all should do the same.
So when you go to practice and she tells you, let's do this, you don't question it. You know. All right, sounds good. All right, Ashlyn, you're up. Ashlyn, you are the last line of defense on a really good soccer team, and expectations are sky high, and the pressure on you has got to be enormous.
Yes, very.
How do you handle it?
Just take it game by game, and I really have a lot of support from my defenders and have a lot of confidence in them and working well with them. Just
my son was a goalie, not on a good team, he wasn't at your level, and I just know when he came home after a game how dejected he was, and it was like a regular season game and they lost like 8-1, and it's like he's devastated. So I can only imagine, what you guys go through when you're playing at such a high level, and how do you bounce back when things aren't going your way? Because it's so important that you as the goalie aren't hanging your head over giving up one goal because you don't want to make another mistake.
Just taking it next ball at a time, just not worrying about I worry about it after the game, just new ball every time, just so I can keep that confidence throughout the game so my team can eventually win.
If I was a goalie, number one, I'd pick grass and I wouldn't be paying attention, but I would be like amazed at watching Megan and Frankie work up top. I would just be amazed and I'd lose sight of the game, and so that's got to be a lot of fun for you, but you've got to control your defense and keep them in line. What's your strategy? How do you do all that while you're still amazed at what your forwards and midfielders are doing?
Well, once the ball gets into my half, that's when I start directing my defenders mainly. But it's fun watching the forwards score goals or almost score goals. You can see me back there. Not a lot of people watch it, but I do get excited and whatnot.
I always watch a goal. If you notice, I got a picture of you in the back of the goal. I always like to shoot through the net, and I always like that where the action's way out there, but there's the goalie just standing alone. I love those shots for some reason. But so, go ahead.
Yeah.
Defensively, what's the strength? Who are the players that you need to count on this year?
Bella Pollack, she'll be a good center defender, very aggressive. Zoe Coles, she very tall, gets everything out of the back. Just we have a fast defenders in the back, which will work well.
When you see everything happening in front of you and you've got these amazing players out there, do you ever just catch yourself saying, wow, that's fun? I mean,
sometimes, but I like to have hands-on kind of stuff. So, I mean, the footwork's fun and all, but making the saves, making those big saves at the end of the games or any time in the games is very fun when you hear the crowds go wild.
PKs, what are you thinking about?
Just I have to go one way or the other, and hopefully I get it.
Some goalkeepers are always like, I'm just going right, or I'm always going left, or some are watching hip. What do you do? Do you watch the player, or do you have something in mind?
Yeah, I watch the player, where they line up, if they're 90 degrees or straight on. I watch many different things, maybe their foot or their hip, if they're righty or lefty, so all different things.
You're going to graduate. A new goalie's going to step in. How much work have you done with the future goalie of West Geauga Soccer?
I'm hoping to do a lot of work with the JV goalkeepers and building their confidence in the goal, and just so they can fill my role for next year.
All right. What are you hoping to accomplish this year?
This year, just having a successful season and hopefully no goals throughout the regular season and going far in the playoffs and competing to get further than we did last year.
What is the most important thing you want people to remember about your 4 years here?
Just the big impact I made and just how we did well in the playoffs and just a lot of saves I've made.
All right. Coach, back to you. Anything we need to clean up on? Anything else? Anyone else we need to mention? I think we did a pretty good job talking about your scoring, your midfield, obviously the defense.
Yeah, well, one thing I will say is that, these three ladies in front of you are just a small snapshot of what our team has this year. I mean, we have 14 seniors this year as part of our program, and 8 of those, well, actually 9 of those are basically returning varsity players. So, having a team with that type of experience that, I've had the pleasure and the honor of coaching for the past 4 years, basically for their whole entire high school career. I'm really excited to see where they take this career and how they utilize this senior year to lay it all out there. The number one thing that, I tell these girls day in and day out is just leave no regrets. Just leave it all out on the field. Just when you walk off the field, win, loss, tie, whatever that score is, if you are happy with your performance and you left it all out there, you have nothing to be disappointed about. And, those are the types of things that, I always use with these girls, that soccer is a metaphor for life. If you approach the game in a similar manner that you approach life, you're going to have ups, you're going to have downs, you're going to have difficult people, difficult teammates, but you're still going to have to work towards an end goal together. And how you do that and the manner of which you do that describes and defines your character. And the more that you can continue to build upon that, I mean, I've seen so much growth out of these girls in the past 4 years that, put soccer aside, I'm just a proud mentor, hopefully, that one day they'll come back.
Surrogate mom for 20 whatever girls.
Yeah, I always say I have my 2 girls right now, but I got another 30 plus on the field. So it's it's a responsibility that I take great pride in, and I just hope that I can positively affect their future. And that's what's biggest to me. And if that means it's on the soccer field, that's great. But if it means it's in life, that's even better.
Well, it sounds like you definitely positively influence their present. So that's good. You've done well.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate y'all making the trip here. Best of luck to you this season. I know it's going to be a long postseason run. I look forward to it again. It was fun last year. I always hate to see somebody has to lose those games, but it was fun, and I wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
All right, that was the West Geauga Wolverines girls soccer team here closing out the first half of our Fall Sports Media Day out here at Kirtland High School. I've got oh my gosh, my break is 3 minutes long. Our next team comes in at 5:30, so that's a short break. I took so long with you guys, but it was fun. I appreciate it. I am going to take a quick break until Wickliffe Soccer walks into the room, and then we will be back. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more teams to get through, and then we will call today's event a wrap. Once again, I want to mention our sponsor for CVC TV, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Hey, Steve, how are you? Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day. This is the central version. We are live from Kirtland High School. On Sunday, we kicked off our Media Day tour at Independence. That was our west version. On Thursday, we'll be out at Perry, and then on Sunday, we'll conclude with our football Media Day right back here at Kirtland High School. Next up here is the Wickliffe girls soccer team. Head coach Steve Gribovic's over there to my left. I'm going to let him introduce his players. And then, Steve, you can give us a little elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Blue Devils this season?
To my left, I have Annabella Storr. Next is Eliza Wills. Then we have Jamie Orndorff, and then Claire Andrikovic. This year, we are looking to progress on what we did last year. We have a lot of sophomores this year that have varsity experience now. Our 5 upperclassmen have really shown a lot this summer as far as leadership goes and getting the team ready and getting those younger players prepared for varsity level soccer.
2-4 in conference last year, and don't hate on me, but that was a little down year for you, right?
It was a little bit of a down year for us. We had a lot of freshmen stepping up, playing some roles. Over 60% we were freshmen, so
yeah, so
we
that
had a lot of experience.
That explains it. But yeah, so I have to imagine too, it also inspired the girls to say, hey, that's not Wickliffe soccer, we need to turn this thing around.
Absolutely. These girls have stepped up this summer mentally, physically, and have really taken to the training and are ready to do some very good things this year.
I have to imagine with that many young players in the preseason last year, aside from wearing name tags and saying, hey, my name is so-and-so, you had to take a step back and focus a little bit more on some of the fundamental things. And this year you're probably a little more advanced?
Yes. Last year we had a lot of just new tactics, a lot of new training for the players, stepping up from middle school into high school soccer. Also, we got the new turf last year, so we were practicing in facilities that were 30 yards length and 20 yards width. So it was a lot of barriers in our way, but, the girls stepped up throughout the season, and this year we're starting to move on with our tactics and get a little bit more advanced and ready to start the season off.
Well, part of success of any sports team is overcoming adversity, and I guess you had your fair share last year, so you're ready. All right, I'll get back to you, Coach. Let's start with Annabelle. Make sure you got a mic. Make sure it's turned on. Annabelle, go ahead. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're playing this year.
It's actually Annabella.
Annabella, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm a junior, and I play holding mid.
And your brother was Gabe?
Yes.
The former goalie, now graduated? Correct. All right. So talk a little bit about the differences from last year to this year.
I feel like with the freshman class we had last year, there was a lot of everything. Everybody had to get used to a lot of different things. We had several freshmen last year start, so it was a big improvement because we had a lot of freshmen step up to the plate. And I feel like now that they're sophomores, they have experience with how they were freshman year, and I feel like we'll be able to work with that.
Have you seen the differences in their mentality and just their soccer IQ?
Yes, I have personally this past summer because a lot of them have stepped up and become a better player mentally and physically.
You've been around a while, so you've been on those teams that have competed for conference titles. So last year probably stung a little bit. How did it inspire you and motivate you to work a little bit harder?
Well, last year I was put to mark their best player, Erica. So it was a lot, and I was really nervous that game, but it made me become a better player marking her, and I've learned a lot from that experience. And defensive skills, I've learned a lot. So, yeah, it's been pretty nice.
What's going to be the key for the Blue Devils to turn things around this year and get back to their rightful place near the top of the standings?
I feel like we're starting to bond more as a team, and we're trying to get that chemistry going with us. And I feel like once we're on the field and we're able to read each other and know our strengths and weaknesses, I feel like we'll be able to play how we were.
Individually, what are your strengths? What do you bring to the table?
I am pretty good at defense, and I can also go into the offensive push. And one of my goals this year is to get more involved in the offensive push because I'm a holding mid. So make overlapping runs and through runs and try to make a goal.
When you look at your teammates, and don't mention any of the girls at the table since we're going to talk to them, but who are some of the girls that you expect to have a pretty big year?
I think Ava Gabriel and Lauren Smith have really stepped up. They play more offensive, and Lauren Smith's wide, and she's left-footed, so it comes in handy. And her freshman year was kind of rough, but I feel like she stepped up. And Ava Gabriel, same. She's a physical player, and she's worked hard on and off the field, and I feel like that's going to come in handy with us.
When you look at your senior year here, how do you want to go out? You get to write your own final chapter.
I don't know yet. I still have a year. It's kind of
Oh,
scary
you're a
to
junior?
think. Yeah,
I'm
a
sorry.
junior. No,
I thought
you're
you said-
okay.
So I got your name wrong, your year wrong. I'm just having a rough day.
It's okay.
So I retract that question, and I'm going to ask you another one. What are your individual goals this year?
Personally, I want to get more confidence on the ball and just confidence as a player and be able to do more one-on-ones and be confident with the ball in my feet. And like I said before, have more offensive push so I can help my teammates.
Outstanding. All right. Eliza, right? I got that one right. All right. I'm going to start a streak. I'm going to get one name right, then it'll be two. I'm good. I got Corey Jesinovic wrong. I called her Chapek again. So it's been 4 years, and I should have gotten it right. So, all right, Eliza, go ahead. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name's Eliza Wills. I'm a junior, and I play center mid.
All right, you're a junior. See, I got it now. Good. See, I'm just lost now. I've been here all day. It's all running together. So, all right, so same question. Last year, kind of some growing pains. This year, everything's a little bit different, a little bit better, a little more experienced. What have you seen as far as this preseason compared to last?
Yeah, obviously we went through some rough patches last season. Didn't have the exact season that we wanted, but this season, I feel like everybody stepped up. We've come together more as a team, starting out in the beginning of the season, because now it's mostly all returning players. I feel like we are all more technically sound on and off the ball. Our runs are looking better. Our ball placement is looking a lot better.
Coach mentioned the new turf. How has that changed the game for you?
Well, as many people in the CVC know, our old grass field wasn't the most ideal place to play on. The turf is very nice to train on as well, because it gets us ready for those other turf fields that we get to play on. And with our past experience playing on our old grass when we have to come here to Kirtland, we have experience with that too.
Did they put in new lights too, or is it the same old lights?
Same old lights.
See, bad for photos at night. I still can't come to Wickliffe for a night game. That horrible lighting. But so what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Obviously, we'd love a CVC title. That's always the goal. But I'm hoping that all of us can grow as a team and share the wealth. Last season, we only had a few high-scoring players. I'm hoping to see a lot more people put the ball in the back of the net and help with the attack.
Where's that attack going to come from? Who are some of the players you think are going to be able to finish this year?
Well, I'm hoping Ava Gabriel can put a few more in from her good season last season. I'm hoping I could put a few in, and I'm hoping Annabella could put a few in.
Is that Morgan Gabriel's younger sister?
Yeah.
Morgan was pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I remember. All right. And then talk about the other side of the field. Where's the defense? Who are the key players there?
So Jamie Orndorff sitting next to me is recovering from an injury. We're very, very happy to have her back. We're also very happy to have Annabella right behind us as well. Maddie Kita has stepped it up a lot this season too.
All right. And what are your goals for this year?
I'm hoping to put a few more in the back of the net and have some assists. I'm also hoping to grow as a leader and help uplift and push some of the underclassmen.
Coach has got to like hearing that leadership stuff coming from juniors. So, all right, Jamie, grab a mic. Make sure that black switch is up. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Okay, I'm Jamie Orndorff. I'm a senior, and I play defense.
All right. Almost all the soccer teams have brought offensive players, and I like to talk defense, so I'm glad you're here. Wickliffe obviously has had a long history of really good soccer teams. Last year was one of those little dips. You don't want that dip again this year. What's it going to take to make sure you guys trend up this year?
I think just like last year, we had a lot of upcoming freshmen, so we didn't know like the style they played. And definitely this year, working hard together as a team, we can like see the style we all play together. And we have better team chemistry this year too. Like this is one of the closest teams I've been on this year.
Everyone talks about leadership. What does it mean to you?
Just making sure everyone's knowing what they're doing on the field and helping out everyone, and like having like underclassmen come to me with any questions and making sure they're comfortable.
Do you have a goalkeeper here today? You're not
No,
the goalie.
we're
No.
not.
Who's your goalie this year?
We have quite a few trying out right now.
Still unsettled?
Yeah.
Work in progress. Okay, so obviously you're going to have an inexperienced goalie. You're a senior defender. You're going to have to protect her. What's it going to take?
I think just aggression and like that mindset and the mentality.
CVC, you guys are Metro Division again, right? You guys go between Valley and Metro. I'm too old to try and remember it all, but I mean, Independence has some pretty fast girls. Beechwood has some pretty fast girls. Lutheran West graduated theirs. I don't know what they bring back, but so there's a lot of fast girls that know how to score, and you're going to have to try and stop them. What's the strategy to do that? Obviously, you can't do it alone. How do you guys work together as a team?
We just all our tactics, we call them out, and we jockey and delay, and we make sure we do what we can to stop them.
What do you think the key to your team's success is this year?
Definitely like coming together and working together and having that communication and making sure we're like holding each other accountable.
All right, now I'm going to give you Annabella's question. You get to write your final chapter as a senior. How do you hope your senior year ends?
Well, last year since I sat out because of my injury, I'm just hoping to get back into the player I used to be and just like making a statement for Wickliffe soccer.
All right, outstanding. And Claire, right? All right, Claire, go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name is Claire Nikovich. I'm a senior, and I play outside mid.
Outside mid. So more on the defensive side, or are you more of offensive, give me the ball, let me score?
It's a mix of both because, like, you know, you have to come down and help the defense once the ball gets shifted.
How do you think you fit into that role?
I feel pretty comfortable with that role because I've been playing it for the past 4 years. So I feel pretty comfortable with it.
Let's talk about your midfield. We know where the scorings come from. We talk some defense. Who's going to help distribute and keep the ball from going Jamie's way?
Definitely Eliza. She helps a lot with defense. And then our holding mids as well. So Annabella and Maddie Kita.
All right. And looking at last year, obviously with all those younger players, now they're sophomores. What are you doing to help those players kind of develop and learn more about soccer and learn more about the Wickliffe way to play?
Definitely trying to get a better like flow on the field with the new people, like having to learn new things. Definitely getting a better flow, working on communication so everyone knows where you are at all times on the field.
Every team has a weakness. I don't want to know what yours is. We don't want secrets given here. But what are you guys doing to minimize those weaknesses and kind of turn it into a strength?
Definitely looking for the open space on the field and trying to get everything on the field to like not get to our back line and to the middle.
And give me your breakout player of the year.
I feel definitely, I know we've mentioned Ava already, but I feel like she's a really strong player.
All right. Sounds good. Coach, back to you for a final recap here. What do you think about what your players said? Are they on the right track?
These upperclassmen are on the right track. They've really stepped up this summer. There's nothing, I'm very proud of them as far as a coach goes, and they've really stepped up. They've mentored the younger girls, the underclassmen, and they've really put all into their mental and physical trainings this summer. It's just great to see as far as a coach goes.
You're a competitive guy. I know last year had to kind of twist your heartstrings a little bit, and I know you're eager to get things right. Do you feel like you're trending up?
I feel like we're in the right direction, going up. Each training since August 1st started has really opened my eyes as far as what this team's capable of and all of their potential. They really, every day I see something new out of this team, and, we come in and things might not be going the way that it was planned to go, and then all of a sudden it just clicks and the girls start stepping up and really taking to the training. And I've seen it. This is our 7th day training this summer so far as August 1st goes, I've seen it every single day.
Fill in the blanks. If blank happens, Wickliffe will be successful.
If communication and distribution happens, Wickliffe will be successful.
And there you have it, folks. Communication and distribution. All right, that is the Wickliffe Blue Devils girls soccer team here, looking to turn around their fortunes from last year, and I think you guys are headed in the right direction, right? All right, well, I thank you guys for making the trip, and good luck this season. All right, that was the Wickliffe Blue Devils girls soccer team here at the CVC Fall Sports Media Day. We are live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Geneva girls tennis team. The, second in the Valley Division last year. Is that correct? All right. Come on up. Oh, I didn't have a tennis ball. And they got me last year, too. They were yelling at me because I didn't have a track baton, so I got a track baton. And I forgot a golf ball, and I forgot a tennis ball. So I'll have them at Perry on Thursday, now that I know. So far, yes. All right, Coach. Glad you guys can make the trip here. Go ahead and introduce the girls you brought with you, and then just give us a little preview of what we can expect out of the Eagles this year.
Okay, I'm Coach Scott Torok. It's my 25th year coaching girls tennis at Geneva. I brought along two of my returnees to our tennis team this year. Right to my left here is senior Annalisa Ellsworth, and next to her is sophomore Addison DePofi.
Last year, second in the Valley Division, and I think every single one of your players was second team all-conference, or at least most of them?
That sounds about right. We graduated 6 seniors, so we are very young. Annalisa being one of the 2 seniors we have on the team, and we have 1 junior, and the rest are sophomores and freshmen.
So now you go from a very experienced team to a younger team, just the opposite of Wickliffe girls soccer. I had a young team, now they're a little more experienced. But how do you handle that? Is it do you coach them differently? Do you transition differently?
Well, I think we go into the season with no expectations. There's last year and the last couple of years we had a lot of pressure on our team to perform, and they rose to the occasion. I think we were 19-4 last year. Do I expect this team to go 19-4? No. Can they? Absolutely. We'll see. Our main thing right now is to get them experience, get them game match play, and hopefully things will take care of themselves.
When you have such a young team, I have to imagine there's a lot of competition. You don't have anybody that's like, oh, I know she's our number one singles, or I know she's better at doubles. So you have a lot of competition in practice. Is that?
Absolutely, and we believe that's important, that they need to play matches in practice so they're ready for when we play the other schools in the CVC. Tennis is a sport where you got to win 3 points. You play 5 matches, you win 3 points. So we might look to move people around a little bit so we can maneuver to make sure we try to get some 3 points out of the 5. So. We're not going to win a lot of matches 5-0, I know. So.
And that's the tricky part, is where you might have a really good singles player, but you might need a point in doubles, and you have to that's your Yahtzee or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to look at the other lineups from the other teams and see what happens. You can't stack. What they say is you can't put your best player at second doubles. But there are ways to move people around so you can maneuver, so you can try to acquire those 3 points.
All right, we'll come back to you, Coach. Let's start with Annalisa. Annalisa, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and I don't know if you've got your position solidified yet, but if you do, go ahead and let us know.
My name's Annalisa Ellsworth. I am a senior this year, and I currently am playing first doubles. My partner being Jackie Patterson.
Okay. So last year, team had a lot of success, winning 19 matches, a lot of girls getting all conference honors, and now you've got a younger squad. You're a senior. Obviously, a lot of the younger girls are going to look to you to kind of show them the way to prepare, the way to play and mentally prepare. How are you handling all of that?
It's been kind of a struggle, but definitely I feel like I'm trying to guide everyone to where they need to play and like showing them like the parts of what needs to happen even on a varsity and JV level. It's just all continuing on. We've only played one match so far, so we haven't had full time to all get comfortable in our spots, new to all of it, but like definitely I think we've showed that we're going to be a strong team as we go onward.
And I want to mention that was a 5-0 win, and I know that because Coach Torok is one of the very few coaches who always sends in his scores. So, Coach, thank you for that. So, girls, you're in good hands. He cares enough to send his scores all the time. Yeah. So I appreciate that. I don't have to chase down the scores like I have to do with so many other teams. So, but so Annalisa, doubles. Have you played singles in the past?
Yes, my freshman year I played third singles on JV, and sophomore year I played first singles a little bit on JV as well, but I also played some second doubles.
Do you have a preference? I mean, do you like singles, doubles?
I typically prefer doubles because I've always been better at it, and I like having the support of a teammate with me at all times. Sometimes it's hard to play by yourself, but I'm typically about all round. I can do either one.
Doubles, I imagine. It has to be a little bit hard, and the communication has to be there. How do you guys work on that?
Well, you work with talking to each other a lot. You have to build a lot of trust with each other, like just understanding where your partner's strengths and where your strengths, and you can play around those things. So, like, if your partner's not good at volleying, you could say, I'll make sure I'm always covering you in the back, so you're building that trust to understand, like, and you understand, like, what is someone strong and what someone's weaknesses, just all of that.
You're a senior this year, so obviously you've been around, you've played, you've got some experience, but what did you learn from the older girls that have moved on and graduated?
I've learned that sometimes playing, like, you don't always have to crush it to get right in every time. Sometimes consistently playing is really helps you out every time. I've learned a lot from them about that, and just being supportive of your whole team. Like, teamwork is just really important. It might seem like you're the only, like, playing singles or doubles, it's only one or two people, but, like, as you have a whole team, technically. You're not always together, but it's important.
CVC is a really good tennis conference, especially when you look at that Chagrin division, and then the boys, obviously, and you know, the way Orange and Hawken have been battling for state titles and things like that. But how does that help you as a player, just knowing that, hey, I'm going to go into a conference match and I know I'm going to have my A game?
It definitely puts some pressure on me when I go into conference matches, but I always remember that I have my team with me. We're all going to work our hardest, be as positive as possible, and just keep on going. And we want to win, and it's a reasonable thing. Everyone wants to win.
2 more questions for you. Obviously, you're going to have some goals. What do you have set for goals this year?
I would say my goals would just be to have a lot of fun. I really want to, I guess, just have fun and just help all the freshmen just get them ready for future seasons. When we have a younger team, sometimes it's going to be harder for it to be the most amazing year in the world, especially with my partner being a freshman this year, and I don't see that as a problem. I think getting her ready for being better every year is going to be great, and I want to just prepare them all. Like, I just want to set up a good path for them in the future. But I would love to get some good wins in.
There you go.
Really fun.
It's always fun, right?
Yeah.
And then just last one is who are some of the teammates that have impressed you so far in the preseason here?
Well, I would say Izzy Rose. She's playing our second singles right now. She's a great player. Abby Griffith. She is also doing really well. I would say she's got some great shots, and she's a lefty, so she really throws off our opponents' ass and Depofi. She's also very good, so I would say we have a lot of really good players, especially in our singles lineup right now, and our doubles might be younger. We have a lot of younger doubles players, but they're all showing to be really good players, and I think I'm very excited to see how it all plays out this year.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you this season. All right, Addison, on to you. Go ahead and grab that microphone and make sure that black switch is up. And go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're playing.
My name's Addison Napofi. I am a sophomore this year, and I'm playing first singles right now.
Oh, so a little bit of pressure there as a sophomore.
Yes.
Throw you right into the fire. Thanks, Coach. How ready are you for that challenge?
I am very ready. I think every year, I don't care what position or how my team is. I just know that playing your best is always what counts, and honestly, having the support system helps too. Like, practicing with the girls is my favorite thing, and that really prepares me for playing harder teams. And last year I played third singles for varsity, so that kind of helps me. It's like a lead way to this year, and I can kind of experience singles in a harder light.
So you were second team all conference then last year. Is
Yes.
that, okay, so you've got a lot of experience then under your belt. You're just moving up a couple notches in the order there, and now you've got to be able to bring your A game every time.
Yes.
And I'm sure you're probably pretty familiar with some of the other players.
Yeah.
You probably have played against some of them. So how does that familiarity help the nerves? Not the on match play, but just the nerves.
It helps a lot, and honestly, when I play people, it honestly helps my team too. If you move up a spot, or even when you stay in the same spot and you know how different people play and you analyze how they played like last year, you can kind of help your teammates figure out, oh, well, I played this girl in third singles last year, so you can kind of help them figure out how to play them for the upcoming years.
What's the strength of your game?
My strength, I'd say consistency, and my game, honestly, just trying to keep a good mentality. I think keeping a good attitude and not going into a match saying, oh, I'm going to lose and this is going to go by so fast. No, just believing in yourself and believing in your team, honestly. Just keeping a good mindset is what matters most to me.
Last year, CVC tournament, you finished second. Who beat you in the final?
Nikki Rosati.
And she was a junior, I believe, right?
Yes.
So she's back, and I imagine she's probably going to be up there, maybe first singles?
I believe she'll be playing third again.
Oh,
I
okay.
know Lily Walker.
Oh,
I
she's
believe
back.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. See, you know more about it than I do. Now, but once you jar my memory, I get to type in all the results. But now, yes, okay. So Perry's kind of loaded then.
Mm-hmm.
They've got almost everybody back. Good. So now you know who to chase. That's good.
Yes.
All right. So the success you had last year as a freshman, now you're a sophomore. You know, you got all that experience under your belt. You're ready for the challenge.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's like the biggest challenge for you this year?
My biggest challenge is honestly, probably our team is pretty young. We have, I believe, 2 freshmen and 3 sophomores and 2 seniors. And I know we all have experience, but I know as a freshman from experience going from, playing middle school matches, and I feel like we need to work as a team and kind of figure out like chemistry between all of us, and not trying to argue or figure out who's better, just trying to have fun as a team and be more as a family. Honestly, I feel like we need to work on communication with each other and just trying to have fun with one another.
And same question I asked Annalisa, who are some of the players, some of the newer players that have impressed you so far?
Sophia Ellick has very stepped up a lot, honestly. I think she's grown as a player, and her mindset and mentality and her attitude is very impressive, especially as a freshman. I'd say Julia McDaniel has improved a lot, and going from JV and hopping into varsity, she's taking that spot very well. And I'd say Jackie Patterson has stepped up as well, and as freshman too. I think it's kind of nerve-wracking to jump to a varsity spot, but I know that her and Annalisa will do very well in doubles together.
Great. And then just last one for you, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Working together, and I think, going into matches with all of us, I think, have trouble. I think we all kind of go into a match, this team is so good. And, sometimes it's hard, especially when you go through, like, your team can be really good one year, and sometimes when you have newer freshmen and less experience, sometimes it's hard, and you go through bumps and all that. But, you know, I think working as a team and all that will be just fine. And I think we'll do great. My goal is to kind of grow as a leader, and especially with the 2 seniors leaving, and I know we'll have a senior next year, but I think becoming a leader is very important, and just kind of making sure the freshmen and sophomores and everyone knows, like, how to act as a team is very important to me.
All right, well, great. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, we heard a lot about a lot of different players. Did we miss anybody? Anyone you want to mention?
Well, as we go down our lineup, and it could change as we go along, Addison has obviously stepped into that first singles role. Are we throwing her in the fire? Absolutely. But I can't think of anybody on the team who's more ready for that position. She has watched that position. Her sister has been a part of our program for a number of years, and she's ready for that. Annalisa is coming into first doubles right now from a second doubles position where she was very successful. With Izzy Rose, who's playing number 2 for us right now. But, you know, they're making jumps, but they have to make jumps. You know, it's time. And we graduated 6 seniors, like I said, so it's time to move on. I think they mentioned just about everybody that's there. We have some freshmen that are going to be ready to step in, that are eager. We got our junior high program back last year after like a 10-year absence, which helps our growth of our program. I got two former alumni that are helping me, Mike Rose, who's our JV coach, and Jeff Griffiths, who's handling our middle school program, who have just brought so much to the program and really kind of bringing us to new heights. So we're excited about that, especially being an older coach. I need to turn that over here sometime, so hopefully I got a couple guys that are ready to do that. As you look at the league that we're in, you know, we talked a little bit about Perry. I don't think Perry graduated anybody. If they did, maybe a doubles player here and there, but they're obviously the cream of the crop in the Valley Division. We have our sights set on them. Are we ready to attack them? Who knows? You know, we'll see. We'll give it our best shot. We have Lakeside, that's always a county rival of ours that we're excited about facing them twice a year now in the league, and not just this year. You know, we're looking forward to next year when we bring 3 more county teams in. Or one Lake County in Conneaut and Jefferson and Madison into the league. And I'm old enough to know the old NEC. I don't know if you remember that or not, but this will be the closest we've ever been to the old NEC. So we're excited about that, excited about playing. We play most of those schools anyway as independents, but now we're going to play them twice a year in an actual league, so we're really excited about that.
And that's good for Ashtabula County. And you guys already run that Ashtabula County tournament, so now it's going to be a CVC light when you do that.
And we always talk about our goals. We want to do well in our league, which is the CVC Valley, and we always want to do well in the county. St. John always is another one of our rivals, which is we're always looking forward to playing them, and they're going to have a very good team there over there this year also.
Excellent. All right, well, congrats on that success from last year, and I hope you find a little bit more this year. I appreciate you making the trip here, and good luck to you this season.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, that is the Geneva Eagles girls tennis team wrapping up one segment of our Fall Sports Media Day out here at Kirtland High School. I've got a little bit of a break. Our next team will come in at 6:30, so I'm going to finally eat my M&Ms and enjoy those and finish my iced tea that I opened at about 12 o'clock. So I'm going to take a little bit of break. I appreciate you tuning in. Jump back on at 6:30 and you'll catch Kirtland Cross Country, followed by Crestwood Volleyball, Crestwood Cross Country, and then West Geauga Cross Country will conclude our event. So once again, our sponsor for CVC TV, presenting all of our live broadcasts, is Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Welcome back to the 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day event live from Kirtland High School. Next up are the Kirtland Hornets boys cross country team, and then followed by the two-time defending CVC champion and district regional qualifying girls cross country team. So little run of Hornets here. See my pun? Everyone get my pun? Run of Hornets, get it? I like it. It's been a long day, man. It has been a long day. All right, so next up, Kirtland Hornets boys cross country, head coach J.P. Moran. Coach, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then give us a little elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your Hornets this season?
Okay, so we actually have a pretty decent-sized senior class this year. We have 3 of the 4 seniors here this evening. So we have Ian Borthwick, Brigham Waite, and Warren Evelyn. We actually, on paper, we've got 13 boys this year, and I've seen 12 of them, so we're still trying to get the last guy. He's new, so we'll see if he does it. But even at the 12, that would be the most boys cross-country runners in the history of the school. That's one of our biggest teams, and we've got, obviously, a nice mix of seniors and underclassmen. We have, a couple good freshmen, some guys coming out for the first time, so we're looking to improve on last year, and we should, you don't want to get too high or too low at the beginning of the season, but I'm pretty excited about our squad this year. I think we should do better than last year, and if these guys are all pushing each other up top, and then we Ben Sherman, he's a pretty good freshman. He ran with Warren today in the 400s, and if he's running with these guys, then I think that they'll all push each other and hopefully get the times they want to get.
I've covered you, 11 years now, and this is the biggest team that I've seen that you've had. What went into that? How'd you get the numbers up?
Yeah, well, we got a couple siblings, right? So Brigham brought his little younger brother, and then, trying to talk to the kids at middle school to get them out, trying to talk to the kids in track if they're interested in coming, and then I think, just other kids seeing these guys run well, helps to bring other kids out. Got another pair of siblings, the Booth brothers, so I think our most was 10 in that span. So now we're at least 12, hopefully 13 this year. So
I think it's the success of the girls that the boys are like, we want a part of that.
Well,
they're all over there with the gun show now, pumping their arms. And
well, when we get to the girls also, this is the most cross-country female runners we've ever had in the history of Kirtland schools this year too. We're sitting at 20. I actually had to order more uniforms for picture day. We didn't have enough.
You could have just Photoshopped them in.
Yeah, well, they did have to trade this morning because all of them haven't come in. But.
That's great. All right, we'll talk to the guys and we'll come back to you. So let's start there with Ian. Ian, make sure that microphone's on, and just go ahead and introduce yourself. What grade, name, grade, and let's go with PR.
All right, my name is Ian Borthwick. I'm in 12th grade, and my PR is 1911.
So, Ian, I know I talked to you a couple times last year after some races. Pretty, I would call it a breakout season last year for you. How ready are you for this year?
I kind of fell off midwinter with all the wrestling and stuff, but when the spring hit, I went to a camp and started hitting the miles hard, so we'll see some good improvement, I hope.
And just, trying to build off of last season, what's it going to take to kind of improve and drop that time a little bit?
I'm going to try and hit the nutrition and sleep a lot more than last year because those are things I really didn't do much. And then I'm just a lot of motivation this year. It's my last year.
So coach telling you that you need to eat right and sleep more, You're starting to get it. You're starting to understand. That's good. See, coach knows a little bit, not too much. We won't give him too much credit, but he knows a little bit. But how exciting is it, though, as a senior to have so many other runners now? It used to just be you and a couple other guys, and now you got a whole bunch of teammates with you.
It's going to be a huge difference with all these guys out here. It's going to be like pack running. It's not really something we had last year, and it'll be a lot different.
What kind of goals do you have for yourself this year?
I'm going to try and break into the 18s and try and hit like 1830.
So you're a senior. You've got a bunch of younger guys coming in, a big team. You've got to be a leader. What are you doing to kind of take charge and show the younger guys the right way to prepare and eat right and sleep well?
I haven't done much yet because I've been kind of out of the practices. But as soon as I'm there, I'm I'm putting together some core workouts and some stretches for the start practices and stuff.
You guys running a lot of big meets. Any that you look forward to?
Well, I'm not looking forward to Boardman, but
I don't think anybody really looks forward to Boardman. All right.
Nothing in particular.
What you talked about your goal time-wise. I mean, districts, regionals, states. You got your eye on getting out somewhere?
I'm not sure yet, but we'll see what happens.
When you look at your teammates, who are the guys that push you a little bit in practice or even in meets? Who do you kind of hang on their hip a little bit and try and stick with them?
Me and Brigham are pretty close in the races. Up until the end, it's neck and neck. And then Warren in practice, he just hits it hard, and then sometimes he goes a little too hard, but it shows.
All right. Sounds good. Let's pass that over to Brigham. You got a microphone in front of you. Go ahead and grab that. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what's your PR?
Hi, I'm Brigham Waite, and my PR is 1908, so just barely faster than Ian's. And I'm also going to be a senior.
Do you remind him of that every day? Twice a day.
I mean, I did, but I haven't seen him in a bit, so.
Hey, that little rivalry, that goes a long way. It builds camaraderie, and, you always have to make sure he knows you're faster.
Yeah, he beat me in most of the meets, but it's just one that I pull ahead. Yeah.
What's going to be the key to your success this season?
I think probably just actually running more, because last season I was working and climbing a lot because I do other sports, and now I'm going to try and actually put more effort and get those miles in.
Now that the girls team has had their success, you guys are coming along. Has coach changed the training at all? Is he challenging you a little bit more?
I mean, I actually haven't been to practice either in a bit because I was out of town for a bit, and then I have had work. So I don't know. He might have.
When school starts getting everybody on there.
Coach is making notes over here, so careful what you say. Well, again, you're going to be one of the more experienced guys on the team. What are you doing to kind of help those younger guys, just settle in? Obviously, you haven't been to practice yet, but what are you planning to do to help those younger guys develop? And you guys want to run as a pack and start scoring as a team and move up in those conference standings, that type of thing?
Probably I want to teach them more the mental stuff, because that's a huge part of how I run, is focusing on what I'm thinking about during the race and before and everything, just getting to that not game day mentality, but race day mentality.
Outstanding. What's your goal time-wise?
About the same as Ian's. I just want to get low 18s.
Just 1 second faster.
Yeah.
Outstanding. All right, I pass that on. Warren, grab your microphone and go ahead. Same thing. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and give us your PR.
So my name is Warren Eveland. I'm going to be a senior this year, and my PR, I believe, is 2140, or somewhere in the low 2140s. This year, really thinking can really improve myself, because I've been doing a lot more work in the off season than I have in the past years. So looking forward to see if that's going to pay through.
You told me earlier you just started running a couple years ago. You had run earlier and stuff and in other sports, but what brought you out to cross country?
Mostly just my friends that were already here. I think Ian kind of brought me out here along with our other senior who's not here, Austin Booth. So just having those guys out here with me really helped me push myself.
Cross country, just like any other sport, you want your teammates to gel and stuff. It's a little bit different because you're not working together on a field or a court. You're running, and you might not even see each other on the course. But cross country runners tend to develop really good, strong bonds. I mean, do you sense that with your teammates?
Yeah, I think we all work pretty well together. We all work to push each other. Cross country is more, really more mentality in the sport. So I think we all help boost each other.
When times are tough on the course, you hit that second mile, and you got a mile 1.2 left, and you want to stop. What keeps you going?
We have it's mostly just thinking about just the end, getting there, and our girls team does a good job at being on the sidelines and being there and cheering for us. So they help too.
Now, you've been at some practices, right?
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm going to ask you. Now, you can talk about the training. Has that changed at all now that the squad's growing?
The training has changed a little bit. For me, it's gotten a little easier. I look forward to maybe amping it up a little bit as the season goes on, as we do so progressively each year, making sure that people actually get warmed up to it during the summer and we start amping up the workouts in the winter.
Now, when you say easier, I don't assume coaches cut down the mileage. I assume
no.
you've just adapted better. You're getting stronger. Okay. We want to make sure the people at home know that running isn't easy. It never gets easier. It's just you adapt well and mentally stronger. So what are your goals for the season?
My goals for the season just to keep a steadier pace. My PR is obviously a little bit more time than these guys, so I need to work on my pacing, so I've been doing that in the off season, and I think with working on that I can get low 20s.
All right, sounds good. Coach, back to you. Let's talk about some of the guys that aren't here. Who are you excited about? Who do you think's going to have a breakout year for you?
I'm obviously really excited about the seniors, and you mentioned the training, and so right now we've got about 3 different tiers for our training, and because we've got some young, and even if they're not young, inexperienced runners, and then we just got a wide range. Of PRs and abilities, so we're trying to give everybody what they need and get us all moving in the right direction. But really excited for these 3. We're always our top, definitely top 5, and then Jeremy Merva was mixing in there, and then freshman Ben Sherman. So far at workouts he's shown that and if they could all get down, that should be a pretty solid top 5. Both Booth brothers have improved every single year, looking for them to enter the top 7, and then really once the workouts get going, we'll see Luke Emlaw has shown a lot of improvement. He's been doing pretty well at practice. So, Nico came out last year, had never run before, and he dropped, I think he went from 33 to 25. So, So I think the biggest thing for the workouts is just once school starts and we get into the swing of things, and these guys are all working together, during the repeats or even on the base runs. I just think you can't put as a coach, you can't put a price on that of that them pushing each other and working together. You could draw up workouts, but if they're by themselves, sometimes they could fall off. But just being able to run all together, I think that's really going to benefit all of us a lot.
And just, obviously having a bigger squad now, you're going to have to hire another coach eventually, but a good problem to have for you. But you've got a lot more bodies to work with and have to kind of tailor your trainings to different styles, and people have different levels of experience. How does that all come together?
Yeah, exactly. So now say at practice there's 20 girls now and 12 boys, so we're at 32 kids, and we've got hopefully 18s, some guys running the 18s, and then we could have people running in the 40s. So I think so far it's only been a week and a half. The 3 we have 3 tiers going, and I think that's helping. And then I think some of the people that are maybe in the 3rd tier because they just started, maybe they're ready to move into the 2nd tier and up their mileage a little bit. Try to do just about 10% per week till we get them get them where we need to be. It's around CVC time.
Obviously, with varied talent levels and experience levels, you've got some goals. But what, as far as a team goal, what are you hoping to accomplish with these guys?
Yeah, so for the boys team, we'd love to compete well at the CVC and get out there, compete well, and see where we could kind of mix it in there. And I think if these guys are all running together, we should be able to be in the running there, somewhere in there, and then just improve on some of the finishes from last season, place-wise.
All right, sounds good. Well, gentlemen, glad to have you back. Hope to see you at practice soon, and good luck to you this season. That was the Kirtland boys cross country team here at the 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got some celebrities joining us. Our two-time defending Valley Division champs, two-time regional qualifiers, the Kirtland Hornet girls cross country team. I believe they have been at practice. All right, Sylvia, you're going to have to move left a little bit. There you go. JP, you're good. All right, JP, same thing. Just go ahead, introduce the girls you brought with you, and then elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the two-time champs?
Okay, so our girls we have here, we've got 4 of our top returning runners from last year. We did lose Riley Greenlee. Obviously, changed our program for the better. So we'll miss her, but I think these girls are ready to step up. Starting, we've got Sylvia Vosicki, Ainsley Borthwick, Stephanie Drzetic, and Delaney Kushkowski. So we have, Delaney's the lone senior up here at the table, but we do have 3 seniors who have Josie and Maya, also seniors on the team. Who've been in the top 10. Josie was top 7. So these girls, they're bringing, they've got 2 CVC championships in a row and then 2 regional qualifying teams in a row, which, just was outstanding accomplishments by them. And now, we've got 20 girls right now. So there's going to be lots of competition for the top 7, even the top 5. And, I just think that's just going to really help us to kind of keep focused and, try to achieve our goals for the year.
So because I'm old and I have a brain filled with useless knowledge, so I have very little room for important items, when was the last time you won a conference title before back-to-back?
Before the back-to-backs, I believe the conference title was early 2000s, and then regional qualifying team, I believe, was conference was 2006, and then regional 2010, I believe. So it'd been a little time.
So let me ask you this question. So the football team over a decade ago starts this dominant run. Then the boys and girls soccer teams decided to make dominant runs. Now the volleyball team makes a dominant run. You guys just felt like it's your turn. Is that what happened?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be amazing. I mentioned in the boys interview, I don't want to get too high or too low at the beginning of the season, but it's hard for me to hide my excitement for this team. I think it's the best team that I've ever been the head coach for here. Coming into this season, I think we're better than the 2 CVC championship teams in the past couple of years. I really do. And I think we'll have a lot of competition for the top 7, which is just going to help everybody improve. And
deep and talented for sure.
Yeah.
Have you changed training? I mean, you've done different things every year, but now you've got this talented group. Do you push them harder? Do you challenge them more?
Yeah, one of the big things is you could just see the way they approach the workouts. It seems to have changed, which obviously breeds the success that they're having. They're not taking repeats off. If they're on a tempo run, they're hitting the numbers, doing everything well. We do have, we've got multiple soccer and cross-country girls, it's a great thing to have. I know some people are like, well, that might be a little too much, but the beauty here at Kirtland for us is I teach 6th grade with Ed Braddock, the soccer coach. We talk every day. I know what they're doing at soccer each day, so I could tailor cross country to them. And the girls, they're just tremendous communicators. They're always saying, hey, I had this today, so I can't, this is what I could probably handle. Or they'll say, what did you do these past 2 days while we had like games for soccer? And then so I think we just kind of try to balance it out and, make sure they're healthy and they're enjoying both sports the best they can and having a great experience.
So what you're saying is at small schools, it's okay to play 2 sports in one season as long as the coaches work well together.
That's right.
Keep the best interests of the athlete in mind, and things can work out well.
I think so. Now I'm probably getting.
Are you listening, coaches?
On Twitter here, some of these other coaches, but
no. I'll tell you what. I go back to the Pullmans. You remember them? I mean, they were great soccer players. They were great runners, and they were playing. I think it was a regional soccer game the same weekend as a state cross country meet, and they did both, and they were outstanding. So I don't think there's any reason not to do it. And I mean, your success here. I mean, you're seeing it. You're seeing the cross culture, the success of the soccer team is carried over to the success of your program, and hopefully vice versa. And it keeps going.
I have a little personal experience with it. My little sister, she was the captain of the soccer team, and then she ran cross country. She made the state cross country meet. They had regional soccer the same day. I remember my dad taking her to the other, from meet to meet,
awesome.
and then she, in college, she decided to full-time run at Akron University. But so,
works out. All right, let's talk to the kids. I'm tired of talking to you, JP. Talk to you all day long. All right, Delaney, go ahead. You're going to introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR. We'll start there.
All right, my name is Delaney Kuchkowski. I'm a senior, and my PR is around 2220.
Senior year, 4 years ago, this team was just a few stragglers running around, a couple good runners. What happened?
I'm not sure. I think I just, as like myself, I got more comfortable with running itself, and taking it as having fun, but also being more competitive. Having Riley Greenlee above me all these years, that helped a lot, seeing her be such a good runner. And so it helps to have those people above you to be like role models.
Was Jenna Sales still on the team? Was she, or is that?
Not my year.
That was 1 year before then. So it's useless knowledge. I have all this other stuff you want to know, but.
Well, and hey, listen, Delaney is being very modest. This team is not where it is without Delaney.
Wow.
She's super important.
Thank you.
Well, I remember freshman year, she was quiet, but she had a nice year, and she's continued to develop. When you look back 4 years ago, how different are you today?
I think I don't know, maybe try to be more of a role model and try to be like with everybody instead of being like stick to the same few people. I don't know. I saw how it was when I was a freshman, and I look up to the people like Amy Baldry, Ian McGrill, and so as a senior, I want to be that person to the younger people.
You're definitely more talkative.
Yeah, I try.
How about the training? I mean, when did that light switch flip on for you that, hey, I'm pretty good at this and I can get better?
I guess I never really understood the importance of training, like off-season training at least, until recently, like last year. But yeah, I know that it kind of sucks to get the motivation to go out there, but it really pays off. And once you realize that, it doesn't become so hard.
And so now you are, as JP said, you're on one of the best Kirtland cross-country teams ever. You're going to be a senior. You get to kind of write a final chapter. What are you hoping to do this year?
Definitely win CVC again. That's really great motivation for the rest of the postseason. Maybe place even higher at districts and make it to regionals, making that boardman meet. Regionals is definitely our end goal. I mean, maybe states, but that's kind of like a long shot. But I think taking regionals really seriously instead of just, okay, we made it. Yeah, really proving ourselves is something higher.
You talked about your freshman year, some of the older girls that you looked up to. What do you hope the younger girls think about you?
I hope they think I'm fun to be around. I hope they can look up to me and think that running can be fun.
It's never fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Finishing is fun.
Finishing is fun. That's the main goal, just to finish. And it doesn't matter where your time is at as long as you're enjoying yourself with the people around you.
And then last question, what are your goals for the year individually, just time-wise? I know you talked about state and all that, but you got a time you're looking for?
Definitely break 22. My dad wanted me to say maybe states. He's always saying that in my ear, but
don't say maybe. Say I'm going to state.
Definitely break 22. That would be the end goal. Yeah.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you. All right, pass that down to Stephanie. Stephanie, same thing. Go ahead. Name, grade, and PR.
I'm Stephanie Drzetic. I'm going into junior year, and my PR is like 22:30s.
Stephanie, you're one of those crossover athletes. You play soccer and you run cross country. From your perspective, how do you think it has helped the cross-country team to have so many girls come over from soccer and take that winning mentality and from the culture that program has developed?
It's really great because cross country, honestly, I kind of think of it as like fun. So it's like coming over here, this team is like really fun to be around. Same with the soccer team. And everything is kind of very lighthearted. Like it's very like, if you want to do it, do it. And that kind of honestly motivates me to do better because it's like no pressure and I can just enjoy it really.
CJP, there's the key. You got to find athletes who think running's fun. I mean, if they don't think it's fun, they're probably not going to help. They're just, wow, I don't know. I just have never thought of running as fun. I like finishing running. It feels good when you're done. But so obviously you played a scrimmage today. You got some running in, I assume. How do you balance all of it? And then you're an excellent student as well, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I don't know. Balancing is pretty easy because.
Can you juggle too? I mean, you've got multi.
Yeah, while running, just keep juggling.
Chainsaws and knives. Yeah.
It's like what Mr. Moran said earlier. It's good communication with the two. Like if we had like a game that day, he'll be like, no, take it easy. Like if there's a workout that we're supposed to do and we have a game later that day, it'll be like modified so we can do both and stay healthy the whole season.
2 years ago, you win the CVC title in cross country and a state title, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I almost forget about that. But so going into last year, you guys had to be thinking, oh, well, we won it last year. Maybe we could win it again. What's it like this year now that you've won it back to back?
I think it's greater for like the younger kids because they're like, I don't know, it's a better environment. It's more of like, oh wow, we're actually like good. So it's encouragement, and it's a good goal to have because it's obtainable. But we have to push ourselves at all times.
What's been the key to getting more girls involved and getting them to think running's fun?
Just finding those few weird people who enjoy running.
I'm glad you said it.
And forcing them to do it. That's what Riley Greenlee did with me freshman year. She forced me to come to practices and stuff because I just wanted to play soccer. And then
just forced another soccer player out?
Yeah, we just got another soccer player to join cross country.
Excellent.
And Sylvia enjoys running a lot, so she's a little odd.
What is your goal for your time-wise?
Time-wise, again, like Delaney, we stick together a lot, so if she's going to break 22s, I'll try being with her and break 22s as well.
See, it's good to have a partner. You hang on her hip, and as long as at the finish line you finish just ahead of her, that's always important. You got to have those bragging rights.
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Ainsley, you're up next. Go ahead and grab a mic and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what's your PR?
My name is Ainsley Borthwick. I'm a sophomore, and my PR is 21:47.
What brought you out to run cross country last year?
My dad's a really big runner. He runs all the time, races every.
So something's wrong with him too.
Yeah, runs in the family.
He runs the work.
Does he really? No, that's when you know something's really wrong. Mr. Borthwick, something ain't right. I once rode my bike to work. I work from home. What was it like, last year as a freshman? You're just that new kid to the team, and you guys are going on and defending your conference title and going to regionals.
I was definitely very nervous and kind of scared, just because I had such a great influence, like Riley Greenlee, Delaney. They were definitely very inspirational, just to try and catch up to them and be by them when they're running.
I think that's where Kirtland's been very fortunate because, these girls are all talking about Riley Greenlee. Riley Greenlee was talking about Jenna Sale. Jenna Sale was talking about Katie. And, there were so many, multi-sport athletes that were just so good. And it passes down. They've inspired generation after generation. And hopefully you guys can do the same. So what is your goal? You're still young in your career. You've got this year and 2 more. What are you hoping to accomplish?
My biggest goal is to break the 21 and get into, mid-20s. If that's possible.
You've got a lot of weight on your shoulder as a sophomore because the seniors and juniors, they've won 2 conference titles already. If they get another one, now it's going to be on you to carry that tradition forward. The legacy rests on your shoulders. That's a lot of pressure. How are you handling it?
I'm definitely trying my hardest. I push myself at workouts. Last year, I definitely was taking it a little lighter than I should have. But this year I'm actually pushing myself.
Outstanding. When you look at your team, nobody at the table, and no Riley Greenlee. She's gone and graduated and moving on in life. Who are some of the other girls that you look at and say, wow, they're pretty good. I want to be like them?
Definitely Delaney and Sylvia.
I said nobody at the table. Follow directions, Ainsley. That's extra running, Coach.
Marin Hopt, she's pretty good. She's new, but during track, she was definitely last year. She was really good at track.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Sylvia, you ready? Yep. Sylvia was one of those kids that came out last year as a freshman and had a breakout season, turned into one of the top runners in the CVC, and also a pretty good soccer player, and she's back for her super sophomore season. What's in store for you this year, Sylvia?
Well, I'm hoping no concussions this year because that set me back the most last year. I had 2, so I was out for 2 weeks before the season started and all of the postseason. So I think my PR last year was 22:17. I think I could have gotten a lot lower if I had run the postseason. I would have had a lot more time to train. The weather would have gotten cooler, so I'm just hoping for no concussions this year.
Coach, I think you can buy those big rolls of bubble wrap at Sam's Club and just wrap her up and let her run. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a bike helmet maybe. I don't know. I need something.
So again, you were at a soccer scrimmage today, and you've got to do the same thing. You've got to balance soccer and cross country and school, and you got to have a life out there somewhere too, and you got to eat and sleep. How do you balance it and juggle all these things that you do?
I don't know. I just try and get both in. Like today, I'm gonna go run after this, and I don't know. I just get everything in. Yes.
You just do it.
Yeah.
Like a Nike commercial. They should pay Sylvia for just doing it. So what kind of goals do you have for this year? I mean, you've got a lot on your shoulder. Soccer, you're going to be counted on to help elevate that program. You were one of the top runners last year. You're going to have to come in and do that again this year.
Last year, I'm ashamed to say that I didn't go to as many practices as I should have. I wasn't as involved in the team, and I'm really hoping that I can attend as many practices as I can this year and just get to know more girls on the team because there's so many amazing people on our team, and I'm not very close to them, and I'd really like to be. So I'd like to get close with them, and I'd like to break 22, which hopefully I can do if I don't get any concussions.
Every sports team develops its own culture and their own dynamic. I find cross country and track teams, they're kind of special because they're weird sports in the way that you need more mental toughness than pure athleticism. It's kind of, especially in cross country. How different is the culture from the soccer team to the cross country team?
Like soccer, we're playing together. We're on the field as 11 the whole time. Cross country is different because the chances are that you're not going to be running with someone on your team. At least for me, I didn't run with anyone. So it's pretty much all mental, and then you just support your team as much as you can when you can.
Sounds good. All right, Sylvia, thank you, and good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
And that was your 2-time defending CVC Valley Division champion cross-country Kirtland Hornets. Appreciate you guys making the long trip here for 2022 CVC Fall Sports Media Day, and August 27th, is that the opener? Riverside night, so I'll see you there. Appreciate you being here. Food trucks? Oh, I'm there.
By the way, he's a wrestler. They're the only people weirder than cross country.
You are right. Next up here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, the Crestwood Volleyball team. Come on over, Red Devils. And we are winding down. We've got the Crestwood Volleyball team, followed by the Crestwood Cross Country teams, and then the West Geauga Cross Country teams will wrap up our Central Media Day event here at Kirtland High School. Once again, we will be out at Perry on Thursday for our East Media Day, and then we'll conclude our Media Day events on Sunday right back here at Kirtland with the Football Media Day. So we've got the Red Devils taking their place here at our head table. Head coach Wanda Hoffman. Coach, thanks for being here. Ladies, thanks for being here. Coach, go ahead and introduce the players you brought with you and then give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your squad this year?
Well,
The woman to the right here is Elaine Guyette. She's a senior representing the seniors today. And then Jazz Stevens. She is a junior for us. And we have Maddie Dussman, which is our sophomore that came with us today.
Senior, junior, sophomore.
Yes.
I like it.
The other seniors couldn't make it. We have 2 other seniors.
Okay.
And I'm excited. We lost 7 seniors last year. And those are big shoes to fill. Plus, they took up a lot of court time. So we're kind of bringing in some experience with new young girls to start the season. But I'm excited because I feel we have a lot of depth, and that's a good thing to have when you're playing on a volleyball court. We got to work on chemistry. We've got to figure that out pretty quickly. We open with Kirtland here at Kirtland on August 23rd. All 3 teams will be here playing, so that will be a huge challenge. They were an excellent team last year, and they really have a lot of returners that are extremely strong. And they took first last year, so it's going to be a test right out.
Throwing them to the fire right away.
Yes, throw them to the fire right away. But I'm excited and proud of what they've been doing up to this point, and the time just seems to fly.
It
Next
does.
thing we know, we'll be back here.
It was what, 2019 you went to regionals? Is that, or 18?
It was a little bit ago. I had stepped away, so I wasn't here during that time, but my daughters were playing. And then we switched our league, so we came here.
Came to the CVC.
Right where the CVC started. So then that was getting our feet wet, but it was really unsteady just because everything was up in the air and you didn't know what games were going to be played and you didn't know what players were going to be able to be playing.
Right, that was the COVID year, right?
Yeah, COVID year. And so we're finally, I said this year might be the one that we're settling in a little bit better, getting more prepared for the program and the new league, and hopefully with the group we can represent Crestwood well.
Yeah, well, the Valley Division has, it's gone in cycles. It was Berkshire for a long time, and then Cardinal for a few years, and then now it's Kirtland's. Grand Valley had a year, and now Kirtland had a couple, and so who knows this year? I know Cardinal graduated, I think, 11 or 12 seniors from last year, so they're kind of rebuilding, and so if there's a year to make your mark, maybe this is it. You'll find out quickly as you open up with the defending champs, so that'll be interesting.
And Cardinal, they were phenomenal, and I know they graduated very key athletes, so I can understand what they're going through as well with that rebuilding.
Right. And you bring back is Amy Barnauskas.
She is returning, and she was
first team all conference
and all district.
Yep.
So she's strong.
She's just an all-around great athlete too. Great softball player.
Yes, great softball player. And then Avery Schenkel, she's our other senior that's a returner outside, and Jazz. Those are our 3 returners from the team from last year. So,
all right,
we're
so
excited
some new faces, opportunity to make their mark on the program.
Definitely, and I'm sure they will.
All right, let's talk to the players. I'll come back to you, Coach, here. Let's see, we'll start with Elaine. Go ahead and grab your mic, make sure that little black switch is up, and then just go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're playing this year.
Hi, my name's Elaine Guyette. I'm a senior, and I'm a setter/passer.
Okay. So senior year, you've had some up and down moments in those 4 years, and
for sure.
And obviously 3 years ago with COVID was probably the lowest of the low, and hopefully you ended on a high. But how exciting is it to embark on that senior year?
It's really exciting. Time really flies though, because it came so fast.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
I was 13 yesterday, and today I won't tell you how old I am, but it was a long time ago. But so when you look at senior year, what are you most excited for?
Well, this is my first year playing with some of the varsity girls, so I'm just really excited to build the chemistry and everything, and just to see how far we can go this year, because I think we have a really strong team, So I'm just excited for that.
Setter, you're the quarterback of the offense, so to speak, and a lot of pressure on your shoulders. You've got to distribute the ball, make sure it goes everywhere, read the block, get that first pass wherever it goes, and a lot of pressure comes with that. Are you ready for all of that?
Yeah, there's also 2 other setters too, so we'll share that, but I definitely think I'm ready, yeah.
Well, how do you deal with pressure like that? What do you do to just kind of focus your mind? And, if you have a bad set, you have to shake that off.
Yeah, I just try to stay calm when I can, shake it off, laugh it off.
All right. Talk about some of your hitters. And the ones that are at the table, don't talk about them, but talk about some of the others.
So we have some really strong hitters, and usually if it's like a bad set or not like close enough to the net, they usually know how to like get it over and like make the set better. But they're all like pretty strong, so we have like a setter or a hitter for each like spot, and they're all really strong in what they do. So.
How do you determine where you set? Is it just based on where the ball comes from? Are you running plays, or people telling you where to set?
Well, we have certain plays, but usually if the game's like really close, like I'll set my strongest hitter so we can like get a point. But it really just depends sometimes. Like if the ball is really pushed out, like you don't want to set the middle. So it just really depends where the ball goes or if the game is really close or not.
And then you got to find the hot hand and
Yep.
keep feeding the beast.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see as this team's strength?
Definitely, I think our chemistry is really good this year, personally, because I think we have a really strong amount of people, and I just think we'll go really far this year.
Name one player you think's going to have a breakout year.
I think my sister, Abby.
All right.
Yep.
Why? What is she doing well so far?
She's just an all-around really good player.
Good. Abby with the shout out.
Yeah.
Did she pay you to say that?
No, she actually didn't.
Good. All right, Jazz, you're up. Grab a microphone and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what position you're playing.
I'm Jasmine. I'm a junior, and I'm a setter and a hitter.
Junior setter. Do you guys? How does that rotation work? Are you on 5'1", 6'2", or just?
Well, the last couple years that I've been on varsity, I ran a 6'2" with Kelsey Coolish, but we've had like a lot of practice running like a play with like 3 setters, setter triangle. We've also tried like 6'2s and 5'1s, so we're just in the middle of figuring it out.
How does a setter triangle work?
So basically, I usually start in like the middle because I'm one of the hitters that's a setter, and then you'll have one in the one, and then one in the other corner. And so basically, when the one gets back to serve, they start setting, the other setter plays defense, and the other one's up to hit.
Interesting. What when you look at your squad, what are you most confident in? The attack, the defense?
I think this year our defense is going to be really good. We have some really good passers coming in, some underclassmen.
Who are some of the players early on in preseason that have impressed you?
Zoe Babnick, she was on JV last year, but she's upcoming to play varsity. And Audrey Fushi, she wasn't looked at very much last year as like a super strong player, but she improved a lot over the summer.
I went to school with her mom and dad. Mm-hmm. All right. What are your goals for this year?
To definitely become a better hitter and setter, and just like improving my stamina to do both.
Cool. All right. And Maddie, on to you. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Maddie Dustman. I'm going to be a sophomore, and I'm playing middle and outside hitter.
Related to Jacob?
Yes.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
All right. I remember him from baseball. He had a nice game, I believe. One hitter, no hitter, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember. I'm old. So talk about this team. What's different from this year to from last year?
So last year I played with JV, and we went pretty good. We went 16-0 last year. But I'm excited to play with varsity this year. I think we'll be pretty strong with our hits and passes. I think all around we'll be pretty good.
So JV was 16-0? Yes. How many of those girls moved up to varsity?
I think just, I don't know, a couple of them. I think 2 or
So
3.
what was the culture of that team like? I mean, obviously you guys had to have a winning mentality. Is that something that you think is carried over to the varsity?
Yeah, I think so. Our passer, Zoe Babnick, came up, and she was our libero, so she did pretty good covering all the tips and just helping us dig up all the balls. So
Sophomore on varsity, sometimes kids get a little nervous. Is that you?
yeah, I'm
Yeah?
nervous.
How
but,
are you going to deal with the nerves?
I think I'm just not like gonna think of it as much and just play the game.
How are the upperclassmen helping out?
They're fun. They help me out a lot, like correct me when I'm like doing stuff wrong and always trying to help.
Looking at what you've seen in practice so far in preseason, talk about some of the players that you think are going to have a big year.
I think Amy is going to have another big year with her
Course.
kills. Hannah Ward, she's going to be a sophomore. I think she's going to help us with our blocks. She's a pretty good blocker. And just our setters are going to do good too.
Okay. What do you think the key to success is for Crestwood?
I don't know. Maybe like we're pretty good. Just like we're all like communicating pretty good and we're all friends, so that helps a lot.
Yeah, you have to have that camaraderie and get along on the court. What happens, like, who's the player, like, volleyball's a game of runs. So when things are going well, everybody's happy. When things aren't going well, you need somebody to step in and plug the gap and get everybody back on the same page. Who is that?
Definitely Elaine. She's always trying to make us laugh and
Class clown?
and definitely just like trying to get us all like refocused, but making it fun at the same time.
Cool. What kind of goals do you have for your sophomore year?
To improve my hitting, getting a faster arm swing, and get a lot more kills.
All right. Coach, we'll throw it back to you. We talked a little bit about your setters, some defense, some of your hitters, fill in some gaps. What's it going to take for your team to be successful?
I think the main thing is finding the right group that's going to work hard for each other on the floor. We're not there yet. We are still working on that. We just kind of rounded our team out today, and so then tomorrow we're scrimmaging Twinsburg, so we'll get an opportunity to run a couple of different lineups and see how well we do. It's just finding out who works well with each other and complements each other and is willing to sacrifice to not let a ball hit the floor. Some girls will run through a wall to not let a ball hit the floor, and some players will take off and be like, oh, was I supposed to get that? So we've got to find the right group that is not going to beat up themselves. Throughout the years, we have had players that are hard on themselves. Amy's wonderful, but she's hard on herself. And sometimes that's a pro because that makes her step up and play even better. You know, sometimes Jazz is hard on herself because she wants perfection. And they have to understand that we're all not going to be perfect. It's how we make mistakes and how we rebound from those. And that's what's going to make us stronger. And again, we're not totally like Kirtland, but we have a cross-country girl. You'll get to talk to her in a little bit, which is sitting at our table. So she's a double sport athlete. And like a lot of them said, they didn't always get to play with everybody because we had a strong freshman team. Some of those freshmen got to play JV, so the strong freshmen intermixed with some upperclassmen for JV to have a wonderful year. And then, like I said, we had 7 seniors on varsity last year, so that didn't allow some of these underclassmen to get that varsity experience, which could have helped them for this year, but this year will be their big step to see what it's like. The game's a lot faster, stronger hitters, like you mentioned about running plays. They're going to see a lot more of that coming up this year.
Losing a lot of seniors, sometimes you lose all your leadership too, but it sounds like, some of these girls already have, not even just the senior, but
natural leadership.
Right, they step up and know what it takes to kind of put things together. And are you seeing a lot of that out of your kids?
Right, and I know we talked about Audrey, and she's a talker, and it is really hard to find people that feel comfortable enough to talk a lot on the court. And she's one of those naturals, and I think that's going to help us in the back row, is having somebody that isn't afraid to communicate with our players, and we were talking about Zoe, and I was talking to Zoe today and said, you just need to talk a little bit more. You play an awesome game, but you don't use your voice, and we need your voice to be used out on that floor. And if they start communicating and trusting and understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses, we will go far.
Yeah, and a lot of that just comes with confidence and understanding that, you know what, I can make a mistake. Coach might yell at me, but if I do it right the next time, then coach is going to praise me, and now they become more confident. Right, exactly.
Constructive coaching.
Exactly. So what do you think the keys to success are? I mean, obviously you need girls to step up and fill some of those holes that you lost from last year, but just getting the offense going, the defense, what's it going to take for you guys to find success?
Like I try to tell the girls, a lot of this comes from within. I can tell you what to do. I can tell you to get your target hand up when you're swinging. If you don't do it, you're going to drop that shoulder. Some of those balls are going in the net. If you don't get your target hand up, stay behind the ball. You're going to drive it out the back wall, and you're not going to be as successful. So trust in your coaches. They know what they're saying.
They do,
they're trying
right?
to help you. They're not trying to hurt you, So part of that, and then just the hunger to not let the ball hit the floor. Work hard for each other. I mean, I watch a lot of volleyball, and there's a lot of amazing saves out there. And that's part of it. Better the ball. If someone makes a mistake, you pick them up. And if that means running across the floor and bringing that ball back into the court, which I've seen players on Cardinal and Kirtland and our league do that, Berkshire, and it's just, you just have to have that person that wants it more than a coach wants it.
Yeah, it seems like 12 hours ago, but I think it was 1:30, Kirtland Volleyball was here, and I was talking to Ava Golem, who was the league player of the year, and she's a senior this year, and I remember her as a freshman, and she came in wide-eyed and just really quiet and afraid to make mistakes, and now she's all confident, and and that's just what it takes. It comes with experience and realizing that, I'm going to make some mistakes, but if you use those mistakes as learning experiences, you grow from it. If you fear those mistakes, you don't grow from it, and you never develop as a player. And so that's the hard part as a coach, is getting kids to understand that, and then once they get to be our age, they do understand it, and it's like, if I knew that then, but that's the hard part. But
definitely.
Yeah, so.
But we're excited, and like the girls had said, we have a really well-rounded team and depth, so there's like 12 girls that can get out there and do the job, and our back row we're excited about. We lost a lot of good passers from last year, but these girls just have a little bit of a spark of communication, and so we're excited all the way around.
Yeah, just watch a lot of college volleyball and do what they do, because they do it right. And you'll find success. It'll come. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all making the trip out, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you so much,
Sure
and thank
thing.
you for having us.
Sure. That was the Crestwood Red Devils here at the 2022 CVC Fall Sports Media Day event here at Kirtland High School. This is our central event with 22 schools spanning 5 counties. We have tried to get creative in spreading out our Media Day events so that schools don't have to travel quite as far. Up next, we have the Crestwood cross-country teams. Did you bring boys and girls? However you want to do it. How many did you bring? We brought one each. Oh, yeah, we'll do them all together then. All right, let's see. Carly and Jim, correct? Correct. All right, so we got Crestwood boys and girls cross-country teams here. They get a little extra time since they have 2 time slots. All right, and are we on? Yeah, we're just slightly behind schedule, so we're all right. All right, who wants to go first, girls or boys? Yeah, she's rolling, so she's on a roll. All right, so Carly, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, and then we already know Elaine, so just go ahead and introduce yourself, and then kind of give us a little overview of your team and kind of what we can expect out of the Red Devils running this season.
So I'm Coach Carly Poole. This is my 4th year coaching varsity cross country at Crestwood. As we have Elaine already, but this is the biggest team we've had in a few years. Last year, we only had 5 girls, and we graduated 2 of those 5, so we only had 3 coming back, one of them being Elaine. So we gained 5 new girls completely, and we were runner-ups last year in the league with those 5, which is not easy to do. So I have pretty high hopes for this team. We are a very busy team. Of the 8, I have 3 that also do soccer, and 2, Elaine and her sister Abby, that she mentioned, that do both cross and volleyball. Got girls that do 4-H, got girls that do band. I think I have 1 girl that only does cross country in the fall. So it's busy, but there's a lot of potential there with the runners and athletes that we have. So we're looking to give Kirtland a challenge for their defending title. We weren't too far behind them last year in the meet, and again, only with 5 girls. So Elaine was runner-up in the league last year individually, and we've got Kennedy Rhodes coming back, who was first team all-league last year as a freshman. So hoping to push for that league title. So we'll see.
So that's the burden of the small schools. You
Yes.
can't just say, oh, we've got all these cross-country runners. They
Right.
run all year long. No, they've got to do 8 other things.
Yep.
And as coaches, you have to accept it, because if you don't have your numbers anyway. So you make the most of it. But
Yep.
the other part I like is that Coach Hoffman was just talking about Kirtland, and now you're talking about Kirtland.
Mm-hmm.
And so you went from the Portage Trail Conference to the CVC, and you needed a rival, and I think you might have found one.
Yeah, I think it was kind of hard for us to settle in, because the first year we got thrown into the bigger side, and we just, with our numbers, we didn't belong there. Like Elaine ran great at that league meet. She would have been first team on the other side, and she was like barely second team individually. And same with the boys. We had a very talented runner who got second team, and that was it. And so I think last year, being with the smaller schools that were more like us, it kind of gave them a glimmer of like what it's going to look like and how competitive they can actually be in this league. It was pretty daunting at first, but now we know who to look for and where to push ourselves.
It's a good fit, the Valley Division, I think,
Yeah.
across the board for all sports,
Yeah.
football and basketball, everything. So it works out well.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think now Kirtland really doesn't have a natural rival either. They have a couple in different sports, but, now it seems like maybe...
Like it's forming.
Yeah, and straight up the road, too.
Yep.
So it works out pretty well, and that's good. But so young squad, you've got some talented runners coming back. So obviously you've got to be optimistic there.
Yeah, I think we've got 2 seniors, 1 junior, and 5 sophomores. So a little bummed that we don't have any freshmen, but this group is very competitive. And I think last year, being that we only had 5 girls, we didn't have a chance to have a pack. It was like Elaine, and then the next girl, and then the next girl, and they were kind of in a straight line, whereas Kirtland, they won the league because they had good pack running.
Right.
And so this year we've got, Elaine actually has girls to run with, which is great, and Kennedy Rhodes has really improved a lot. We have 2 sets of sisters on our team. We have the Gayettes, and then we have the Hallis twins, who both play soccer.
Sports Center Hallis, yes?
Yes, Sports Center Hallis. We got her to run cross country.
Good.
And she's very talented too, and as is her sister Erin. So we have the chance, as long as everybody stays healthy, for a good pack.
And if they're at home watching this, I am so glad they got their athletic ability from their mother and not their father.
Yeah.
I know.
You'll have to tell them.
I know their
They
dad.
weren't watching.
We played softball together, so we like to bust each other's chops. So Ron, take that, and you can't get me back. So, okay, Elaine, let's move on to you. You don't even have to introduce yourself this time, since you're going back to back here. But so, obviously, multi-sport athlete in the same season. How difficult is that for you?
Well, having 2 practices a day can get exhausting sometimes, but we usually have like volleyball in the morning and then cross country like later on in the day, so usually I can manage.
the success you had last year, obviously you want to take that next step and win the CVC, but what's that going to take?
So it's definitely going to take a lot of hard work and just really pushing myself at practice and the tempo runs and the workouts and really just trying to get my time down.
When you're in a meet, do you like pick out a girl and run with them, or are you just kind of running against your own time, or in your own head, just here's what I want to be, my own pace?
Well, usually they tell us our times at each mile mark. So usually I just try to stay if they say it's 6:50, I try to stay consistent with that and steady the whole time. Or if there's a pack in front of me or a certain girl in front of me, I usually try to go for her and try to beat her.
Anyone in the CVC that you kind of oh, she's the one I need to stay with?
Not particularly. I just see if someone's in front of me, I just go after them.
So being the lead runner at Crestwood, do you take that as a responsibility to help out the other girls?
Yeah, I definitely try to be a role model for them, someone that they can look up to and someone that they could follow. So, yeah.
You were here when we were talking about Kirtland, and so I'm sure you heard runners are weird, and I mean that in a good way. I mean the mental toughness that runners have to have, that if every athlete had that, sports would be so much easier for them. But how do you develop that?
It definitely takes time and a lot of mental strength because it is really tough. But over time, it gets easier. Do
you have a strategy you use when things are you're hurting and your body's saying, "Ooh, I don't like this"? What do you do to kind of overcome that?
I just tell myself to keep going, and then once I cross that finish line or finish the race, then it'll all be over and I'll feel so much better and accomplished. So that just keeps me going.
What are you shooting for this year? What are you hoping to hit time-wise?
So my PR is a 20:30, so I'm trying to get probably maybe 19 if that's possible.
How much time from 2021 or 2020 to 2021? How much time did you cut off?
I would say a few minutes, right? Something like that.
She got COVID last year, right in the middle of our season, and it was a doozy on her. I actually had to she's one that won't give up and won't tell me when things are hurting.
Rub some dirt on it.
Where I had to physically remove her from a cross country race that Berkshire was hosting because she was could not breathe, purple. So last year was tough because that happened right at the end of September, and then you're going right into championship season, and she still hung in there because that lingered for her. So.
All right. So this year you're a team leader now, and you obviously want to do things the right way. How do you impart your training methods on your teammates? How do you show them that, hey, this is the way you need to train to improve as a runner?
Well, I just try to go off my pace based on what it's given that day, and then I just try to push them to make them try to stay with me so that we could finish the workout together.
Outstanding. Who has impressed you from your team so far? Who do you think's gonna make a name for herself this year?
Definitely Kennedy, Rhodes, or Aaron Hallis.
All right.
They're really strong.
Sounds good. All right. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, on to you. We'll talk some boys cross country now. Go ahead, introduce yourself and your runner, and then just give us a little overview of what we can expect.
All right, my name's Jim Schweikert. This is my 12th year coaching at Crestwood, and this is Grayson Sanwell, one of our junior runners this year. We're in a little bit of a similar boat to girls. Our numbers are up a little bit. We have 10, only one senior, which is great. For continuity, we'll have a great pack for the next year as well. And I think 6 of the 10 are freshmen and sophomore.
Oh, wow.
So it's a good group. We've added 4 new runners from last year. So there's certainly more depth than we had. All runners. We do have one soccer player who will help us. So, but it's a good group. They have some team chemistry. They get along. We were tied for 4th. We lost 3rd on a tiebreaker last year, so we're also looking to move up in the league. Tough to say how far. I mean, we want to win the league, of course, and we think we'll have a shot, knowing who's coming back, who's graduated, how things went last year. So, knock on wood, no injuries and no major things happening. I think we'll be very competitive in the league.
When you bring in so many young kids, do you change your training at all, or you just throw them in and get them to adapt?
No, we moderate for them. We make sure that the young guys maybe aren't doing as much mileage. The training is similar. What we do is similar. Just the volume sometimes has to be managed. They're young and weak and not as experienced, so they have a lot to learn about pacing and training and racing tactics and those sorts of things. So, but it's a good group that will help each other manage that, and we monitor it very closely.
When you look at the CVC compared to the PTC, how did they compare running wise?
I think the CVC has more depth in their teams. I mean, it's a bigger league to begin with, so there's more teams. But I think there's more depth to the league down the line. We were perennially towards the top of the league in the PTC, but again, there could be a team or two without fielding a full team in the PTC.
Right.
So, yeah, we kind of enjoyed that success, but I think we'll be very successful in this league too, in the small division. Yeah.
Who are some of the kids that early on have shown some promise that you're looking forward to seeing what they can do in an actual meet?
Well, I mean, we came in kind of thinking and knowing who we thought the order of the team would be. Most of the kids did work over the summer, which was good. I would say, well, we have our senior's a transfer, and he did some military training this summer, so he wasn't around for that. But I think he'll be in decent shape. He should be a front runner for us. Kevin Vetchery's a sophomore who was second team all league. He seems to be in really good shape. Grayson did the work over the summer, more work than he's done so far over the summer. I suspect he will have a very good year. My son Augie's a sophomore, broke his collarbone over the summer and has had surgery and still healing from that, but his mileage is getting back. I expect him to be up amongst our group leaders as well.
All right. Go ahead, Grayson. Grab that microphone. Let's see. Grayson, what year are you? Just flip that switch up. There you go.
Hi.
Hi, Grayson.
I'm Grayson. I'm a junior, and I run cross country.
What was your PR?
My PR for last year was a 1937, I'm pretty sure. So
coming into this year, what are you looking to do?
This year, I'm thinking that I want to try and aim to break 19 because, like, over the summer I felt really good, did all the training, and I really think that it's a possible goal for me. So I would like to break 19.
When you talk about summer training, kind of define what you did. What kind of training does that involve?
It was a lot of endurance work, I'd say. I ran really a lot of longer runs. I didn't do as much of the striders, but I did do abs every Tuesday and Thursday because I know that helps. And the coaches, they give us like a schedule to run to, so that I followed that. I took my off days, didn't run all those days, but I did take my off days. And after all that running, I feel really good about this season. So,
having so many young kids, sophomores and freshmen, you're kind of one of the veterans now. What are you doing to help those guys along?
Really, I'm trying to make them feel as comfortable in the environment that, like, we're in, like the running and stuff, making them feel like they can do the mileage and helping them just feel comfortable during the longer runs, because they're coming in, they know how to run 2 miles and stuff, but like the longer stuff, I try and help them with just feeling more comfortable in the running environment.
Cool. What are you looking to accomplish this year?
I'm thinking I just want to get better than last year. Like I said, I want to break 19s and just become, hopefully, more of a leader on the team than I was last year. And really, that's it.
What is your race strategy? How do you go out, and what do you try to accomplish throughout each mile?
During my first mile, I like to take it off a little slower because I don't want to go really fast that first mile and then not have anything left. And then during the second mile, I try to like pick a person, get up to them. Once I've caught up to them, I like to pick the next person, go up to them, and just keep doing that throughout the second mile. And into the third mile, I still do that. And then when it gets close to the end, that's when I know it's time to turn on the jets, turn on the burners, and then like leave everything on the course, and then just try and pass as many people as I can and get the best time that I can during that course.
Coach mentioned a few guys that have kind of stood out already. Anyone else that caught your attention early in training?
Not really. Like Coach said, Kevin really focused on getting that summer training up. Some of the new guys like Augie, they're definitely going to do really good this season. So I'm really thinking that this cross-country team is definitely going to do a lot better this year. So,
outstanding. Well, I wish you a lot of luck this season. All right, well, that was the Crestwood Red Devils cross-country teams here, the boys and girls. I appreciate you making the trip down, and I'll see you out there definitely at the CVC meet, so good luck to you this season. Appreciate it. All right, moving right along, we've got our next group here, the West Geauga boys cross-country team. The girls are rolling in too, so 2 more teams, and we will call it a wrap here at the 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day. This is our central event. We started our Media Day tour at Independence High School on Sunday. That was our West event for our Western schools. Today we're here at Kirtland, and on Thursday we'll be at Perry for our Eastern schools. And then we'll close out our Media Day tour on Sunday right back here at Kirtland for Football Media Day. And so next up, we've got head coach John Boylan and the West Geauga Wolverines cross-country team. Coach, I'm going to let you start. Guys, there's a microphone there, the little black switch on it. When it's your turn to talk, just flip that switch up and get to town. And, Coach, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then give us a little elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your squad this year?
All right, we got Matthew Dinas, who's a junior. We have Chris Whiting, who's a senior. Grant Cogden, who's a senior, and Danny Kearns, who's a senior. We're just looking forward to cross country this year. We have a lot of unfinished business that we want to accomplish. Last year we made history for the school. We made it to state for the first time as a team, and we're looking to repeat that and just do better.
And I remember all these names, and they were a big part of that. So obviously you've got to be just thrilled to have these guys back leading the way again.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at last year's team, our top 7, 5 of them are back. These 4, and then John Mikes. We've been looking forward to this day when we can start training again. And these guys had a very successful, extremely successful track season. And we're just building on that.
Those high expectations bring a different level of stress and adversity, and how are these guys prepared to handle that?
They're very prepared. They've been working very, very hard this summer. And our team, I'm excited for these guys, but our team has grown. We have 26 guys out from cross country, 9 freshmen.
Wow.
So with success, the
program
builds, which is great. And we've been doing a lot of great things in the last 3 years. Like I said, we're really looking forward to 2022.
Outstanding. We'll get right into it. We'll start all the way to the left. Matt, go ahead and grab your microphone. Make sure that black switch is up. Just introduce yourself, name, grade, and what your PR is.
Hi, I'm Matthew Dinas, and I'm going to be a junior this year. And my PR is 1650.
So Matthew, making it to state as a sophomore, first time in school history, what was that like?
It was an experience. I was very nervous going up to that line, but I knew that no matter what, that was the last meet of the year. Just had to leave it all out there. Just go as hard as I can, and because there's nothing else after this. I know this will be the last meet of the season. There's nothing after this.
What's really impressive about the state cross country meet is the finish line. I mean, districts and regionals are kind of similar, but at state it's like an NFL football game, and it's just crazy. How was that experience?
You're right, it was nothing like any of the other meets. Just because everyone there was good. Just even starting out, this giant pack, we thought that we started out really well. We thought we were up there, but going into that first turn, we were almost last. So we had a lot of room to make up, and, well, we did. We made up a lot of room, but I wouldn't exactly say that we were happy with our times and placement, but we'll definitely work on that this year.
That first experience, obviously, you go in and you're, wow, we're at state, and a lot of people are happy we made it to state. You just said you weren't pleased with the way you finished, but what did you learn from that experience that's going to help you this year to hopefully get back?
The big thing is that we really need to go out faster. We need to get ahead so we don't have to weave our way in between everyone. And we know the course now. We know everything about it. I know definitely some things I could do differently. One being tying my shoe better. But
there's got to be a story there.
Oh, I have plenty of stories. But not to be shared today. But definitely things we know to do better for this year, and we're definitely going to improve a lot.
As I mentioned, you went to state now, so now you guys have that bullseye on your back, and you went from being the hunters to being the hunted. Everyone in the CVC is going to be, okay, there's West Geauga, we need to chase them. They're the guys. How are you guys going to handle that pressure and just say, you know what, we're still here. You're still behind us. Read the back of our shirts.
Our names are definitely out there, more than they were, but we have so many returning people, still have 5 of our 7 of varsity that have only improved. All of our times are just going to improve off of last year, which will definitely end us even higher at states this year. Definitely.
Obviously, your team goal is get back to states and maybe finish at the top of the podium, but what's your individual goal for this season?
My individual goal, I've thought about it, but I haven't really. It's not very specific. I want to improve on last season. Getting my time even close to breaking 16 would be amazing. That'd be great. But haven't thought about that a lot. That's something maybe I should work on.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season. Chris, go on, grab a microphone. You're up next. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what's your PR is?
My name's Chris Whiting. I'm a senior, and my PR is 1705.
Chris, as a senior, you already wrote a chapter in your legacy book for West Geauga cross country, so people are going to remember your name for a long time. But how do you hope to add to that legacy this season?
Like you said, just continuing to have more success at the state meet. We work hard and we have high expectations for ourselves, and we want to fulfill those promises.
I assume you've been running since freshman year?
Yes.
What was different about last year from the previous 2 seasons?
Just like the experience we all had. We were all smarter runners. We're all stronger runners. We believed in each other more. And I think that's what a big piece of what led us to being state qualifiers for the first time.
And what's your takeaway from that state experience? What did you learn?
I agree with what Matthew said. There's a lot of good runners out there. It's hard to find one that's not good. So, yeah.
And what do you take away as far as now how are you going to prepare for this year to be even better prepared for your next trip to state?
Definitely getting out faster and trying not to get boxed in or behind anyone.
What's your race strategy? I mean, do you go out and just, like a lot of runners today have just been saying, you know, I listen for that mile mark. They tell us what our time is. I try to keep a certain pace. Or, you know, some people are like, that guy's really good. I want to, you know, hang on his hip as long as I can. What do you try to do?
Well, a lot of races are different, especially when you get to the postseason. You know, maybe earlier on you're like, all right, this isn't like a great race. You know I'm going to be up front, so maybe I don't have to worry about getting boxed in. But later on, you're like, all right, first mile is going to be hard, and I'm going to try and stay up there as long as I can.
What kind of goals do you have for yourself this year?
I don't really have goals for myself. This is a team, and specifically all I really care about is 1630, but succeeding at that state championship meet is all I really care about.
In 20 years, people are going to remember the 2021 West Geauga cross country team. What does that mean to you?
Well, they're going to remember the 2022 team even more.
I like that. Well done, sir. Well done. All right. Good for you. Pass that on. Grant, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what your PR is.
Okay. Hello, my name's Grant Congdon. I'm a senior, and my PR is 1720.
I'm going to start with that same question. In 20 years, people are going to remember that first team to go to state. What does that mean to you?
It is. It's important that it means a lot that we leave a legacy at West G, but ultimately records are set to be broken. So we hope that this team just becomes a model that future West G teams can look to and say, they were able to do it. Why can't we? And so we're hope that, as much as we hope that people remember us, we hope also that the team and the program will grow in such that future teams will be just as successful as us.
Coach, you just got to love what these kids are saying. But good stuff. I love cross-country runners because they're so smart. I mean, it's such a sport that you have to have that mental toughness, and it's just one of those sports that you have an edge, and it's awesome. I love it. But so what was that state experience like for you?
I mean, it was crazy. As Chris and Matthew have said, like there's no runner there that's bad, and it's a whole different ball game in terms of how people run the race, but. Ultimately, it's a 5K. Every other race we run is a 5K, so it's just the same as everything else. The only difference is the stakes, but ultimately it's born just to run our race.
Are you guys? You might be too young to have seen the movie Hoosiers.
Oh no, that's my dad's favorite movie.
Oh, there you go.
I've seen it.
So you saw when Gene Hackman pulled out the tape measure and said, "Look, the hoop's 10 feet, just like in our gym." And
yeah.
So the course it's a 5K. It's just better runners there. That's all.
Yep.
What was your experience like on the course? I mean, did you perform the way you wanted to?
It was. I think this year I'm looking forward to an improvement over my performance last year. Although it's a state meet, I left whatever I had on the course, and it was a great experience. But then again, all those runners, none of them are bad. They're all good runners. So. I'm just hoping for this year to be more like them, have a solid performance on the course.
If all goes well, you get another crack at the state meet. What are you going to do different?
I think I'll have a lot of experimentation this year. There's a lot of races until then. So my plan is just to treat it like any other race. As I said, all the races are 5Ks, so it's just this season, me figuring out what's my race strategy and just doing the same thing that works for me there.
Outstanding. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Danny, you're up. Go ahead, introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR.
I'm Danny Kearns. My PR is 1641, and I'm going to be a senior.
Another senior. So one of the things I love talking about is culture and legacy, and you guys being that first team. What does that mean to you, first team to go to state?
For me, for us, it was a great achievement. We were all working hard to make it to states. I at least want to make our leader, Zoe, make it there.
When did you guys kind of get the sense that, you know what, we're pretty good, we've got a shot? Was it like mid-season, districts? When did you guys think that, wow, our times are there, we might make
For me,
it?
at least, it was Riverside.
Oh, so that was early.
I opened up with a 17:08, and I made it to the top 10 for West G times.
So all the other guys are, especially Chris there, was like, yeah, they're going to, I was talking about 2021. He said, they're going to talk about 2022. Are you in that same boat? You think this year could be even better?
Hope is yes. We've all been getting better.
What's going to have to be different this year to get back?
We'll have to run faster times, hoping to get higher up on regionals and districts.
Chagrin Valley Conference, especially the Chagrin Division, which you guys are part of, a lot of good runners have come through there. How much does that help when you've got guys that are always constantly pushing you, whether you're in front or chasing them?
You strive for the competition. You always perform better with better runners on the field. You have more people to push you, so you don't slow down. You speed up instead.
Do you have a goal in mind for this year, a time you're trying to hit?
Want to hopefully break 15.
15?
Yeah. I want that school record to be impossible to get.
What is it now?
16:26, I think.
Oh, so you're not looking to break the record. You're trying to smash it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I wish you the best of luck there, man. All right, Coach, back to you. Just, obviously we've got these guys here, but you've got a bigger team than this. Who else are you counting on to kind of help you get back to state?
Adam Fusik, he's a junior. What was nice about last year was we knew our top 7, but someone wanted to be that number 8, someone wanted to be that number 9, and having them accomplish what they did made these kids work harder this summer.
Right.
So like Evan Corin, we have a new kid, Van Peck, who is probably going to be in our top 7. And then I haven't seen, like I said, we have these 9 new freshmen, and these guys were once freshmen, and one of them, out of those 9, I'm probably going to get 2 or 3 that are going to be very motivated to be in the top 7. So
everybody wants to be on that bus to state.
Everyone wants to be on. Yeah, everyone wants to go to state, and everyone wants to accomplish. The greatest thing about cross country is it's such an individual sport, but it's a team sport. And there's a lot of new faces that I said to them, when we have our first meet on August 27th, that's going to be, that's probably the last time you're going to see that time. Every week we're going to improve, and that's my main goal for all these guys, is to improve. And if going to CVC, and hopefully we'd like to win it this year. We've been runners-up at districts for 3 years in a row. I'd love to win districts. They would love to win districts. Finish better at regionals, and of course, our ultimate goal has always been, even 10 years ago, was to make it to state. And these guys accomplished it, and they want to go back. And just to have that connection to someone going to state, a team going to state. Like I said, with success, the program, 26 kids are out, so it's great.
Right, and as a coach, you got to be thrilled. Just obviously, anytime you have that kind of success, you're going to see that influx of kids that want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
But now you've got to sustain that, and
Right.
so that means these guys got to go back, take care of some unfinished business, and
That's
next year you'll see 32 kids.
That's that's kind of the mantra for this year, is we have unfinished business, and they know it, and their personal goals are amazing to me. To be talking about breaking 15 or breaking 16, West G is now known for cross, and which is great. It's fun to go to meets and there they are.
Right.
They start talking about you. And,
Yep.
and the biggest thing with these guys and with John Mikes is they ran in a pack. When I every week I break down their mile times and everything, and one of the biggest things is that we always look at the gap between 1 and 5. And consistently last year we were under 40 seconds, which that's, and they got to run in a pack. You know, the Wolverines got to run the pack.
Outstanding. All right, well, gentlemen, congrats on that success last year. I hope you can build on it this year, and hope we're talking about you in 20 years, talking about this 2022 team. So congratulations on that last year, and keep going. Run fast. Appreciate you being here. All right. That was the West Geauga boys cross-country team. Up next, we've got the West Geauga girls. Save the best for last. Closing out our media day event with the West Geauga girls. Coach, are you the girls' coach too?
Tarasi is.
Oh.
But he stayed at practice.
Okay, so it's just the girls then. Okay. Who's going to act as coach? Who wants to handle the bulk of the duty? All right. All right. So what I'm going to... Oh, okay, so you got that part. Yeah, that's the easiest part. That's the easiest part, just turning on the microphone. So I can get all three of you on camera at the same time. So do this. Just go ahead. We'll start. Introduce yourselves. Say name and grade and PR, and we'll then go through some questions.
Hello, my name's Emily Burtis. I'm a senior, and my PR is 2310.
Go ahead. Next.
Hi, my name is Campbell Henriksen, and I am, I am a sophomore, and my PR is a 2305.
Hi, my name is Taylor Deeds. I'm a junior, and my PR is 2038.
All right, so Emily, since you're handling your coach Emily tonight, give us a little overview. What can we expect out of the Wolverines this year?
Okay, so the whole thing about our team is we're a little bit smaller than we used to be. However, that doesn't mean really anything to us. As Tarasi likes to put it, we're small but mighty, but we all can hold our own pretty well, and we're all there for each other. So I'm really excited to see where this team goes this year and kind of to see what memories we make.
So sticking with the team portion, what other girls are out there that you expect to make some noise this year?
So there's us three. Then we also have a new runner. Her name is Abby. We also have another new runner. Her name's Nicole. And then we also have 1, 2, 3. Who am I missing? We also have another new runner. Her name is Lena, and she's also a freshman.
Okay.
So that's exciting.
So you've got some experienced runners. You've got a few new runners. How do you guys, as the experienced runners, bring them in and get them into the mix quickly so that you guys can match the success of the boys?
Oh, yeah. So that's kind of the goal here. We kind of have to show them a little bit of everything, not only where their pace is, but strategies of how to run, what is important when you're running, and pretty much just every aspect of the team that we can. So pretty much literally every strategy.
And when you look at, I talked about this earlier with some of the other teams like Chagrin Falls, the girls' soccer team just won a state title. So how does that impact the other teams? Well, your boys' cross-country team just went to state. How does that impact your team when you're like, wait, we know those kids. We go to school with those kids. If they can do it, we can do it too.
Oh, yeah, it definitely impacts us. One nice thing about practice is the girls run with the guys every day. We are impacted by them with every move they make. It's pretty cool because not only can we pace off of them, but we can also realize, hey, these people have gone to states. We can get there too if we model ourselves after them. It's really interesting because, like I said, we practice together, so we kind of realize what strategies they take, and we can almost use them to build our own strategies.
All right. And so now you're Emily, the runner. As a senior, what's it like just heading into that last year, and what kind of expectations do you have for yourself?
It's bittersweet, to say it in one word. It's weird because I've been running since 7th grade, and it's really weird because I'm like, this shouldn't be happening. I just started freshman year. Why am I here already? But anyways, the question is, what is my goal? So the goal of this year is kind of just to build on my past experiences, get a new PR, break 23, just kind of see where I can take this year, and honestly just build new memories and kind of make more of a family within our cross country team and do more stuff outside of cross country. So that would be fun.
Think back to freshman year. Were there runners that you were teammates with that kind of inspired you to train harder, work harder, and commit yourself to the sport?
Oh, hands down. We've had 4 runners that have gone through since I've been a freshman, and all 4 of them have inspired me in different ways. They kind of showed me the fun in running and how running is not always as painful as it looks. So it's pretty cool. It could be as simple as bringing music on our run, or cheering on your teammates, or showing you what really is important with running. So it's pretty cool.
So all those girls that inspired you, you now know what the expectation is of you as a senior. You ready to handle that?
Well, it doesn't really matter if I'm ready or not, because I kind of have to do it either way. But I think I am ready. I think one of the biggest things for me is just inspiring our new runners, because it really impacts how you react to them. Because we have some people that have said, oh, I've had bad experiences with other sports and I just need something for a fresh start. I'm like, okay, perfect. If we can inspire you to become a better person and a better runner, that's our main job here.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you this season. All right, Campbell, you are a sophomore. What is your PR?
My PR is 23:05.
So last year you're a freshman. This year you're a sophomore. A lot of kids as freshmen, they're just kind of nervous. They don't have a lot of confidence. How different are you as a sophomore compared to how you were as a freshman?
I feel like now that I'm going to be a sophomore, I just feel like I'm getting better and faster and stronger each day, and my teammates are helping me by doing that, helping me stick with it.
You've got a small squad, a small but mighty squad. So you guys are going to have to band together, run as a pack, and do your part to try and, finish up there at the top of the meets. What's it going to take out of each runner just to kind of make it all happen and be a successful team?
I think us doing workouts and pushing each other to keep going, and helping each other throughout our running, our races and our workouts and all that.
Have you adjusted your own training from freshman year to sophomore year?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
It's okay.
I've been working a lot on I'm trying to stay with other people, try to
running packs.
Yeah, run in packs, stick together with people, and keep pacing with them.
Do you have a race strategy, or do you just kind of coach tells you do this and you go do it?
I have a race strategy, so I just sorry.
No worries. Take your time.
Running buddies.
Yeah, I run with other people. And I also try to stick with other people. And once I'm able to, if I feel like I want to pass them, I just go for it.
What was one thing that you learned last year as a freshman runner that you know is going to make you a better runner this year?
I feel like I learned a lot of training and how I can get better to get up to that point where going to regionals or just in a big race. Try to learn how to stick with people.
All right, last one, and it's an easy one. Do you have a target time you're looking to hit this year?
I'm thinking maybe between 19 to 21 minutes.
All right.
This year.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
All right. And Taylor, you were second team all-conference last year.
Yep.
So coming in with some expectations for yourself this year?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely have goals, and I want to get better this year. I've been doing way more summer training, so I'm hoping that my work will pay off
What's been the biggest difference you've noticed from last year to this year?
Definitely, running just seems easier this year, actually. I mean, last year, I definitely struggled more than I thought I was going to, so this year it seems like it's going pretty well so far.
How does it inspire you to see the guys' team over there have so much success and go down to state? What does that do to you and your mentality just to kind of go out and try and follow them to Columbus this year?
Yeah, it's very inspiring. I love to see them go out, and it just makes me want to be better also. State would be amazing, but it's in the goal, but we'll see how I get there in the next 2 years. But I actually went with them last year just to see, and it was a really cool experience to see them, I don't know, go out and do their best. But I'm just hoping, this year is good for me as well.
CVC, I mean, you're a junior, so let's see, Ella Gilson was around. You ran with her. The Mets. Just so many good female runners in the Chagrin division. How much does that help you, just seeing those girls and knowing that, wow, they're in the same conference, I run in the same meets? How do you learn from them to become a better runner?
It definitely pushes me. Like, I know the names, and then like them being at states, and I'm like, okay, they can get there, I can get there. And a senior last year, actually, Grace, she went to states from our team, and it was really cool to see her run and with all the people from our conference. And it's really inspiring, and I just want to be like, maybe if they can get there, I can get there. So
that's
we'll
the
see.
key, right?
Yeah.
So Emily's your senior, you're a junior. What are you learning from her that you're going to use next year to kind of bring up the younger runners and West Geauga style and develop your culture and legacy?
Yeah, she's definitely very experienced. I think she's really good at like doing pep talks and just mentally preparing us for a race or practice. So maybe, getting better at getting the whole team together instead of just being all individual and I have to do this, get more team effort.
Small but mighty, but how do you grow the team? What's it going to take to get some other girls to come out and run?
We've definitely tried to get more girls. I feel like if we just, are more team-oriented, I feel like we could get some more girls and also make them feel better about running. Making the memories. It's not all about, it's definitely about running, but as long as you're having fun and trying your best, I feel like, that's all that matters.
You're right. The winning's great. Going to state is great.
Mm-hmm.
Placing at state's even better. Getting that medal, standing at the top of the podium's fantastic. But in 20 years, you'll remember that stuff. But what you're going to remember is the other stuff.
Yeah,
you're going to remember those long runs in the woods and the jokes you tell along the way. And yes, outstanding. What are your goals for the year? What number are you trying to hit?
I'm trying to break 19 this year. We'll see. But I think it's definitely a possibility. And as long as I try hard, I feel like I can do it.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you. All right, ladies, I appreciate you being here. That is the West Geauga Wolverines girls cross country team closing out our 2022 CVC Fall Sports Media Day event here at Kirtland. I appreciate everybody being here, especially all the ones that have traveled so far from Chesterland to Kirtland. But I appreciate you all tuning in. I want to thank our sponsor, Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery. They've been a great sponsor for us for 3 years. They have sponsored all of our CVC TV live events, and we'll kick off our CVC TV coverage on August 19th. That is Beechwood at Orange, and then we'll have a regular weekly schedule along with some soccer and football games. This year we're going to try and have a finish line camera at the CVC cross-country meet, our CVC tennis tournaments, so all kinds of things planned for CVC TV this fall and moving forward. But it's been a long day for me, so I am signing out. I appreciate everybody tuning in and all of the teams for being here today. And we'll see you on Thursday at